cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy cane bento. Jabba jabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Get the cash from the floor, 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad man, probably gone. Going fast, talk a pump, on a quarter-mile marathon. Shimmy in the Jimmy, high wide, sipping Kimmy, got a brand new Marshall. Hands in the Millie. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on a river, team, someone on my hip. Maybe under 18, no rim, all switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this.
Come on.
Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy cane bento. Jabba jabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Put a crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't ever seen nothing like this.
Yeah, good shit.
Nice. Good shit.
Unbelievable. Crap for double digits. Kismet. 99 Kiz is back at it, baby. Brilliant.
It timed so well.
God.
Oh, he snaps on the ghosty. My goodness, Joe deceives.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Which crazy god, Hydra? It's juiced in.
Wow, what a play.
I'm gonna shut the doors.
Third Robin.
And big door.
Higher.
Left side.
I'm nading,
Left side.
I'm nading.
I'm nading.
Close.
Nading on bomb. Hard I can't. I got hit. What the f? No, the trophy just f***ing sent me to a different world, bro.
The trophy!
We don't mind that.
The fifth man, let's
We play a 5v4.
Wait, what happened? Wait, the two of them?
They got double trophy kills.
Boom goes the server room. Vancouver wins a Game 5, this time over Atlanta FaZe, and this is now back-to-back wins over Atlanta, the only team in the league to do it in the last 16 matches.
Yeah, they've been unbelievable. I mean, it's not many times we see a one-person change do this much wonders for a team, but truly everybody stepped up, and Nasty in particular versus Atlanta, he just had a leg up the last two series.
We got Rosalie Parker here on the desk, and Rosalie, we only have 4 teams remaining with the Minor 1 and Major 1 champ out of the mix. Who's the favorite on the screen back here?
Favorite on the screen is easily LA Thieves, of course. They've been unreal top 2 team. Not many have come close.
If you're looking at our season standings, this is the biggest tournament, though, for Vancouver Surge. Why? They had a terrible stage 1. You need to be in the top 8 if you want to make it to champs, and their run right now has put them all the way up into 8th place. They jump over the breach. Can they keep climbing? They're just 5 points back of Optic Texas, who's out of this bracket.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, going into this matchup versus Ultra, you would say that they're the favorite, and currently right now at top 8, probably going to be in the winner's bracket when we come Major 2 time. They're searching up the leaderboard.
Speaking of Major 2, it is less than 20 days away. And if you don't have your ticket, get it right now. Alley Cat, why do you want to come out to Allen, Texas for a Call of Duty event?
Because it's one of the best events that we have every year. It's always a fun time heading to Texas. The weather is always beautiful, so if you want to camp out, we won't give you too much of a hard time, and the food is also
What's the best barbecue spot you've been to, Nameless? Because we need to explore.
I think Hurtado's incredible, but Heim, I think, takes number 1. Heim is unreal.
Hard 8s is my favorite chat. Let me
had
know
that one.
where I'm going wrong. Some fantastic
Terry
food
Blackson
and even better
over there
Call
too?
of Duty. It's all coming your way.
Okay. Well, barbecue, we're going to get that. We're going to enjoy this Optic story unfolding as well in front of the own green wall.
Time to feast right now, though, in our own segment we like to call Burgers and Fries. Were you cooking or were you getting cooked? Let's take a look at the best moments and worst from our Minor 2 qualifier. This is Joe Deceives, a 4-second ace.
I mean, literally from the top ropes. And I mean, just unreal. This is not something that you see often, if at all, in the league. We've seen 1v4s this year. Now we have Joe getting an ace. I mean, he just knew where all of them were.
Actually, I'm clocking him. We started at 23. He finished it at 16 seconds. A little longer than 4, but
the
it still
first
looks
go
good.
like 20.
Here's a look at young Linz, the reaction time versus the RC card. While Linz was swift enough to get away, wasn't the same case for Mr. Pred. What happened to him?
I mean, this is just
He
like,
jumped right into it. I mean, right in the face. Like, you see him hesitate. You see him stop and hesitate. He hears it.
this should be a burger clip, by the way. How does he not hear that? And he knows RC's going to come out and blow
that's
him up there.
Brian.
Like,
Shout out
he's
to-
challenging RC.
He wrapped
Driving
it
skills
through
are
a
crazy.
window. How is that not frying for insight? Let's go over to Vancouver Surge versus Atlanta FaZe. The environment wins again, Allie. I feel like we're back in the kitchen on Hotel.
I mean, literally cooking. I mean, it's tough because it's like you want to say that Trophy was frying here. I mean, just absolutely bodied two of the Atlanta FaZe members. How do you get a read
It's
on
the
that?
computer, bro.
It's all the computers.
It's unlucky.
You got to be careful around all that hardware.
Burger! Moving on, like the Beezy did in that game. Let's take a look here at that round 11. Game 2. How did Vancouver get back in this series?
Nade.
God
Like
frag.
this.
I mean, that was a double nade. That was honestly beautiful. Neptune coming in, finding the follow-up kill, and this was a pretty sick adjustment because the round before they had Bang down low and kind of played patient. This time they sent Neptune through that hallway, the calculated risk because they had the first blood. Frying for Vancouver, one of the only teams that's been able to keep up with FaZe and adjust throughout these search and destroys, beating them in 2 yesterday.
Biggest upset of the tournament, but this was the single move that upsets players the most. Abuza. Back shots from my guy Sip.
Yo, Simpa.
That evil
We
smirk.
got the last laugh though. Hey, but I like it. Sip, they're down. He's trying to breathe some life into them. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
Grabs Wixel as well, and just the face on this
What did
guy.
he even do?
Hold on. Look at Pred. Look at this smirk. Just straight
Comic
evil
book
intent. on
villain
that.
right there. Pred and Optic Texas got knocked out by Ultra, and that means Ultra faces Surge for a spot in our minor final. On the other side, LA Thieves took care of Cloud9, and Royal Ravens hot 3-0'd LAG. So that means one of these teams is walking away with 20 grand. LA Thieves are the favorite, but these points are also on the line, Ant.
Yeah, points are also on the line. And like we said, the finals is a best of 7. So incredible practice. And for LA Thieves, it's huge to get there because remember, in the best 7 finals they had versus FaZe, it was the search and destroys
remind
that
them.
smoked them, right? So they need to get back in that atmosphere and see what it's like and hopefully win it this time around.
Allie, let's start with the top of the bracket. That is Vancouver Surge taking on Toronto Ultra, and I want to talk about these two teams. What should the fans know about the players in this matchup?
From the side of Vancouver Surge, just your eyes are going to be on Neptune. I mean, he has pushed Vancouver Surge from a team that was getting really close in some of these series of the top teams, but unable to close it out, to now beating Atlanta FaZe twice, being their boogeyman. And they're on, I believe, a 4 or 5 series win spree
5,
currently.
yeah.
Let's talk Toronto, though, nameless, because this is the squad that had the #1 seed for most of our Major 1 qualifier. They folded on land. Can they make a run to a Minor 1 championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be on the back of Search and Destroy. It's their best game mode. Them and Atlanta FaZe, 2 best search teams we have in the game right now. Their respawns is 50-50, and it's because they just have little inconsistent players, right? Like all the Slayers on that team, you look at Jonas Teams, you look at Kleenex, like if they're on point, they're winning their respawns. For Toronto, though, I've kind of been on the side of where they've kind of been on the decline since their performance throughout
little bit,
stage
yeah.
1. And even yesterday, I don't know how much I want to take away from it. I mean, it's Optic who have been performing as one of the worst teams in the league, right? So I think today is like the biggest test for them going up against Surge. It's going to be a tough one, man, because Surge kind of mirror them. They're really good at search and destroy, and right now they're a far better hardpoint team. So Toronto Ultra, you're going to need one of those huge performances from Joe Deceives to take them down.
Can you win a control is the question I have, Allie.
And they can. I think the biggest trouble right now for Toronto Ultra when it comes to respawn is their map pool is really small.
Yeah,
they have maybe one map that they're extremely confident on when it comes to hardpoint, and that's a little bit off the back of Jody Seas. I mean, he has been an extremely consistent SMG for this squad, and they're going to need him today to put his best foot forward, not only in SMG, but in the respawns versus Vancouver Surge.
Neptune has been the difference maker on the west side of Canada. Let's take a look at the top player from Challengers. After Hook got his spot on Optic, this was the second best pickup in my opinion, and arguably could turn out to be the biggest pickup of the season.
Yeah, this is the steal of the year right now, going down to
Yeah.
Challengers and grabbing him. I mean, he has turned this roster completely around, right? And now it's like everything looks great. The team is vibing strategically, like they're on point in the preparation. You saw it versus FaZe. It proved that. It's just, can he do it on land, and can he do it in like the finals, right? Can he do it in the semifinals in a big moment? That's the last question that we have for Neptune. We know he's super capable. He has all the talent. Just in those tense moments when you get late in the tournament, can you keep the burner going like that?
Yeah, they can. I mean, for Vancouver Surge, they have one of the deepest map pools in the league right now. They are top 3 in almost every mode. Control needs to be cleaned up just a little bit. If they don't get Hacienda in a series, it's more of a 50-50 when it comes to that map number 3. But for Vancouver Surge, like, they just got to keep doing what they're doing right now. They've been unreal.
I want to see when Neptune doesn't have like an incredible series, like how it pans out.
Like what happens.
04 is a great series.
I mean, we've seen a little bit, but we're gonna have to see it versus some of the top teams late in tournaments. That's sometimes with these teams where we're like, oh, they're top teams, they can win a championship. Just it gets tough late in tournaments, man. I've seen it from experience. I don't know why it happens. Maybe nerves, but we'll see today in the minor.
Looking at those numbers, way better with Neptune. They are a perfect 5-0. They put that record on the line against Toronto at 4:30. But first, we've got a great matchup potentially. It's either going 3-0 or to a Game 5. Carolina Royal Ravens taking on LA Thieves. LA Thieves, the heavy favorites, but Carolina's starting to surge forward.
Carolina has an opportunity here, man. I mean, we saw what they were capable of doing at the beginning of this season, and they've been 3-0ing teams. They're on a 3-3-0 right now. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, if they put their best foot forward today, we should be in for a banger.
2 best-of-5s and a best-of-7. This is Championship Sunday, Minor Tournament 2, Drake's favorite kind of COD event. We got the Royal Ravens taking on Thieves after this.
That's crazy.
It's true, though.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
LA Thieves takes on Carolina Royal Ravens for the second time in just 2 weeks. They played on Valentine's Day, and that was a 3-0. Let's start with the Thieves and talk about why they got the best of Carolina in their first meeting, Allie.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. I mean, you're talking about LA Thieves. They are #1 in just about every category during this split. They are undefeated in Control, 5-1 in Hardpoint. Respawn's been unreal, and S&D is following very close behind. We're talking about an LA Thieves team that's the best attack team in the league right now. But some opportunity for Carolina arises in the fact that their defenses on Search and Destroy hasn't been great, bottom of the league. It's the reason they're going to so many round 10s and rounds 11. So a little bit of cleanup there for LA Thieves, but otherwise, you really can only sing the praises of this team.
Yeah, I mean, there's just these matchups sometimes in Call of Duty that you just get diffed, right? And for Carolina, this has been the matchup that has been super tough for them all year. I mean, you got 3-0 once and 3-1 the other time, right? And I think like one of the biggest issues in this particular matchup is for Carolina, they're very good at control. It just so happens LA Thieves are better. They're the best control team in the world, right? Both these teams top 3 in that game mode, and it's just went the way of the LA Thieves in these series. And then in terms of the HPs, Carolina solid, LA Thieves are just better there, right? So it's just a tough matchup for them, and for Carolina, they're gonna have to probably 2-3-5 it.
Nameless, when you first told me that Carolina Royal Ravens were a top 4 team, I thought you were insane. When you told me TJ Halley was a top 10 player, I thought you were crazy.
Standing on it.
The numbers are true.
Yeah.
TJ in Carolina. Let's switch to the blue team. They are looking pretty good right now. What do they need to do differently if they're going to upset our number 2 team in the league?
Yeah, I mean, so like looking at this one, like for Thieves, like they have had improvements in their search and destroy, but where they're still struggling a little bit is their retaking isn't great, and that's where Carolina thrives in search and destroy. On their offenses, they're one of the best teams that just getting the rock down and playing from there, right? So we've seen them do that time and time again. That has to be on point in the search and destroys. And the control, they have to win it this time around. And the control's gotten better this way. They've been good all season, but they're 4-1 in control right now. There's not a single map that they're afraid of taking a team in that game mode. So I think 2-3-5 is their path to victory.
Allie, what are the standout numbers for this team and a player to watch today?
The standout numbers for this team on the side of Carolina, I mean, they're a top 3 attack team, search and destroy right now, which is important because it's taken a little bit of a dip when it comes to the second split. But when you talk about like a player to watch, you got to say Gwyn. I mean, this whole second split, he has been completely unreal. If you want a player to watch that needs to do better in this series, I have to say Vivid. Last time he got absolutely shut down by LA Thieves in this matchup.
The vivacious Vivid, though, has been frying in this minor bracket. Can he get a good game on Vault, Hacienda, or Red Card, as that'll be game 4 and 5?
Yeah, I mean, I think these maps are great for Thieves, man.
Right.
I mean, they really are, right? And they've played a couple of these before, like the Hacienda just goes the way of Thieves. For Carolina, like I said, got to win the control and hopefully take the S&Ds. Hardpoint's just going to be so tough against this team. We've seen how good LA Thieves have been lately. Everybody's on point.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Let's lock them in. Allie, our fearless leader, can copy me and say LA Thieves next.
I am going to copy your homework. LA Thieves.
LA Thieves? 3-0, 3-1?
Yeah, I got LA Thieves. I just think it's a matchup, man. It's a tough matchup.
LA. Shift and study. We have been wrong. The first match of every day of this minor. Take it away.
Thank you, friends. We appreciate that. Yeah, this is going to be awesome, man. I mean, both these 2 teams have been looking lights out as far as stage 2 has gone so far. So the slow start for Carolina, I think, has instantly been counteracted by what they've done in the last couple of weeks, Jay.
Oh, yeah, without question. What is it, like 9-0 map count? You're taking the likes of, obviously, Optic Texas, LAG, teams of that caliber, where you're expecting them to be playing you a little bit tighter, but they have just been running over these rosters. So Carolina, after a slow first week into Major 2 qualifiers, they've completely went back to that team that we saw in the beginning of the season, where they have just been able to compete with the best of them. It's just now going up against this LAT roster. You played them a couple weeks ago, and it was a 3-0. You already have a couple maps that were in originally that series, the first 2 specifically, and the Vault really didn't treat them well last time.
The case, but again, this feels like a pretty square matchup in terms of an opening map between these 2 squads, just due to the fact that, yeah, you've got pretty much even results across it in terms of the season thus far, 3-2 versus the 2-2 of Carolina, but it is one of those situations that this is one of those matchups that does feel like it has kind of very easy to read pros and cons. LA has been unbelievable, especially when it comes to rotating and beating teams from hill to hill here on Hardpoint. Whereas for Carolina, their search and destroy has really gotten them through a lot of the nitty-gritty series as we jump on into the opening Hardpoint, and Carolina will just try to dive right onto the hill early.
Yeah, Carolina, majority of players already roaming through bottom mid. They find the initial kills and already potentially are going to flip them on out. But they want to put themselves in a position to just soak up a lot of this time here. 30 seconds still to fight for. You're going to have LAD starting to develop on some routes, trying to find some kills through the middle of the map. They're able to find them. Spawn's now flipped.
Indeed the case. LA trying to do what they can here to just hold on to the ground that they currently have. But Vivid working on it just a touch. Shut down in LA. Okay, that will do well. 14 seconds to fight for. And like you said, they've got the favorite side.
Now, if you are LA, you have the numbers. You still know that you're trying to locate where one player is. Gwyn just going to play his life over towards gold. But now his teammates are shooting. You got to start to put yourself into the play. Unfortunately, he is going to get shot from behind, but the pressure from the teammates at least keeps it mixing from the front end. But LA Thieves have those back spawns right back into B2.
Indeed the case. Looking solid, at least to start for now. Here's the break attempt coming in from the front. Scrap able to deal with the first, trade it out. And that will be enough just for Carolina to hold their ground around Pool. Hydra working on it. taken down, though, and this is going to lead to an opportunity to break it from the front. LA still spawning close, but they're not really dealing with the numbers that they want at the moment. They have to wait for help.
Yeah, these gunfights are just so annoying because you know they're going to be sitting inside the hard point. You challenge out to the outer side of Palms. You have angles being held down from top cap, but they find every single kill with Ghosty leading with a double. So the final 20 in favor of the Thieves. Now you start thinking about that rotation where if you are Carolina, this is where you got to put a lot of focus on.
Yeah.
Because this was the difference maker last time you played them. They just simply out-rotated you, especially towards this P3 and P4. It has to be better here.
Yeah, decent idea there for Carolina with the exit eliminations, allowing Slasher to try to play for old, but it doesn't really work out as calculated because Envoy over towards New has already won a couple of key gunfights and can move his way over into our 1v1 here with Slasher. Stun will land. Slasher to the pistol. Runs out of ammunition, and Envoy will be on 3 in a row trying to flip the map.
Yeah, spawns now flip. But you already have players contesting it. Gwyn just takes away top art. You're not going to be prepared for this if you are the Thieves. He's able to find 1 kill. Now you got to try to scatter and find the players on towards the hard point, but spawns now flip. So a great heads-up play there from Gwyn to put his team on the preferred side, going for that money hill at P4, but there's still a lot of time here to fight for.
Yeah, Vivid putting a little bit of pressure on the pinch, actually pulls Ghosty away from the hard point. This is a little bait and switch right here for the Royal Ravens, but Ghosty, Envoy, pick it up nicely. Still keep the hard point relatively contested. Back and forth we go. 15 seconds of scrap time. Looking good for the Thieves as Carolina will turn tail and make their way over to P4.
Yeah, they already have that side. You just got to make sure you find a couple kills. You don't want to flip out at the wrong time. There's a lot of pressure from the Thieves already on the overextension through old P3. They find the aggressor and Hydra through the middle of the map. So first wave done. Carolina able to shut them down on their initial push.
Yeah.
LA Thieves have to regroup, find a way on in.
Yeah, they're going to try to have Hydra hit a late pinch here while the rest of the Thieves are really flooding from the bottom side of the minimap. Gwyn, the one in really the only lane that possibly could be opened up by Hydra. Slasher can't see him, so Hydra's going to find one. This is going to allow at least momentary entry for Thieves from the front, but the pinch off the back is what you're really worried about. Hydra's able to find an elimination. Does it fully block the spawns? No, it doesn't. So now it's just down to, can they take Hydra out? They do, and Thieves will have one more hit from the front, which is being handled by Gwyn.
Yeah, and Hydra made such a good play, man. He was just hoping that his teammates could find at least 1 or 2 kills, because that would have spawned them all the way across the map. But when he falls, Carolina is still able to hold on to this money hill. Only 10 seconds here to fight for. Hydra's going to give it one last hoorah. He gets taken care of. Scrap, your turn. TJ Lee finds a double. So Carolina with a perfect hold there at P4 to take the lead by a slight margin.
Yeah, desperately needed. It does give them that 14-point lead, like you mentioned, but as we rotate back to P1, Thieves, decent setup around this neutral hard point. Hydra watching the front door, Envoy watching the pinch. Spawn's moving just a touch here as Scrap will spawn over towards Old. So again, the threat established. This comes down to, can the Thieves handle it as TJ's already playing off the pinch?
There's just so many angles that they have to account for, and every single angle being watched turns into a one-on-one gunfight, and they find all 4. So now the Thieves, loving the way that they are currently playing this. They know that it's a clean 4 dead, but no one in a position to try to flip those spawns immediately. So we had to try to play for a second wave of kills, but nice. Carolina, they reinforce their way on in. That's 3, make it all 4. It does not matter. Hydra finding that one-on-one. Spawns flip for LA.
Yeah, big wins right there for LA and at least give them advantage over towards P2. But TJ cleaning things up around the old time here at P1. Vivid following behind that. Hydra on rotation as the spawns will move at a critical moment here for Carolina. Tie game, but Carolina will win the new hard points, and with that, also the new spawns.
And you already have players creating layers. Look at how far pushed up Slash is towards the front side of Cat. He's going to put himself in a very impactful situation, but just losing that gunfight towards the back end now opens up these spawns for the Thieves. They make it count. Every single kill in the feed lights up red. The break is good, and there's a lot of time that they can start to pull away with.
Envoy's been massive on these rotations, helping out Thieves with these late break attempts that are coming through. Hellstorm out as Vivid feels the pressure. TJ, Gwyn opening for the first 2 eliminations. Spawns will move once again. Trophy system is in place around the hill, but Ghosty's the last one left. He's already tagged down 9 HP. The hunt currently ensuing. Decent battle here from Ghosty, but better evasion from TJ as he's able to get the support to find the elimination. Scrap time going to be fought for. Hydra nearly doesn't finish off the kill that's in front of him, but this is all about rotation for Carolina as Scrap will get the last 10.
Yeah, Carolina had to invest that Hellstorm there to not allow Thieves to pull away with this game. Still only going to be a 10-point difference. They have the rotation over towards New. You have a natural pinch on the cards here. But the players that are sitting over towards RM Palace, you need to find a couple kills. Vivid, great finesse. Just simply play your life the way that you did. That leads to 2, nice. Make it 3 dead. Still in control of our, and on that hard point.
Things looking decent now for Carolina. Thieves try to re-break over to P3, but for Carolina, it's about playing the macro game as we jump into a Royal Ravens listening.
They're pillar hallway. They're pillar
Lobby,
hallway.
one shot in.
One more mid. He's their pillar hill hallway. Shoulder it.
I'm mid with you, bro. Pick up guys.
They're pillar on by.
He crossing right, son. Crossing right, I had twice.
I'm in mid right now.
Outer pump.
Give me a second.
You did.
Is he out of pump?
Outer pump still. Outer pump.
I'm getting him.
He's shoulder in their pillar. Shoulder in their pillar. There you go.
Out of pump dead. Pillar weak then.
Not mid.
Right.
Not mid.
One's mid scrap. Careful the right.
I did.
I'm
He
just.
hopped on middle me.
I'm just doing top bar still.
My hit hold.
I'm gonna try to go.
2-0. One's going outer. One's going vote. There's 3-0.
Come on, mid, bro.
3-0. One mid. Yeah. Fuck. We double spawn. I guess you had to probably.
You Hydra out. My cat.
I'm
He's gonna go right in. He's gonna go right on.
I'm
He's gonna go right on you, Hydra.
You just play like. Don't worry about time
He's in
right
time.
now.
3 on time.
Back to back on me. One shot, bro.
Top hill.
Two in the back. Two playing the back. Two playing deep.
They shall be cross art. Anyway, you're back. One top. Still in the back. What's the time? Back on me.
This guy top hill. In the back. In the back. Go see dead.
I'm in the back. One shot. He's still trying. Still right.
Top hill. In time. Top hill. One spot 2. Crossing right.
Top hill.
We got spawn out. One's in the back right here somewhere.
Mid one is dead.
There's 2 in time.
This is good. Time we get it. Still top. That's the Hydra.
Weekend time.
Top.
In time. Another weekend time.
Time be on the stairs. We're going chowny. We're chowny low.
On time.
All good. We're gonna bring the shit back. In mid you, weak. In mid you, scrap weak.
Left. Now left enemy. Cat on, boy. I'm in. Empty there. Voice cat.
And this one old. Going out right.
A small trophy. Small trophy, too.
Old Hydra dead.
That's probably like 18.
One tries fuck this
That's not cat. 18.
Well, Jay, we often kind of just try to evaluate how the communication is going between players, but you could definitely feel the wind out of the sails for the Ravens trying to break that P4.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, man, because at the end of that P3 hard point with only 10 seconds left, everyone falls besides 2. So LA Thieves just bombard their way up through the street.
Wow.
They win the last 2 gunfights, and then even when Carolina gives themselves another opportunity to work back in a 3v4, that setup was so tight from the Thieves, but it was picture perfect on simply not allowing them to get in. Now all of a sudden you're up by 100. Carolina have a tall ladder to climb to get back into this game, and it sort of has to start literally right now. You need to make sure you get this P2.
Yeah, it starts and finishes right here in a lot of ways for Carolina. They have to have this P2, and they're already being tested as a couple of players will spawn across the map. Thieves trying to get as much time as they possibly can here on P1, and they will find a pretty good deal of it. 100-point game. Carolina currently in control of P2, but they don't have eyes on Ghosty immediately, and actually Scrap will spawn in, but Gwyn quick to deal with the TJ following up, and Carolina will hold initially.
Yeah, I thought with the player getting too aggressive towards Cat, no one blocking towards the back, with Scrap getting that spawn, it was going to be unreadable, but Gwyn proves me wrong. And now that leads to them still holding on to this hard point. Very tight setup. Another 3-for-1 trade. 35 seconds still to fight for. You're forcing all of these to try to break this through the middle with how aggressive Slasher is. But once he falls, now you can go right through the front door.
Yep, Ghosty Semtex finds the kill on the player inside the hill. So now you have to try to hope this on the cross. TJ on 3 in a row. But again, LA find a way to get in. TJ knows that there's going to be more around the outside of pool, and luckily Slasher's able to find the kill inside the hard point. But no trophy still there. Means that he's quickly traded out, and LA, they will not be able to win here, but they will be really darn close. And you can already see the movement on the map. Carolina know that they have to try to fight both things at once.
Yeah, TJ knew. All right, 8 seconds. You're usually going to think about rotation, but they're so close to the finish line. We can't give up all that time for free. An 80-point difference. Trades going back and forth over towards the street side. Slasher has been shooting straight so far on this map, but just simply gets taken down by the ARs on the side of the Thieves. Only need 14 points. All the kills go their way.
Yeah, and you've got Hydra just roaming through the middle of the map right now, meaning that Carolina has to play this one-dimensionally through street, and you could, go right over to the AR perspective of LA. Ghosty able to find one. Pinch on the way. Hydra not able to find the player right in front of him, and as Ghosty drops, it's now just down to can they find these quick kills as LA are going to be able to reinforce very swiftly.
Yeah, they just keep on reinforcing, and that's only going to make it more difficult for Carolina because you know they have to play this time. You can't really send player on routes because now Thieves only need 10 seconds, so you can still lose it here at P3. You're still going to give them a run for their money, but one wave of kills is all Carolina needs. I just don't know if they're going to have time to find them.
Yeah, 4 seconds until the new hard point opens. You've already got 3 players in position again. The frustration of Carolina trying to break P4 the last time, still lingering and hurting the confidence on this break attempt. TJ trying to dash in, not going to happen. Slasher trying to follow up, also denied, and LA comfortable after the second rotation on that P4.
And that was almost the same exact score line of their first series of Major 2 qualifiers. 152 to 250. But this time 151 to 250 is the final. LA Thieves is just, as soon as we jumped into that listening, that was the turning point of the game. They kept it scrappy in the beginning of that P3, but once 2 to 3 kills went their way, they took space away. You forced Carolina to at least have 2 players spawn all the way across the map. And then you easily find those last couple of players to win the rotation over towards New, hold the full 60. And Carolina just simply could not work their way back on in. LA Thieves are the best hardpoint team that we have in the game, and when those adjustments need to show, they show it there.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, both teams successful on P4 when they were able to rotate there first. Yep. But I think for me, it was more of the fact that LA, and you're going to see it in the game flow, they did a really nice job of going from the end of P4 to finding a good 20 seconds on P1 again. I mean, you talk about that being a difference of about 100 points, especially as we got through the second set of hills. P4 to P1, it was 60 plus another 20, it felt like. So, I mean, that's really got a lot of time, I think, if you're LA. I think they did a really nice job as well, kind of finding a swift break around P2 both times that we were there. I think that's also a critical thing to kind of keep in mind of, you know, LA, not just finding success rotating, they're also finding really quick breaks.
Yeah, that's a big thing, man, because obviously in hardpoint, you're expecting one of those categories to not really stand strong. They're phenomenal in their rotations. They hold down their hard points basically perfect, and they don't really rely on breaks. But with the talent that they have on this roster, breaks are also a big thing when they're playing from the back foot. As you can tell right here, look, the score was 110 to 120, and it was 50 seconds still here at P3. It's just they get a lot of time here at P3. They find two set of kills, even with Slasher finding that double, and then all of a sudden you blink, you're down by 100. You just cannot allow that turning point of the game to happen on the Money Hall Vault, because then you know you're basically losing the game.
Yeah, tough scenes for Carolina because it really was a super tight game, and if they could have maybe extended a little bit longer, had a little bit more of a gap, they didn't have to like play through old and also rotate from 3 to 4 there, maybe there's an opportunity for them to actually play for rotation. But when you have to play from behind the 8 ball like that, yeah, things get out of hand very quickly. Also important to note that the SMGs were on fire for LA. Hydra and Envoy both stellar opening gap.
You see it right here when you take a look at the game flow. Like, it's 115, basically 113 at P2. P3, you allow them to get a lot of time there, take a 30-point difference. But then when you are playing so hard for that rotation towards P4, and then all of a sudden all the gunfights that go down in the final 10 seconds, none of them go your way. You just allowed them to continuously run away with the game, and you hit it on its head as well. Like right there, you chain another 20 seconds towards P1. They were just chaining him, and that's due to what Carolina had to do at the end of the game. When you're down by that much, like you said, you got to do 2 things at the same time. Not allow them to get their dunk time, and when the rotation's over towards New, it was just too much to handle in map 1.
All right, well, now we get to change the conversation piece just a touch, and the narrative really starts to build towards Carolina in the search and destroy. But it's not just the fact that they're finding wins, Jay. I think it's the way that they're doing it. They are one of the best teams in opening. Dual win percentage. They're great around the objective, and it's not just on one map or another. They're doing it across the entire map pool, and that has been enlightening for Carolina to continue to be a top 4 team.
Yeah, without question, man. SD wins you championships. Slasher had a record in the CDL before with that LAG roster of winning like 11 and 12 in a row with a roster and nobody expected him to do it so. But now you got players like TJ. You got players like Quinn and Vivid who puts himself in positions to always play these clutches. They have a great understanding of how to play team search and destroy. But the only thing that scares me now is that you're going up against this form of LAT, which so far throughout Major 2 qualifiers, their S&D has been basically perfect besides that one hiccup versus Falcons.
Yeah, it's been really clean, and that hiccup versus the Falcons, I don't even know if we can really call that a hiccup. That just felt like they were just throwing stuff and just seeing what they could get away with. The answer was not that much. But really, since that point, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Thieves have been rolling. A couple of 6-2 wins, a 6-3 win yesterday versus Cloud9 New York, who I think you and I were both really high on, not just because they were finding their stride, but they were doing it across all 3 modes. So it's really impressive, I think, to see the way that LA was able to win yesterday with some pretty, I would say, good confidence. I mean, yeah, the map 1 loss is kind of whatever, is pretty tight game, all things told, but everything else after that was not. It was just a Thieves runaway. So I think that's something to kind of be a little bit scared of if you are Carolina. The good news is you are going to a Hacienda, which is not one of the usual suspects for Thieves, whereas for Carolina, it hasn't really been part of their map pool a lot, but when it was first added, it was a staple for them, especially in Minor 1.
Yeah, you can already see into this round number 1. LA Thieves are going to be the team on the attacking side. Envoy finds that first blood. So early numbers advantage in favor of them, but Gwyn with the response makes it a 3v3. But look at the space already that Thieves are able to take. They rotate over. They realize all the pressure's at this side. Let's just go plan it at the opposite.
Yep. Scrap, good read on this. Yeah, good for 2. One more around the corner. No, Gwyn able to find the shutdown. Leaves him for a 1v2 situation to follow up. This would be a 1v3 in overall, but Hydra's right there, bottom side bar to find the elimination and steal the round.
And the craziest stat when I was looking at the numbers today for LAT is the fact that they have basically been flawless on all their attacking rounds. Doesn't matter the map. Besides that one versus Vegas Falcons, we're not counting that one. But every other S&D, like, they have not lost an attacking round. And it's just beautiful to see out of LA because we saw it in Major 1 and all of Stage 1. Like, they would have so much space that they could play with, but they would never take advantage of the space that they were given. Right now, they realize, okay, no one is at this site. I'm instantly going to plan it. We're going to play post-man. We're also 100% in that category as well once we get it down. So they're just taking advantage of the things that are thrown at them and running away with it.
Looking really solid, looking really clean. Opening battle over towards the open hall. Forced as Hydra comes in, looking for the support from the grenades, but Gwyn wins the first. Slasher over to the top will find another, but keep your eye on Envoy. Playing over towards Lambo side, he could come up behind this play.
Oh, and Envoy's in the perfect position to at least find one. Almost find the second onto Gwyn. But now leaves Scrap in a 1v2. Carolina gonna play this patient. He's gonna have open right in front of him.
Gets away, but down to 6 HP, trying to elude as best he possibly can, but the chase down is good in Carolina, able to respond quickly. And that's just a really good manipulation from Gwyn initially, because he was out to be naded beyond recognition, but him finding the first, Slasher supporting, a key difference maker in the opening battle.
Yeah, first blood there was magnificent from Gwyn. The nades, you see how hard Thieves are trying to respond and turn it into a 3v3, but the cover fire even better for Carolina. Keep the numbers on their side. And even in the 1v2, just being in a position with the preferred weapon up close and personal, able to secure the round, tie the game.
What's the next design here for LA? Ghosty gonna try to make his move over towards A. Trophy system to try to give some illusion that there could be a hit at A, but Slasher up top finds the opener on to Scrap it. Envoy, the bomb carrier, drops on secret stairs. So any intention of trying to fool this Carolina defense has been snuffed out just by raw aggression.
Yeah, that's perfect. Finding initial 2 kills, taking away top secret. Already ready to play. That bomb is most likely going to go over towards A. You're also able to locate Hydra, even though a team kill does go down. 3v1 now for Ghosty.
Obviously has an idea that some of the Ravens are over towards secret. Clean shots onto Slasher. No immediate follow-up, so Ghosty will get the reset. Plenty of time if you want to try to change the angle up as well.
Yeah, Ghosty already knows, Alan, that they most likely have the bomb down. That's why they're playing as tight as they are. Now they have given up that information. And with 30 seconds left, I don't know if Ghosty's going to waste a lot of time trying to locate where they are.
Oh. Just over the top were Gwyn and Vivid, but Ghosty now has an SMG to play with. 20 seconds on the clock. Re-clears out the top secret halls, and he's going to get a plan at A. This is very realistic that he could pull this off. Just comes down to what do the Ravens do on this rotation coming back. They're going to stay on the high ground, move towards window, but Ghosty will be unseen as he makes his way back through connector, but Vivid holds his ground through the window to make sure he can catch the rotation and finds the kill.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Just make sure in the 2v1, we're playing the exits. All right, we spot him, make sure we try to trap him in, but Vivid in the perfect position to catch him off the rotation through bottom connector. Gave himself an opportunity, though. Just didn't really choose the right exit angle. But Carolina set the tone there on that defense. That's the first attacking round besides the entire skyline that they have lost so far in Major 2 qualifiers. And it's just simply just not allowing the Thieves to do what they want. You don't get top secret, you can't plan A. You find the opening first blood, you got to slow it down. And Carolina just played to perfection after that.
2 rounds in a row here for Carolina, back onto the attack. And they're just going to run it over through Fountain. AR's up top, trying to get some supporting fire in. Gwyn trying to force the first blood versus Hydra as the trades exist over the top of the window battle. Big 1v1 here. Hydra gets the better of Gwyn initially, but Gwyn keeps his aim locked. That's enough for an advantage now as 2v2 will develop, but the defense has to come back to the play, and Gwyn's gonna get timing here on the Ghosty.
Perfect timing to turn it into 1v2, but Envoy in position to potentially find the trades. Only able to get one, though. The double chow, good enough. 2 versus 1 is always going to put yourself in the advantage. And again, just Carolina with the aggression, not allowing the Thieves to settle into their defensive setups. See what it had to do to Hydra, backs him all the way up. I thought Hydra was going to win that one-on-one gunfight, but even if he did, there was a player from Carolina right behind him to make the trade. But just early tone setting into these rounds, Thieves are just not prepared, not ready.
No, yeah. And again, the design is perfect. The execution is perfect in terms of the breakoff from Carolina in that round. For a moment, it looked like Hydra was going to get away, maybe even reset the gunfight. And if he wins that, the round looks very different. But Gwyn is at 7-3, winning a couple of massive individual moments. As LA, this time, with the support of the trophy system, will commit to A. But keep your eye on both TJ and Gwyn. They have gotten through the middle of the map, and they are behind the play.
They're super fast, too, so I don't think the Scrap is going to be aware of this. He's going to get dropped for free. Slasher on the opposite side finds a second. Instant 4v2, but Hydra finds one.
Yep, and this is all about can Vivid stay alive. He's seen one go over towards Tim. That's massive information for this Carolina defense on the retake. Gwyn able to hit Hydra easy. Now it's just down to Envoy from top side window. Knows he has to be cautious of any players coming through patio side. Here's the door to open up. Envoy with the stun play, but no, TJ from behind finds the kill, and Carolina continue to string them together.
They're doing fantastic work off the back of that first blood, but just knowing your opponent is sometimes a little bit better. They have played this team on this same exact map, in the same situation in a map 2, down 0-1. So they went back and just simply watched that. They don't really change up their strategy so far. All right, they've been a lot of consistent of just pushing towards Top Secret, being aggressive on that A plant, but this time Carolina do not wait. You take a lot of space, you realize the play immediately, and you just basically trap them in toward that A site and don't allow them to get on out. 3 rounds in a row now for Carolina, starting to pull away.
Yeah, really are. And it's just LA cannot get their game plan going at all at the moment. Lots of credit to what Carolina have been able to put together, and they're going to go to a very heavy A hit here in round number 6. Stun will land before the trophy system comes down. LA will get a little bit of information. There is some aggression towards A. Do they get a read on Gwyn's position, though? Playing in towards Secret at the moment. Follow-up stuns are decent, but do they see Gwyn? Yeah, Hydra catches him just in the nick of time, and now it's numbers for LA.
Now you have them trapped. You already have players putting them in the back on the backside towards Spiral Steps. Trapped over towards this A side. Scrap finds the second kill onto Vivid. Instant 4v2. TJ is also going to flaw. So now it's Slasher left in the 1v4. Has to find one, but instantly going to be traded. Thieves with the adjustments. Able to secure the defensive round. But you can see, like Carolina, they knew they couldn't plan A because we didn't have Secret. So by the time we were going to attempt it, when Ghost tried to take that positioning, but 2 players from the Thieves were able to take care of him and just instantly shut down their play call. Thieves able to stop the bleeding. 4-2 now.
Yeah, I felt like one of those rounds that Carolina is hoping that with the trophy system, if it denies the opening nades, LA will have questions if there's a hit there, rather than the stun actually landing and they know that someone's there. Because Gwyn's playing on Secret Stairs. He's trying to delay the hit to window as LA have to check if there's a hit over the top of A. So that stun not being denied by the trophy system, massive in terms of LA finding an advantage and stopping what Carolina were designing. And here we go. We got some quick action over through Rock Hall. Opening exchange decent. Ghosty still trying to force the issue, but Carolina find every single elimination. Ghosty the last one left for what would be a 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3 technically. 1v2 now with 1:05 to work with. So much time to develop on some long routes. He's going to take a sweet angle pushing through this A site. Slash and Vivid going to run around as an army of 2. Don't know if they have the information that the bomb is down, but there's going to be no action for at least another 10, 15, maybe 30 seconds.
It might be the rest of the round, Jade, at this point. It's going to be very quiet over the top of Hacienda. And Carolina have picked their battleground, and they are going to lock in, playing just outside of Lambeau right here on checkers. Slasher watching one angle, Vivid the other, both playing very tight corners. Stray nade gets tossed over towards B, doesn't really do much to influence Ghosty. He sees Vivid, opening shots are there. Slasher holding the corner. Ghosty able to predict it, but can't lock down enough to get the kill.
Just a perfect blind counter right there from Carolina. 3 stack over to the A site. Every single player from LA try to approach over towards Rock, but TJ finding a double instantly puts the numbers advantage in favor of Carolina. As we take a look at it again, the snap for the first, he was a little bit weak. But then the snap for the second, while the stun connects onto Scrap, even better. He's always been a phenomenal search and destroy player. Has another moment added to the tally. And now Carolina at point game.
Yep. What do you call here? TJ looking like he wants to go over towards Rock Hall. LA fully stacked. In and up through office. One player down low. Slasher able to find the opener. Gwyn in a little bit of trouble, but it's a trade that favors LA. TJ the only one not a part of the mix, and he's going to try to wrap office quick. The timing here could give him a little bit of an advantage.
And if you're Hydra, hopefully you got that info. The bomb is going to be down towards top open. Potentially set up around it, but him and Scrap do not want to get bad timing here. Just consistently going back and forth. TJ's a bad timing, not going to be able to spot them.
Yeah, does get an AR to play with, though, just in case. TJ, now here's his moment. First shots are decent, but Hydra responds perfectly. LA stay alive, and the opening mix up top was messy.
Yeah, finally they won him an opening mix like that, because it's been all out of Carolina the entire time, walking away with those engagements on their side. But this time the Thieves put themselves in a number advantage. Played the bomb down info and then cast the timing onto TJ. Able to stay alive in this search and destroy. Now they're going back to their attacking side where, truthfully, this has been where they have shown the most improvements. It's just the way that Carolina have been able to counter them so far. You're probably going to have to hit them with a little switcheroo for two.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind that Gwyn at one point was 7-3. He's just 9-6 now, so he's also been kind of countered from finding that early success. And Carolina are going to play a passive setup, at least around A and middle, largely because, well, they've got the RC. Does get destroyed quickly, so Vivid will understand there is some sort of a threat here at A, but the question mark is what can Hydra do from this position? His timing is going to be everything.
Okay, he's able to find the first blood onto Gwyn on the hop up. So numbers advantage in favor of the Thieves. You have TJ going on the super route on the backside of Lambo. He's going to be met with the likes of Envoy. He loves to hit that kind of route. 2v4, 2v3 now.
Vivid able to find one, keep his life, slip away, but this is so much you have to clear, and Slasher almost able to barrel stuff Hydra. Doesn't happen though in LA. Starting to put them together.
And it takes space that time. When they approach over towards A, they realize, okay, no one towards top secret. Last time they instantly worked the pinch, so Hydra did not allow that to be the case. Gets aggressive through top secret. Finds an angle on Gwyn trying to jump up to top mid. For that first blood, bomb goes down. And then Envoy just on the pinch, knowing that TJ's most likely going to try to hit a deep route to make up for the numbers. He's able to instantly turn it into a 4v2. Back-to-back rounds now for Thieves, force round 10.
Carolina going to go back over to the same A strategy. This is where Gwyn was, again, trying to play off the staircase. This is the exact same setup, but this time the trophy system does get down. RC will get the read that the hit is on over towards A, so they don't have to check from the window position. You've got a long route happening around the back. Scrap, a key first blood. Bomb is planted. It's got to be Gwyn, and he gets found in the back line. LA now with the numbers on their retake.
Oh, but look, Slasher trying to make up for it. Repitch over towards fences. You're just going to leave him alone if you're Hydra. Someone instantly hopped to defuse. I got a shoulder. He's not going to kill me. We're going round 11.
Wow. Unbelievable from LA. It's the exact same play call that Carolina pulled a couple offenses ago. This time they don't get revealed by a stun, and they think that that's going to work out, but the RC, the difference maker, gets the read. You don't have to worry about playing from top window. If you're LA, you've got a long route around the back, and Gwyn, who was supposed to be responsible for it, just gets caught on spiral stairs. Yeah, round 11. Here we go.
Yeah, the RC car was a big part. Shuts down all of their initial play call, but the fact that CJ just gave up his life away for free like that gives the advantage to the Thieves. You send two players deep on the pitch to catch Gwyn. And then just the numbers advantage on your side. Now we're in this round 11. Carolina on the offense. They might just want to go with the aggression because that's what's been working.
How many ARs are they going to pull for this one? No, it's just going to be TJ Gwyn trying to play over through open halls. LA playing down low this time. Scrap able to find first blood through office stairs. But TJ does get through. Do they know there's a player on barrel? I don't believe they do. Ghosty's going to elect to just use the doors as his alarm system for any play up top at the office. There's the push through. Ghosty finds the kill, and he expects there might be another Raven just up top.
And now in the 4v2, information gained onto one. But you just got to take care of Gwyn. Now information gained on the both. How do we find these kills together?
RC coming back over towards Arches. Finds some damage. Hydra trying to follow up off of it. Gwyn just gonna hold. Slasher trying to work with him. But this is taking time, and at some point you're gonna have to plant. Hydra reveals his position. Gwyn coming back to the bomb site. If they commit for a plant, Scrap can win the map right here, but no, there's patience. Scrap absolutely smokes him. Just down to Slasher. 1v3, 20 seconds. Finds the first cleanly, but doesn't have the bomb. This is gonna take too much time, Jay.
He's gotta go. He's gotta go. You gotta recover the bomb. You gotta get it instantly down at B, but Scrap is gonna be ready and waiting for you to get it down.
And there he is, kill number 7 in a row from 5-2 down. LA pull 4 away swiftly. TJ's left scratching his head. They were dominating, and then all of a sudden, they weren't.
LAT just started to match that pressure. They started to match the aggression through the map. They started to use those RC cars off the back of multiple first bloods that they found in those later half rounds. And with just playing their numbers to their advantage, it helps when you're the team on the attack. Back to that round number 10, Carolina. We're instantly trying to work their way over towards A. RC car shuts them down, but TJ instantly falls. Final round here. You send everyone through the middle of the map. Scrap again finds another first blood. Towards that right side, you're forcing Carolina to try to make up for it. And then if you're the Thieves, we're happy as hell to let you plant the bomb. It's okay. You can plant it. We'll retake it with our numbers. But the fact that Carolina knew we're most likely not going to have opportunities to do that, they try to make up for it. And every single player from LA, we're in the perfect position to watch them on the way on out. 4 rounds in a row in that search and destroy. They go up 2-0 in the series, Alan. Unreal plays right there.
It's just one of those things that as soon as the Thieves can get their playbook going, it's just lights out from there. Yeah. Unbelievable. There's something in the water in this matchup where Carolina just cannot figure out the Thieves, but we'll head back to the desk, see if they can spark some inspiration before we get to the control.
Can we just pause for a moment and appreciate the fit from Alan right now? The man is on point today. Jay, you look good.
Jay, you look good too, bro.
Yeah, just not as.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, all right, let's break down these games because that was a 5-2 fold from Carolina. Yeah. You shouldn't have allowed LA Thieves back. Scrap and Hydra proving they're too dangerous. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so, I mean, you saw what was happening on side Carolina in that search and destroy. Like, they would send Gwyn through the bottom lobby. You would get up top, and, like, they would retake on the fences, and TJ would go for wide flank simultaneous. Yeah. And they just made a couple of micro tweaks if you're on the side of LA Thieves. Like, Hydra pushed up to the window, would take his time, and then just instantly turn around to find Gwyn.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our highlights from map number 1. It was even for the first 60 seconds for each team, Allie, but then LA Thieves start to put on the gas pedal.
Yeah, once we got into that second set of rotation, it was just an absurd P1 hold from the side of LA Thieves, which is funny because they had no hallway control, and I even looked at Ant, and I was like, nah, Carolina's got to break this up at some point. They've got nobody controlling the hallways, but they read every single angle that Carolina was trying to make that break from, and from then on, like, they were able to chain over to that P2 and get a really clean break onto that P2, and then the P4s also really hurt the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. They had the early rotations, but it just didn't matter. They sent 2 players pushed up mid. Both those players fall. Now you only have 2 people left on the backside of P4, and you have all of LA Thieves pushing through P3 to shut them down. So a couple of mistakes from side Carolina.
I actually think Carolina played it good in that situation. I think what went wrong was Envoy just gunned somebody. You're supposed to die in the hill there. Envoy wins a big gutty there. But yeah, let's jump into this map too, which I think is like just a huge story. I mean, Carolina up 5-2. Everything was working out in their favor, and Gwyn and TJ were finding so much success. LA Thieves just became aware of it, and it wasn't like a huge change that they made. Like Hydra still went up top through Secret, turns around for Easy, just able to find Gwyn, and then just playing the timing. Like, they're helping their team on bomb, and then after 15 seconds go by, we're gonna turn around, and then we're gonna start playing for Teach because we know he's trying to make a play, trying to go for a long flank. It was awesome to see LA Thieves sort of digging their bag and figure out how we're gonna beat this team because it's so tough when you're converting from all sides like that.
And it happened from just them getting that one attack round because from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, their retakes were unreal. But from the side of the LA Thieves, like, they couldn't get an attack round under their belt, but their defenses were incredibly strong. So the fact they were able to get that one attack to start the momentum rolling, the LA Thieves defenses, the reason that's so important, they're worst in the league right now in defense right now. So I'm happy to see they were able to make a huge turn.
The funniest thing about this is round 11, guess what happens to Slasher? LA Thieves playing for picks.
Playing for
picks. And that's how they win that final round, man. That is tough.
Yeah, those first blood for
Ghosty
everything.
getting it done in Search and Destroy. Once again, it was a round 11, but LA rallies to a 2-0 lead. Is it back-to-back 3-0s over Carolina? It's looking like it because we have Hacienda Control coming up next. Carolina recently, good or bad on this map, Allie? You got the numbers.
Oh, no, they've been good. This is probably one of their stronger. I mean, they're strong across all the controls. Ant touched on it earlier. So they don't mind playing it. But from the flip side of things for LA Thieves, like, they're a top 2 attack team, top 2 defense team. So this is just going to be a battle.
And let's take a look at some of the numbers when it comes to top slayers. You are witnessing a bunch of them, but the best right now is this guy. KD ranked number 1 with a 1.43 here. That is a difference.
85%? That's what Hydra told us. He said he's at 85% right now. 1.43 is 85%?
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about his team playing around. Like 85% of the time they're playing around him. Listen, but I know Jay's sitting there ear to ear grin right now. He's a big Hydra fan. Yeah, Hydra has stepped up from last stage into this one. Could be the big difference for them when they do eventually get that matchup versus Atlanta FaZe. But right now they got to take care of business. They're 5-2 on Hacienda Control. You look across though, Carolina, one of the other better control teams in the world. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
1.43?
That's what I'm saying.
After a 1.04, can he get better than this? Let's find out how many kills he drops. Hydra, 42. That's my guess.
42? Wow, that's a
Control, he's
statement.
got it.
I'm here for that prediction, Chris. Oh my. Wow, that would be nuts. But I think the thing is, these are the top 2 teams by rank right now in Control. I think Allie's absolutely right. You can look at the numbers, and it's pretty much the same across the board. It's just slight edges here and there, I think, for Thieves, because on both sides of the zone, they're playing really hot right now.
Oh, yeah, they're unbelievable. I think the one that I want to hone in on the most is their attacking side, where they're able to outslay teams and also average 5 segments on each attacking round. That is insane, because on a map like Hasi, you usually put into that trap, but the good thing for them is that they have those raw, talented players who know how to finesse their life, know what the timings off the respawns, so they're always going to put themselves in the ideal situation. And the reason why I say their attacks scare me is because Carolina, they're great at defense. They outslay teams by like 7 to 8 kills every single time, only allow maximum 2 ticks per attacking rounds, but this is just a different beast in LA. I'm pretty sure Wheeler touched on it on the desk, so he was saying sometimes you're just simply going to get talent diff, and this might be one of those cases because LAT can slay with the best.
It's definitely been one of those things in this matchup in particular. Like, considering that Carolina has been a top 4 team in every event we've had essentially to this point, they have yet to win more than just a single map versus the Thieves in their 2 attempts squaring up. So there's just something in this matchup that feels a little bit different, as this opening couldn't be more perfect for the Thieves. Already over towards A. Scrap says not interested. We've got high ground control. Let me get some free progress at B. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we find all the kills to the map. We know where Carolina going to spawn deep as hell away from that B point. So let's earn some free segments while Hydra's already working on the pinch. First segment locked. Here come Hydra potentially for a double movement. Good enough there from Quinn to shut that down. Second segment locked in though.
And the thing about it is you've already have Ghosty reheated a pitch, so it's going to slow down this Carolina retake attempt. And as the eliminations come through, Envoy finding 2 of them, that will be a very quick capture of the B zone. Still, map to play with for Scrap off of the exit. You'll only find one. Gets a read that, yep, it's Boathouse spawns, and that means that LA could keep their focus forward as they jump on the A zone.
Yeah, they're already on A, and you got Scrap hitting and Nooses behind enemy lines, funding another freebie off of the respawn. Nice, hoping that his teammates can find the rest through the middle of the map area. Hydra effective on the trade, at least secures that first segment, but he knows there's a lot of players surrounding him. Let me just finesse a little bit.
Oh, nice movement there from Hydra, able to get a key win versus TJ. Slasher in the corner goes unnoticed by Ghosty. And that's enough for Carolina to get at least some defensive pressure forward towards LA spawns. The problem here is still so much clock to play with. Slasher helps out a lot with the double he finds, but Hydra just at the back line will make sure that the Carolina Ravens have to go find him.
Yeah, this is what Hydra just has to do for his team. He just needs to bank on them finding a couple kills off the exit. It already starts with the one onto Slasher. You have Gwen in a position to potentially contest them through bottom secret, but Envoy, he knows I like to hit those plays too. You're not gonna catch me lacking. Spots him out, and now you take care of him. Everybody cleared out of your base. This is a scary moment for Carolina.
Yep, you can just fully surround and envelop this control point. Ghosty able to get on, help the stack out. It's Vivid up top to find one. Clears up just one member. There's the follow-up. Vivid and Gwyn able to save the day just in the nick of time. But Hydra up top on 4 in a row. Still able to keep his life. Looking for kill number 5, but instead decides, I got to play through. Make sure this Carolina defense doesn't get too far forward.
And this guy's been alive for like 2 minutes, man. Finally,
Real.
Vivid off the respawn is able to take care of him. And Carolina have a little bit of stability now. Into the round, a minute left to work with. TJ, can you find a double? Instantly gonna shut down their play, and that's such a huge double, even with him being traded, because that layer just creates Thieves a situation where they're gonna waste a lot more time to even get close towards that.
Yep, it also brings our life lead back down now to even, with Slasher finding that elimination over the top of P4. Vivid also creating problems on this rotation as he stops the overextension through B. Nice shutdown there from LA, gives him a little bit of ground to work with. Gwyn right through Secret in a little bit of trouble, but Dances finds himself a corner, and he's got help around the outside of Fences in the form of Vivid. 20 seconds. LA have gotten out. A little shadow tracking there from Vivid. Looking for the double, spins away and finds Ghosty. Over towards now the top side of ledge. Clock will pause at 10.4, but it's a 3v4. What a challenge from Envoy. The follow-up from Scrap is good. Just down to Slasher. Only finds one. Can't get to the zone. LA take the opening offense.
You just don't give them an opportunity to slide and initially start those engagements on their end. You know, we've already cleared out the players in our spawn. They all have to be working from wide and probably through top office. But they had the numbers advantage and they just sent it to them. But LA, one of the best attacking teams that we have on Hasi, show it there initially to start it off. Got a little bit scary towards the middle half of that round when Slasher and TJ started to get aggressive and put players in a little bit of a spawn trap. But LA Thieves just looked for one opportunity. You start with eliminating those players in the base, and you just stack the point knowing that everybody off the respawn has to play a little bit more cautious. LA, 1-0.
Yeah, getting the 2 ticks of progress as quickly as they did prior to that final push was everything for LA. Ghosty going to carry a 3 spree into this next round as Carolina just mad dash their way over to Fountain. Trophy system to help support this. TJ, slow start for him, but finds the key elimination to keep himself on the zone. But the problem is the ARs have already dominated the hallways for LA.
Yeah, now they leave TJ by himself. All right, TJ, it's okay. You can slowly work up a progression there. And a big gunfight win onto Envoy. But now you sort of got to get on this point. I hope your teammates find the kills. And Vivid and Slasher both win one-on-one gunfights. So first segment might be guaranteed today. And they're also going to be approaching B.
Yeah, this is looking good here for Carolina. TJ's going to really kind of split the focus. Vivid up top needs to keep his life. Hold on to this window while Slasher sits on the zone with a trophy to help him stay alive. More shots over through patio side. Not able to follow up on this, though, or LA at the moment. TJ off the pinch, able to find one. Tries to slide away. Hydra for the trade. Now diving into the point. Slasher backside fences dealt with. The SMGs for LA are relentless. 24 plays 21, and Scrap is in your spawn.
Scrap's already in your base, and he's able to find 2. Not able to get away with his life, but that's already job well done. Only 2 segments on the side of Carolina, and everyone trapped in their base. The SMGs just keep on being so damn annoying. Finally, you're able to take down Hydra, and with 40 seconds left, you gotta go B. You gotta go through well.
And now Ghosty, late pinch. Ooh, big shutdown by Gwyn. Scrap watching from window. Envoy able to find one up top, and actually LA will miss this hit over through B. Scrap was in a really good spot initially, but he's going to back off, allows the clock to stop at 28.6. Envoy on a killing spree. Hydra with a little turn as Scrap was able to assist. Just leaves it to 1. It's Vivid around the point, and he will not be able to do anything. Second tick doesn't even get fully confirmed. It gets depleted a touch, but the biggest question is, can Carolina even see a zone again?
Yep, they got 15 seconds, and I'll have to start by taking care of Scrap through mid-open. He at least finds one before falling. Better trays there out of TJ, but Ghosty and Envoy able to jump themselves into the play. Now Envoy gonna have fun off the respawn on 7 in a row. 3 seconds remaining. Can he stay alive to potentially earn their cruise? Yes, he does. LA Thieves. Just way too much to handle, Alan. It's as simple as that. When you're thinking, okay, we got 2 kills. All right, that's Scrap and Ghosty. But Hydra and Envoy, with their aggression out of the SMGs, they keep on making plays with those guns and just don't allow Carolina to have a stable ground in these setups. 2-0 in favor of LA. They are running away with this one.
Yeah, confidence has got to be through the roof right now for LA. And on the other side, you can see the dejected faces of Carolina. They know that this is not going to be an easy 3 rounds in a row, plus another 2 maps after that, if they were to pull off what would be a giga reverse sweep here. But Envoy carries the 8 spree in. You already talked about the streak being earned. Ghosty's on 4, and it's just going to be a flat-out mad dash to B. Just a little heat check, see if we can get away with one, and so far so good as Envoy finds 9.
And this is a different break-off on this attacking round. Last time it was LA Thieves just taking top mid away and then rotating their way over towards B. So that's sort of what Carolina tried to play for. This time they sent every single player over through well. First, second about to be guaranteed. There is a contest here from Gwyn and TJ. But Slasher finding that double doesn't allow that first segment to get locked, and now Hydra's in his happy place.
Catches the stun right in his lap. Still almost able to find the first gunfight. But office control will be held by Carolina. Scrap on the pinch. Confident rotation from him. Able to find one for free. But Carolina have snuck forward. Vivid coming back to the play, but Scrap says not today. Shut down by TJ. Makes this clock keep on ticking, and okay. Decent work here for Carolina on defense.
Yeah, Envoy just has to get something done from top flag. Could have jumped right over Gwyn. Not be ready for that one. With only 30 seconds left, big double from Gwyn to shut down that SMG pressure. Now you can keep these players trapped in. No one watching the overextension through Rock, though. You're going to be in a good position if you are Slasher, but you're just going to give it on up.
Yeah, stuns and nades really well done. Just, again, shutting down any point of entry for LA. Envoy behind the play. Has to get onto the zone and likely win this 1v1, which he doesn't even really need to get shot back out again. So now you're going to get 14.2 in the clock. Likely to get the extra 60, though, with Carolina spawning Boathouse and all 4 LA members on the point.
Yeah, that was a beautiful route there from Envoy. He was the only player to work with that overextension through Rock side. Slasher doesn't pick it up, so he's able to walk behind enemy lines. And his teammates at the same time find kills. Now they all of a sudden have an extra minute to work with. But Carolina immediately on the exit are able to find 3 of the 4. Last player alive is going to be Ghosty. And now you have Slasher already contesting the spawners.
Yeah, good shutdown by TJ. Pressure for Carolina. Already top spiral. Big win from Vivid. Envoy through Secret. Able to see TJ. And wasn't sure if he was going to actually commit to those shots or not. But decides to reveal his position. Carolina now move around just a touch. LA finding some space to get out of spawn here, though. And this could lead to Envoy making a play if he decides to follow up on this action over through Connector.
Yeah, and Envoy puts down those shots to top secret to try to get his player in Scrap in a better position. But once they sniff him out, LA Thieves now take that mid-map away. So they're slowly trying to just stay on this 8 point. Only 30 seconds to go. Scrap just gonna hop right on off. No one and his teammates don't have all the map control.
Yeah.
But Hydra finding that double. First segment already locked.
Yeah, he shuts down the Connector play, and now Envoy's around the other side, and Hydra finds another. You've got a chance to stack here if you're LA. 3 players are on. 2 ticks are in. Trophy system to keep him safe. Gwyn finds one. The re-entry trying to come through, but LA still on the zone, and they will finish it off through capture. Oh my goodness. This was supposed to be the best and second best teams in control, and LA said, nah, it's just us.
Man, like, that's why they haven't really played Hasi all of Major 2 qualifiers, because we saw it at Major 1 towards the end. Like, in the beginning when it got added, like, they were dominant at it. So you didn't really want to square up on them. They've been playing a lot of Vault, they've been playing a lot of Protocol, but finally get Hasi back into the mix. But you probably don't want to square up with this team with how effective they are. Their ARs are able to slay, their SMGs are able to get lost. And then all they're looking for is 1 to 2 opportunities. 1 double kill goes our way. We have everything covered at that point. They just simply do not make a majority of their mistakes in the respawn game modes. Stat lines don't really stand out to you, but I'm pretty sure if we added a stat here of like how long one of your lives lasted, Hydra had multiple moments where he stayed alive for a minute. Same thing could be said for Envoy. Same thing could be said for even Ghosty working on those deep pinches. LA Thieves are just simply the better team in this series. They outclassed them from map 1 all the way to map 3. And now they move on to the finals here at Minor 2. They're Carolina, though? Like, I don't really know. That SNE, you're going to come back and you're going to think, like, we went to 5-2. We were doing everything right. We found a whole bunch of success early on with our first bloods, but then they started to take that away from us. They just really couldn't adapt. Take a look at the maps and modes. It was a replay from the last series that they played on the opening vault, a replay on the Hasi. Last time it was a 6-2, this time a 6-5 with 4 rounds in a row from LA. But then LA just doing what they do best on that Hasi control, rewarding the red cards where Carolina usually like to play. They get steamrolled. Enough from me, though. Let's take it back to the desk to talk about this series, because wow, LA are final. Where's Wheeler? They are final.
They're final, awesome stuff from Study and Shift there, and LA Thieves, a 3-0 within a 3-0. I knew you had the stats in favor of Carolina being decent at control, but second best in the league. But I knew that this team was going to be ripping and roaring after that Search and Destroy comeback. Didn't expect a 3-0 blank, though, on Control.
I don't know. On Control, yeah. But you did call it, Chris. This was either going to be the 3-0 series or a Game 5, and it ended up being a hot 3-0, but not in the way that you would have expected. I mean, you forget that map number 2. I mean, they were down 5-2. You head to the Hacienda, one of Carolina's better maps that we've seen recently, and there was just no life out of them at all in it.
Yeah, this is team gap. I mean, I said it before the series started. There's sometimes in history there's matchups. I mean, I've had those types of teams that I just simply couldn't beat.
Yeah.
Just the way that they played just makes it so frustrating. But for Carolina in particular on this map number 3, they were just getting pummeled in their base spawn trap. Like, every life that Envoy has is just so valuable. Even if he's just playing for one singular kill, he'll let the other guys get out. He's like, all right, guys, I'm gonna kill the last one. You take your time, clean up the others. And it leads to so much pressure, right? Like, there's just nothing you can do. You're man down, trying to get out of your base, and you got to deal with Scrap, then Hydra, then Envoy. What are you supposed to do? This team is unbelievable. They're rolling right now.
And tell the people what you told me in the green room. What is LA Thieves going to do at Major 2?
I mean, just watch. They're winning. They're winning Major 2. I mean, they are the best respawn team in the world, and their search and destroy is getting so much better. I mean, this is Carolina they just went up against. One of the iciest teams we have. One of the smartest teams at adjusting in the middle of these searches. They come back 5-2 and destroy them in round 11, playing Slasher's own strategy. Like, these guys are on point.
Nameless appreciates great gameplay, and he appreciates the gameplay we saw today from Envoy, who joins us now live in the winner's circle. Envoy, congratulations on another dub. You have Ant saying you guys are winning Major 2. How's the team feeling?
Got it, bro.
Team's feeling great, Puckett. I mean, we've been putting a lot of hard work. Obviously, S&D's paying off. Scrap and Paco had an unbelievable game 2 that led to our comeback, and yeah, that just led us right into the Control where we just steamrolled them.
Envoy, what's an average day for the LA Thieves squad? Like, what is y'all's pre-match setup? What do you do? What do you talk about? How do you prep for these matches?
I mean, our usual day setup is some ping pong, some darts in the facility, maybe sitting on the couch and just enjoying the day. It's getting nicer out here in Texas, so enjoying the weather and yeah, taking everything we can from the scrims and trying to apply on each map and just wind the map full.
Some good vibes.
Envoy, kind of a 2-part question. Whose call is it to play for picks round 11? And I got another one.
I was just doing some stuff I did in BO4, you know, hit low fire, you know, look at all the crosses, and yeah, I mean, it was working. I think problem in the first couple rounds of the game is these guys were literally just running it down on offense and defense. So slowing it down and waiting for Gwyn and Tej to just like mess up or, you know, hit our lane really like led to the comeback. And I mean, yeah, that was just the strategy going in the back half of the game.
Now, obviously, you guys want to win this, just competition's sake, but how important is it for you guys to get into this grand final for the best of 7 atmosphere and get those added search and destroy, something that was a pain point in the last grand final?
Yeah, I think them changing it to best of 7 is huge. I think just with how many majors there are and adding these little tournaments, you might as well have best of 7s, best of 9s as many times as possible, just so you get like those long series reps. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the final.
Nice.
Envoy, final question. Did you get bored during your 8 streak?
I don't even know when I went on the 8. Oh,
second round of Control.
Maybe a little bit. I'm just spawn killing, you know. I'm pushing them out, spawning them deep, so it is a little boring. But you know, my boys are, you know, handling the other people alive, and then I'm just, you know, pushing them back farther.
It's dirty business, my guy.
He's just evil cycling one player in spawn.
Yeah. I'm sorry to those players. They just have to.
Envoy, congrats on the win. We'll see you in the final later tonight.
Thanks, Bucket.
That final is about an hour and a half away. Between now and then, we are going to see another match. Before then, though, you got to rewatch Scrap. It's a 7 streak. It's search and destroy comeback. Both he and Hydra catching fire. The AR so impressive, though, from 5-2 to 6-5. LA Thieves steal the search.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable from the side of LA Thieves, and it was off the back of a singular attack round. I believe the entire LA Thieves team ended up going on like 13 straight kills as a squad. It was unbelievable.
Scrap with your scuff play of the game, the first of 3 on the day. LA Thieves move into your minor final. We'll find out who will face them for the $20,000 and 30-point grand prize. Will it be Vancouver Surge or Toronto Ultra? A Canadian's going to the final.
It's not time for pick'ems yet, Chris. I'm not giving you my answer. Nice try, brother.
Stay tuned. Beans, Abuza. Some of my favorite ARs facing off.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Him versus Draza, 13 to go. Draza. Second tick is done. Abizi is cheesing. Abizi is cheesing. That is filth. Series isn't over yet. FaZe now a chance to smile. 4-3 in game 5. Oh no! 4v2.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? Fuck Optic, fuck the Green Wall. Vamos! And that's gonna do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
You know, we knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is about around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did.
No, bro. Ahora en la izquierda, tío. Hay una en la izquierda, no, ahora, están por medio. Pícalo.
Marnie or top guy?
Wait, I think they're probably working, eh?
Yeah, they have Daddy, by the way.
Nice. Sheesh, bro.
Good
Hold that.
Sheesh.
Bro, my POV that.
I'm so too weak. One more. Get killed. There's two. You can refill your secret in a second. She's one more back door. I know your secret. Back door. Holy shit, Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man.
You can't kill me. What the frick?
I have a streak.
There's nothing here.
Starbucks, he's a one shot.
He's dead.
That's out. They can go there deep. That's it.
Yo, pinch.
Nice, let's go. That's above you. He went down.
My bad. He's one shot. You guys got this. You got this. Money for you. Way better. Wait.
Nice!
Let's go.
If I lose that, then just take the Porsche away.
Alright. Another car, come on.
Yeah.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
It's an all-Canadian semifinal as we have Vancouver Surge taking on Toronto Ultra. Let's start with Toronto, the team that has won the first 2 meetings. This is their third. First time Neptune's in the lineup. What do we expect to see, though, from the boys up north?
Yeah, I mean, I think Toronto, like, just trying to figure themselves out. You know, you look at Joe DeCeves, he's definitely stepped up from stage 1 to stage 2 right now, leading the team in hardpoint and search and destroy. Where there's been kind of a downgrade, though, has been Kleenex, man. Like, when Joe DeCeves, as he's risen, Kleenex, not as dominant as he was throughout that stage 1. So when they put it together at the same time is when I think they can make a really deep run. For them, just trying to figure out their respawn, though, man. The hardpoint has been so 50-50 all year long, and you're going up against a team, one of the best HP teams in the game right now.
Kleenex hears you coming. Look at that man on the far left. They are ready to go. Will they be able to hang, though, with Vancouver Surge? Because the Surge just took out the boogeyman, the one that's been wrecking the league. Atlanta FaZe was on a 14-match win streak. Surge put that to an end, and now they've got a chance to earn a spot in the championship match. Allie, talk me through this team. How do they get there?
They get there by keep doing what they're doing. For Vancouver Surge, this feels like the upgraded version of the Toronto Ultra roster to me right now, which is funny because usually it's the other way around, but they've gotten much better at search and destroy. Talking about Toronto Ultra team that still overall in the league is considered a top 2 S&D team. They just haven't been doing it that well in this split. And then from the flip side, I think Vancouver, I mean, they're a top 3 hardpoint team. Their control is looking better. So for them, I think this will be one of those team diff situations where they're kind of the same team in different fonts, and Surge has the leg up.
Yeah, I think Surge kind of mirrors Toronto a little bit in like what they're good at, right? Yeah. It's just they're better at hardpoint. That's been the difference recently, and it's crazy that they've been that good at hardpoint because you look at 04, it has been that great in that game mode. It's really been Neptune and Nasty going bonkers when you need them to in the HPs. Just so much pressure from him. But when we talked about it in the pre-show, I was talking a little bit about how, like, late in tournaments, teams like this sometimes tend to fold, right? You go up against team players that are previous champions who've won a lot, like Kleenex, like Insight. It sometimes gets tough, and if Neptune isn't performing like he's been, I want to see how this team performs. So it's gonna get interesting.
5-0 with Neptune. The kid's been pretty darn consistent. Let's take a look at his maps and modes this time around against Toronto. His first time taking on Tobias. Vault, Protocol. How do you feel Neptune's going to fare in our first 3, Allie?
Neptune is feeling great in the first 3. I mean, that Vault hardpoint, I mean, again, Vancouver Surge has an incredibly deep map pool right now when it comes to hardpoint, but you go to that Protocol Search and Destroy, they're 4-1 on that map mode, and then you go to that Protocol map number 3. They're about 50-50, 3-3 on that. On the flip side of Toronto Ultra, they're also 3-2, so that'll be a battle. But the later half of this and those red cards, I've got to be leaning towards Surge.
We're just waiting on the star player. If you watched Toronto Ultra yesterday in the 3-0, Joe DeCeves was popping off. It wasn't just the ace. He dropped double digits in the search and destroy. Looking at the other 3, though, who has the most pressure out of those, Ant?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to say Beans, right? Because Kleenex and Insight, they're just staples of this team. I think Kleenex does need to step it up a little bit just because he needs to be a star on this team. But yeah, I would really still go with Beans, man. Like, he's filling the shoes of Scrap from this team last year. He's just unbelievable. And Beans, like, he's been solid. Can he reach another level, though? You got to get, I mean, we just watched what LA Thieves did to Carolina, right? Yeah. That's where you got to be to win a championship. That's where you got to be contending with Atlanta FaZe. Does Beans have that extra gear to get there? I think he does.
He's been contributing in the hard point, and he and Joe DeCeves have been leading this team. In fact, Joe leads the league after his performance in stage 2.
And they're feeling comfortable in this matchup. I mean, last time these two teams went to a battle, it was January 30th, and it was a hot 3-0 from side Toronto Ultra, and it was Joe DeCeves and Kleenex that just had the time of their lives. Joe had it a 1.27 overall in this series, and the respawns alone, though, rocking like with 1.36 and 1.26. So he's loving this matchup.
Yeah, but just the hard point's just not great for Toronto, man. I mean, outside of Skyline 5-1, everything else is extremely mid. Like, and if you talk about their map pool, like Protocol is a map that they used to be very good at. They would get a lot in their series and they run away with it. Well, Protocol Control we have in game 3, 3-0 on it in stage 1, 0-2 on it in stage 2 since we changed where the B zone is located, right? Yeah. So there's some things that they need to work on, some growing pains that they're working through. The search and destroy has remained consistent. It's been the one they can, you know, hang their hat on throughout both these stages so far.
I saw a few tweets. They said this matchup is easy bracket. Can we take a look at this thing, Allie? Just how simple has it been for squads like Toronto and Vancouver to get here?
Vancouver hasn't been easy at all. These guys had to pull the Boston Breach that get better online and the Atlanta FaZe for a second time in this split. But on the flip side of things, Toronto Ultra just had to go against a struggling Optic Texas. So I understand what they're saying.
Nameless, big matchups that you see on that graphic.
I mean, yeah, Ultra's match was free, so yeah, they had an easy bracket. I mean, realistically, I mean, every match was tough here, man. You had some teams making changes, teams that were performing on another level. Even Cloud9 looked like they were pushing top 4 in their online matches. So coming into this tournament, I mean, I don't think anybody predicted Surge to win it. But if they go through this Ultra team right now, they have a chance.
Get warm and hot, yeah, they definitely have a chance.
5-0 streak. We still haven't seen Neptune's face live. Will he be able to continue his
they should
run?
Never get him
today?
a cam.
Never give him a cam. Don't change anything.
Don't change anything. Yes, he's been unreal.
Allie, you're up by 2. I'm playing catch up. I'm
Yeah.
going Toronto Ultra today.
I'm going Vancouver Surge. You knew I was going to pick that. You are going Rogue.
Yeah?
I'm going to go with Toronto as well. Yeah.
He's 2-6 on the week.
Yes,
He's
it's
about to
tough.
be
I got the
ready
last
again.
one,
No,
right?
he just got LEDs. He's 3-6. Let's make it 4-6, Ant. Toronto Ultra, take it away.
He's having a rough run. A real rough run.
Chance.
I'm all over the place with
Chance.
the predictions, bro.
This guy.
I don't know, man. His desire to be a contrarian has just been punishing him. He had like a decent lead at the start of the year, I'm pretty sure, for the picks. But if he wants to torch, that is his God-given right. As is good Call of Duty will be our right to witness, Miles, in this series.
Well, and we're going to get it. We are certainly going to get it. I love to see the journeys both teams have taken to get to this moment in time. Again, Surge, the true gauntlet, Ultra, a bit of a cruise by comparison, but now they've got a very, very tough matchup. This coast-to-coast Canadian clash is about to be a delight. Good COD on the way, folks. A very hot Ultra, and arguably just as hot there of Vancouver. This should be a real treat.
Yeah, I'm gonna tone it back down. I'm gonna say room temperature Ultra. Like if they win this matchup, then we can crank the pressure up just a little bit because they've had a little bit of love. Guys like Beans popping off more. Jodeci's has been dropping some bombs. We know this is a team that plays very good Call of Duty. But Surge beating FaZe back to back, so like that is pretty crazy. Neptune out here for the moment. Like his stats and whatnot, he might have a conversation, be one of the best players in the game right now, but you gotta keep it up at a consistent level. And Jodeci is certainly a player that wants to take it to him.
All about the results, folks, and moves like this. And a 3 down right off the rip for Ultra. That is a delightful way to kick off proceedings here in our semi-final at Minor 2. On board with Jamie Craven, inside there, his submachine gun doesn't find a tremendous amount of success. Trades once again, and look at that, right back at it. Vancouver Surge into the point, finding kills of their own, but Ultra hold.
Yeah, what a fun look at how like fast-paced this game can be, right? You get the 3 down off the opening break, and it gets you 5 seconds in the hill before they're just right back in time contesting. And that's why guys like Insight pull out a Jackal for this hill, because it is speed demon time, and Jodeci is willing to take the fight to them. Beautiful opening break and a gorgeous follow-up as well for Spree, and so much more time collected as Kleenex cleaning up the kills on spawn.
Yeah, right. Oh, wow. Again, every base covered right now for Ultra. You saw that 4-man hit on the outside, and all the way around the outside they were dealt with. That is going to be it. Joe, 5 Spree. Can't get any more out of it. 2 players there on Catwalk, put him down, and now over to the hard point is Beans with the coverage from Kleenex again. Winning fights all over the place. 3 dead again. Last man left alive, 04. Close spawns there still for Surge, but they've got to cross the dreaded pool. No guns up at the ready yet, though, so this fight is going to get very close.
And they're winning the extra ones. Nasty's going to give you 2, but gets cut down, and Kleenex makes the nice aggressive play and make sure to catch these players before they can get too aggressive. And that's going to force Surge to try to work through carpet side of things, which isn't ideal because obviously Kleenex is still got the setup trying to chop you down. Neptune, though, great read, great gunny. Damn. But Insight continues to be the iron line in the back, and all things considered, Toronto, I mean, this is back-to-back kills where things have been pretty sweet for them. I mean, already a 60-plus point lead, and they might not have the left side spawns yet for P4, but they got plenty of time to go and get them.
Got a lot of time, but 1 second, Vancouver? All right, lads, it's time to turn it around. Good job, you've doubled your score, and now things get real dangerous. Good setup for the time being. Insight woke up after having clearly a wonderful night of sleep as he's shooting hot. Kleenex the only man alive for his boys at this moment in time, but again, you're starting to think about the long game here. Chance to break on P3, great, but the spawns on P4, even sweeter. Oh,
now CleanX, what does he want to do? He's going to walk into 2 different grenades or just get traded by Neptune. Maybe it's Neptune's turn to strike. Now the players jumping over and cover inside, and Neptune everywhere on the map. And, well, they came into the hill with 1 second. They've managed to turn all these kills and get maybe 10 in P3. Even when you're getting the kills, a lot of teams find it very difficult to actually get any time. And funnily enough, where Surge seemingly starts to heat up the pressure just a little bit, Ultra even outperformed them on this hill. And in the meantime, Joe Deceives, well, he does get caught, nearly had the route. But Surge, this is a money hill that they are desperate for in this game. And they're going to have plenty of time to work with as well. Abuza should spawn in the back.
Yeah, this is the opportunity for Surge to turn it all around. Unfortunate for 04 does get turned around there. CleanX now pushing the front line forward. 2 players there on the inside of the point. Nasty in the coverage on the outside. Long line of sight, great damage, 3 down. Technically a teammate involved as well there, but that is going to be good time held now for Surge.
And Nasty's over there. I mean, they're hunting down Insight, or at least trying to find him. So Insight is just drawing away 2 players' attention. In the meantime, Abuza picks up 2 kills, and this is Surge looking like a perfect hold. Everybody on Toronto bullied out, and that is the nature of Vault. You can get outplayed on the first 3 hills, but if you make number 4 a money hill, you can keep the game even. Wonderfully orchestrated there by Seattle Surge in final 10 seconds. It looks like they're going to get these 2 absolutely perfect on P4.
Cha-ching! It has just hit the account, and Vancouver Surge are now flush with time and confidence on the approach towards P1. First set, forget about it, folks. Ultra, you can do all you want in those first 3. It's P4 that really dealt the damage there. Dealing the damage right now is Neptune, 11 and 9, 4 spree in the time. Can he find any more with this life? And right now, it's Joe moving great, but Nasty and Co. finding those kills. That's 5, can't get the 6th, and that looks like another P1 hold for Ultra.
Well, I mean, hold is definitely a strong word, right? Because everybody's so quick to filter back in. Might have 8 Jackals on the map for this very moment, and Neptune gonna get caught, but the trades are there. Surge overwhelming force, but gotta actually make it towards the time. And it looks like Ultra, I mean, almost always have 1 player left alive to be a little bit chippy, but that's the 4-man wipe. A little bit of time collected. Abuza wants to collect these final 15.
Got a big lead change right now, going in P2 again. Pretty solid at the moment. Ultra got themselves players all over the place, but they've just dropped, so plenty of purple skulls. Still spawns in the backline. Neptune starting to wind up, and this is where he wants to be. He's let 2 go right, he's let 1 go left, and this is huge. Big damage into everyone. There's the call! CleanX, but the trades are done, and that should be good for Surge.
Oh, these spawns are wild, though. 2 players on Surge spawn up right next to the hill, but they don't actually get the back. Gunfights aren't easy, but maybe they are for 04. They handle the Mixie spawns and able to get the time since the P4 Surge. I mean, they've been in the driver's seat, taking full advantage. CleanX and Insight, though, trying to strip it away in P2. I mean, a hill that is impossible to predict. Players everywhere around the time. Joe Deceives finally pierces through the setup. That's 30 seconds of a very mixy battle, and now 20 seconds maybe for Scrap that should be a bit more comfortable for Ultra.
Well, wonderful turnaround and perfect timing. Beans is in a lot of hot water here. Gets 1 before being brought down, and again, you're holding on to this time as best you can before sneaks in and causes a bit of problems here. Not going to be a full 25 out of it, but the last few are going to go the way of Ultra. Rotation now over towards P3, and it's a square-up fight across the map.
And this is, I mean, maybe we're just going to have a long-term battle as well, right? There was maybe 15, 20 seconds total collected on P3 the last go-around, and it was an entirety of a battle for P4. And you see in the feed, Surge winning all the gunfights, and they're the guys in time. Toronto might be able to get him out, but still on the long-term war, they're in a tough spot. And they're in a situation where Ultra, I mean, they just need to be able to collect any bit of this time because nothing else on the minimap has been going their way.
Not at all. Slow pushes now through mid from the Ultra boys. You get the double door kill on at least 1 player, then you still have to worry about the rest of the guys flooding through street. And right now, you can barely get the kill. Trades are there. Abuza, Neptune. An absolute stalwart of defense right now, and you've held spawns as well. So all the problems you have had, Ultra, have only been exacerbated in this hill. Vancouver Surge on a tear. Vancouver Surge with a listen in.
I spawned out. I didn't see him. Marble, I see twice. And 1 board, guys. Yeah, 1 board. Try to run back. You can turn on me. One phone. Watch out for Jamie. Can I watch you top, Baron? I can go books and watch it. Yeah, go, give me. I have a streak. Wait, top marble. Jamie's on top bar. Hold the marble. Streak. Only my top. We need to get closer, guys.
Top broken behind you. Nice. Top P4. Okay. I'm top P4. Top shield. And one top P4. One shot. One HP top out. Aspen P1, guys. What are we doing, guys?
On the left, bro.
Top out. I can pray for you. Go, John. One was P4. Yeah, one T2, one for... Statue's one shot, yeah. Just make sure you're together, okay? Statue don't flip.
Yeah, spawn P2.
Yeah, man. Stop broken.
Can you kill a guy?
Broken, dead.
Nice.
One's gonna push me.
You're already, bro.
Yeah, one gonna... Ow, dead. Two, missing one.
Marble dead.
Nice, that's good. Last in on. Yo, listen, I'll try to you. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna try to block P2 after that, okay?
Yo, left one shot, Joe. Two.
Yeah, I'm cooking.
They're gonna have marble. They're already marble.
Yeah, fine.
Yo, one marble.
I broke. Make sure I'm
Two lines.
Line, dead, one more line. We're not blocking. Line 19 twice. He's dead on. I'm pretty sure one's on me.
Yeah, they spawn gold.
Yeah, this one next to you, bro. Marble, I'm one HP, bro. You ran away. I'm one hit. Cat. I'm getting cat. I've got twice. He's still cat. He's top book now. That's fine, he's deep. We can switch.
Our side closed, Joe.
That's one before again. Nice. Beans was top broken.
Nice. Yo, stop this,
I'm
now.
I can't get down. Get he's really close. He ran away. Don't count this hill. Stop cat, guys. Stop cat. I'm 1 1 nice again, guys. In the front of light. He's in. Nice. Let it cat. Guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna touch every cat. Yeah, I'm gonna touch every cat. Cat dead.
Yeah, spawn marble.
I push P2. Mid-dog. Toby, you're close. Okay.
Okay, nice.
I'm 1 HP.
Primer.
I'll retrove. Yeah, go.
Johnson, absolutely delightful hardpoint so far. Both teams taking trades on the money hill, and now our P2 with surging control.
Yeah, and Neptune has found his heat up moment. Him and 04 flying at the opposition and finally chopped down, but that was a 6 spree to set yourself up on P2. And 04 already, I mean, he's just around in the mix. He's sort of the front line for the team, and Ultra so slow to even attempt to go towards this new time, but maybe the flank will be even slower. Everything is about timing in this moment, and it looks like he's timed it well. Him and Neptune deliver for 4 in the feed and another 3 spree from Neptune. He is heated up on this P2.
It's a perfect turn as well. You've spawned everyone from Ultra in the back. 3 dead. Make it 4. They flip this time round, though, over towards the left-hand side of the minimap with a slight split. So a wild turn of events right now. I will Surge read this. It looks like they have. They've dealt with 1 player on the back line. Towards the front now as well, though, as Ultra have managed to just flood across the map thanks to these strange spawns. Surge have dealt with it every step of the way.
Yeah, and they got the long-term game. 04 just making the heads-up plays right now. I mean, the life that this man has just had, he has at least put you in this position. You still have to execute, though. Ultra actually milking up a little bit of P3 time. Got to be a little bit careful if you're Surge.
Yeah, careful. Very careful indeed. It can get turn into a massive runaway moment. 2 dead. Good stuff. Over to Neptune, fighting his way forward. Surely find a couple of these classic Neptune kills, baby. Into the feed you go as Surge have managed to get into there. They've managed to find the break, and they're desperately trying to keep the members of Ultra out at the time. Good shots again from 04. Off a spawn, back into the fray. Ultra with time, but again, the rotation is Surge and P4 again.
Oh, but because that spawn, that's a free 2-piece, and now as long as you contain the route men, which Booza does exactly that. Might not even give you the second one, but he doesn't need to. You win the most important gunfights, you have P4, and you should have this game.
Yeah, now you're trying to get the break through the back again with a Hellstorm. Not an easy thing to do at all. You keep those players on the inside where they want to be, and this is it. Final chance for the break. Ultra trying to get on the inside. CleanX now through the left wing. Can't get it done. Neptune's there, but on the right wing it is Beans, and he manages to sink it. So we're inside at the very least.
Ultra's got the fight. They made it to the time, and Beans has won some huge gunfights to get here, but at 22 and 33, he's going to need to win a few more.
Yeah, here we go. 2 members over the left-hand side for Surge. 2 now towards time. And the pinch is dealt with. At least 1 man in. Beans wins the trades. You've still got members of Surge coming through the back line right now, and they come to the time. 04 and Nasty get their kills, and they get inside. That could be game.
And the heat up that Neptune has had to deliver you this moment as well has been obscene. Him and 04 maybe looking like the better SMG duo here. Victory lap maybe on the P4. Ultra might just be able to force it to this new time. We'll see exactly what kind of fight Ultra can bring. They actually do have the rotation technically won, but by God is P1 a blender. Maybe we'll test the teamwork, see if they can pull this off.
Oh, we're on the dance. Turns her in. 04. Can he find a kill? He's staying alive. Beans with the coverage upstairs. Abusa now gets to the time. He can't get any kills, though. On a big flank, and Ultra should be able to read this off spawn. They have, but they haven't got the kills. Over the net. Slides it. Can't get the win. On the time again, and here comes the last hit from Surge. Someone's got to contest. Someone's got to get in, and nobody can. Surge are there. A nice late resurgence. And an absolutely banging vault to start the series.
And that is also a vault where we did actually get the tail of the SMG battle in this series. It could be a bit of guesswork of who's going to catch the flow state on Ultra. Is Jodeci is going to have the pop off, or is it going to be CleanX? Well, CleanX gets off to a ridiculously hot start. He had 31 kills when the next highest in lobby had about 21. So he was absolutely lights out. And then when we see the scoreboard at the end, we're going to take a notice of Neptune surpassing him. Neptune was the guy with 21. CleanX had leapfrogged them. And then the second half of the game, Neptune goes buck wild. A minute and a half in the time, 9 objective kills. Didn't get the 40 bomb, but that's the only criticism you could really have because he did everything that map.
That really was an absolute banger. Non-traded kills, assists across the board there for everyone. Certainly pulling it. Unbelievable stuff. Well, congratulations, Surge. You started this game off incredibly slowly. You turned it all around in a single money hill, and the funds from that hill got you floating into the rest of the game. Well played indeed. Toronto Ultra, tough one there in map number 1. But again, I think as far as everyone goes, Chance, all players shooting hot. Teamwork is absolutely there on point. A couple of moments here or there go the way of Surge at the right time, and they get the win.
It really just is a painful map in the sense that P3 is just so difficult to actually get time on. And I know for Ultra, it's sort of that moment where all the emphasis that Surge is putting on that rotation over towards P4, they're playing more stagnant, more slow. ARs are just posting up. If Toronto actually got some clearance and a little bit of pressure, you could soak up a little bit of the P3 time and sort of buff up your lead just a little bit, but unsuccessful. And then as you pointed out, the full 60 is just an absolute dagger, but I think that is the mystery of Vault. P2 is a very difficult hill to hold. The teams that have success at that show a lot of love on the map, and any team that can crack the code of P3, they're going to end up the best Vault hardpoint team in the game.
Who can do it? We'll find out. Plenty of time left here in Black Ops 6 to find that answer. But yeah, nice breaks here in the final few seconds. A little bit of an overcomp there towards the players at Lion. You give up a lot of space, and the players for there from Surge on the Rat may be able to get in through the back line, and they stack up the points. So even if you got the one player, there's going to be a second there for the contest as well. Not enough in the tank from Toronto Ultra in the end there. But look at the back and forth of this one. Fantastic game of hardpoint. And again, Surge, that P1 to P2 in the third set. Actually, 1, 2, 3, third set. That was a very, very big lead. What a transition they had. You put Ultra on their backs, and they could not get up for a while.
Yeah, and just trying to do the quick math, I think on the first 2 P4s, that was like 90, 95 seconds that Surge was able to get, and that is just such a good chunk of time on 2 hills. So it's basically Ultra fighting for their lives on 3 hills throughout the game, exhausting themselves and just not having enough in the tank for those key breaks. But that's the nature of Vault, and for the nature of Protocol, at least for S&D, it's an interesting map because at the start of the year, it's, hey, a bang out. You get there first on offense. This is going to be the stock and standard play. But now that teams have started to make that adjustment on the defensive end and the retakes have been a little better, a little bit more consistent, creative teams have been having more success. Toronto Ultra have a team that have been on the downtrend on Protocol S&D, and we got to see Vancouver Surge on it just yesterday, handling the B site to perfection on the attacking and defending end. It's a team with lethal threats, and I mean, the addition of Neptune, it can't be understated, has turned this team around.
Yeah, absolutely. What good news again, if you're an Ultra fan, you get to watch a little tape yesterday, so you have an idea of how it's going to go down. Bad news is, and that's the theoretical, in practical, you have to deal with them. You have to actually get into the ring with a very hot Surge and try to pin them down. Good luck, lads. This is the way the last 5 Search and Destroys have looked in both teams. Looking fine. 4-1 overall. It just happens to be a 2-map win spree right now for Surge. But Chance, that was against FaZe. That surely counts for a lot.
It absolutely does, and especially on this very map. And the reason I bring up how often the B hits may potentially roll through is because at the start of the year, Ultra was one of the teams that is willing to go to that site. It's sort of like setting the tone of being a little bit more creative, willing to slow work things. So Ultra maybe wrote a little bit of the playbook, but right now Vancouver Surge have, they've taken their notes, done their homework, and maybe even leveled up the game. But I'm expecting it to be a battle. I just know if map number 1 was any example, Vancouver Surge, man, like 0-4 Neptune, just gonna keep saying it, looking scary.
Yeah, really good, man. Really, really good. All the submachine gun players in this lobby so far have brought the goods in their own right. Can they find another dub here? Surge, 2-man hit over towards Top Gun. And that SAM site is overwhelmed, and already Nep finds himself a big one. 0-4, right back into it, and the trades are done. Joe gets both, and you wanted a submachine gun battle, you got it.
Yeah, I was going to say that is the perfect strat from Surge, but Joe Deceives bails you out just with skill alone. So the reaction time is there, and now how do you read the mini-map? You're going against 2 AR players on Vancouver Surge that could at this point be anywhere, but if you know they're AR players, keep them down low, keep them close, and Joe Deceives will get the bomb plan off.
Yeah, nice job from Joe. The route he took to A there, gained a lot of info without showing himself to those players on top mid, whether he knew or not. Heads up play indeed. Who's going to win their ones here? Nasty coming from Big Joe on the outside. Abuza will be hitting Spiral in a moment, and Joe spotted. And that's enough now to try to get the Heckles up. They know something's happening. The play is on. Trophy's still going. 30 on the clock.
Oh, Abuza's made it to his friend. This is going to be the hit now that they're grouped up together. Nasty is sliding in. Easy pick. Where's the trade coming through? A little bit slow. Now you're overwhelmed. Final gunfight for the dub, and it's Abuza. The clutches of the main ARs, Insight and Abuza getting tested in round 1, and Abuza delivers.
Oh, my word. Insight unable to get enough damage into both those players on the cross, and that is that. A nice start there from Surge. I mean, the bang out from the submachine gun players, bottom grannies, that was something. Final kill there from Abuza's first on the round, the last as well. And that is a great round from Vancouver.
Especially so because a lot of the things Ultra likes to do on offense, if it's not just the A bang out, they like to send CleanX through the middle of the map, look over, take your time. Vancouver shut that ish down immediately. So already Toronto Ultra on their attacking rounds will have to be on the back foot. Of course, this is the attacking round for King Neptune and the Surge. They're spreading the map, playing for picks. See what Ultra's going to bring to the table. That's a lot of pressure down low. Zip out. See you later.
Neptune and the Surge could be a really cool Scar band. It's a great name. Nasty elevator spot. He's been here plenty. Doesn't let anyone get inside Grannies. Again, a very, very important spot to be in right now. 0-4 is living life over there by the B-bomb site. Doesn't know that there's a Beans near him, though. That's going to be his problem in a moment to deal with, but he's going the long way around, and the timing of this, he saw a shadow, a wide open hole in the defense of Ultra now has been poked.
And now they're scattered. You got guys turning around. You're trying to poke your head up. Nasty's got you contained, so they have all of the information in the world. You know, Insight was over by Trips. One guy was down low, so you know they're contained to this building. 0-4's made it back towards the SAM site. And this is as good of a setup as you're ever gonna see. Surge's round to lose.
It's gonna take a lot of skill now to battle your way out of this one from Ultra. Bad news, there's a player behind you as well. Dealt with. Nasty down. Joe trying to teeter with the idea of the battle, but again, it is a 2v2 at this point in time. CleanX gets himself close to the site, now in a 1v1 against Abuza. In comes 0-4 from his position to get into the fight as well. CleanX, masterful movement, staying out of the fight as long as he possibly can, but oh no, his backup's down, Joe's down, and CleanX goes with him. Surge back to back.
Yeah, and a duo that has already been able to build up some chemistry. Abuza and 0-4. Friends last year, friends again this year. The coverage and timing is there. 0-4 just getting the call out, shooting some players in the back, and Abuza knows he can just dance around the helicopter. But that is a perfectly crafted round. And so we've seen 2 attacking rounds. Both times the B hit was intended off the opening break. Ultra get completely shut down. Surge, they make it look easy.
It's not easy, though. It's actually really, really difficult. So kudos to both of our teams. Sweat indeed, folks. Like serious sweat on all the timings and the gunfights. A very awkward stun there from CleanX. Again, they cut their losses and they get away without losing a single player. And now over towards the B side we go.
And Abuza first blood, a different way to shut down the B push is catch the players that they're trying to move in. So Joe Deceives, instead of going for the bomb plant, because his teammates are nowhere near him, you're forced to make a play. Insight, nice read on the pinch, but Neptune's here for the trades, and Insight, run for the hills, run for your life, and get near CleanX, the protector. So Insight survives, but you still got to work a bomb.
Well,
and Neptune's
you How did he get that? And finally, CleanX brings him down. So the protector there just a little bit too late. Now CleanX in a lot of trouble, brought down as well. Nasty. The trades continue, and Ultra starting to run out of manpower. They got no more resources left in this round to really make something happen. And Insight, good luck, lad. He bangs the door. He bangs the next door. He makes so much noise. He wants to fight, and he's gonna get it. Not the round you wanted. 3 in a row, Vancouver.
And I know you're a little less Miles Ross, a little bit more Bob for this one, but this is Vancouver dominant. So they're making it look easy. I mean, getting the first bloods, Neptune is dancing around. The second he doesn't get the trade on Insight, I'm thinking maybe Toronto now have the advantage. 2 players nearby to hunt him down. Turns out it was 3 players that could have had a gunfight on Neptune. But CleanX and Insight get back down, and Joe Deceives is just left on an island in the middle of the map. Vancouver Surge playing with just a little bit more sauce.
Well, Joe clearly not the man I want on a desert island with me right now after that performance, but we'll find out. Still plenty of time in this search and destroy, ladies and gentlemen. Beans yet to get on the board, but that's not a problem for a man of his caliber. And we are back at it again, Charles, with these hot hits of Neptune and the Surge. King Neptune, sorry. Can't stop.
Free first blood.
Big one out of 04. Big one.
Easy. You got a flank working through for CleanX, by the way, on the mini-map. Trying to get the timing right. There's the free kill. There's the reposition. Joe Deceives get the next one in line, but you get traded out. You got a 2v2. Neptune battling here against Joe.
Oh, look at this in and out damage. There's no way. Now he's got 04 below him. Joe is in serious trouble here, but this is a 2v2 that's still doable. 04, this position is criminal. You're never guessing that. Good news, though. A-bomb site seems safe and secure for now, but is that going to be where we go? 30 seconds on the clock. Nep's got a bit of a journey to get over towards B. Uh-oh. No journey, no problem. Okay. Joe makes this very doable. 1v1.
Yeah, what's the play here? By the way, you have to go pick up the bomb and slide in. You might as well play for the kill, I guess. And you're tagged up 1 HP. Joe Deceives hits him with the Dikembe Mutombo. Not today. A little bit of a finger wag, at least in game. If he had done it in real life too, that would have been insanity. But necessary bounce back around, and I think the lack of aggression from 04, maybe down low, something that's going to haunt him. But Joe Deceives, not an easy player to trade. And Ultra, finally, a little bit of life in this search.
You needed it. Things get out of hand. We've seen some major comebacks today alone. But again, I felt like between both teams, I mean, Surge, they take the early initiative, but they don't really let it go. But for Ultra, you've got to remember, lads. Remember the sort of team you are. Search and Destroy was your wheelhouse for the longest of time here in BO6. Time to get back to it. Down away we go. Watch out for the computers, Joe. They'll blow up in your face.
Oh, this is supposed to be an A-hit. Yeah, and they're forcing it too. This is not ideal. It was a rough start, and now you're just trying to pierce through the setup. But Surge, I mean, this is the ultimate crossfire setup. Trades are going to ring out for a second, and hey, maybe Ultra do everything a little bit better. The timing, calibrated, coordinated, absolutely there. Joe Deceives gets the party started, but his teammates are the ones that get to celebrate with the kills. I think CleanX gave you 2 in the round, and maybe just overwhelming force. I think Nasty was on the Godheady over by Grass trying to deal with the pressure coming through P2, but Ultra maybe just had more bodies. I mean, that was a big door retake and overwhelming. So that is 2 necessary bounce back rounds. But Ultra, I mean, again, handling it. If sort of plan A over towards that B site doesn't work out, you're forced to dig a little bit deeper, see what you have for the A hits, but successful. Nabooz is making noise over towards B, but yeah, everybody's dropping low, and it is free.
It's free. You've given up a little bit of time here. You don't get the bomb planted ASAP. It's not about A. It's always been about B. CleanX. Again, the in and out yo-yo gameplay. Bangs the door, gets away with his life, doesn't even take the concussion. 04 now, reinforcing the site. Numbers here for Surge. They've got all bases covered and the bomb planted. Here we go.
Yeah, it's like a hard point retake as well. They got everything pushed out. Everybody's gun is up. This is so difficult to retake.
Yeah, you don't have the time though. Perfect nade hits the Boozer hard. Here comes Joe. Finds a kill. Trades are there. Massive damage to the Neptune. Oh, not enough. Holy moly. Insight now. Say, what do you mean it's not a 1v1? Thought he was dead to rights. 04 pushes out Spiral. Neptune in the deep corner. 20 seconds on it. Jamie Craven on the approach. There's Neptune again. The king himself. It's 3 on the Trident for Nep.
Good look, and it feels like any moment he has to get like damage in on a player, like even if he's not committing to the kills, he's getting bullets just out there into the opposition. Little moments where he's like in the back window shooting Joe Deceives out of it, and just a snap like this. Coverage perfect. He is 32 HP, and that's just, it is literally inhuman. Shout out Omni Movement, but Neptune, he plays a lot of FPSs. He'll make them all his own.
I wonder what the G-force was like as he went back and forward like that. His poor brain rattling on the inside of his player's skull, but what a round. Neptune doing it all. Here comes the hit from Ultra. A nice aggressive round. Get that bomb down. No shenanigans. Fast plant, fast reaction now. Oh no! It's an RC car. Damage dealt, not enough for any kills, but that's good enough for now to send the rest of Surge in.
And I don't know how many more trophies they actually have. The one over towards the elevator, maybe putting in some overtime, and you're gonna have to just flood in with your guns. Not a fun situation. Neptune traded out. 0-4, next man in line.
There we go. Just waiting for it. Gets caught under bad time, and perfect hold here from Ultra so far. But wait, Abuza catches one, and he can no longer deal with the rest. Ultra survive. A decisive round as CleanX quite literally wipes the sweat from his brow.
And a tough round as well. I mean, just another example of that A-site retake. And the round before, Ultra was trying to do it just all guns. Their big idea was try to get the nade like down low on the guy in the elevator shaft and get the timing off of that, which the play worked out. Doesn't mean you're going to get the retake. And then, well, strategy for Surge used the RC car to do something very similar. Great idea. Doesn't mean it's easy. And a nice little defensive hold in the post plant.
A near miracle that the RC car doesn't get a full kill onto a player, though. Again, just how close it must be to actually get it done. But magic there for Ultra. And another attack. Here we go. Nep. Clearing things out over by the A side. Once again, the bomb carrier for his team, and 0-4 with a sweet corner.
Yeah, they tried to retake from big door. It was 2 big door, 2 elevator shafts, so 0-4 just has that covered. Joe Deceives, though, does get the big first blood. It should make the retake a little bit easier, except the cheeky spot from 0-4 evens up the odds, but he does get traded. Big door's now open.
And they jump on in, and that's massive. Oh, what a near win. Abuza with a superb nade. Beans now alone. Oh my, map point, Vancouver Surge.
Just solid, dude. Like, the big door's the only thing open. Abuza's getting nades out there. Neptune's squaring up for it. And Ultra, I mean, the idea is always there, but they are just made ineffectual. And Beans, maybe the man on the highest receiving end of it, he has been ineffectual, not just this game, but so far this series. Surge, they have just had that extra edge.
Oh, really? A very unfavorable trade position there from Beans. And again, 0-4's dirty little corner, man. By the bottom of Zip. Enough to draw it, plenty of aggression as we're starting to get that momentum on the hit towards Big Door. But there you go. Takes a player with him and into the final possible round right now for Surge we go.
Yeah, and they're finally back to the middle of the map. They're trying to go back to the old standard, and hey, works out. Beans get the first bloods. Coordination is there. This is the Ultra game that they're used to seeing on Protocol, but as B-Bomb going for the plant.
Wait. There's the cover.
No. Hey, you gotta look at the bomb. Thank you.
Oh my! 0-4. A little smirk. Why not? Why not? Just jump on it. See what happens. Again, the timing at which the bomb got planted. He got close enough. Wait a minute. Good stuff, Joe. Checks it at the right time. I mean, that could have been that's a top 5 play for sure.
That was hilarious. I mean, I don't know if you saw it on the mini map, but 0-4, he like went and stood next to him on the bomb, basically backed away and like let him plant real quick because all of his teammates died. But hey, at least Ultra, again, their plan A is that type of mid-map B hit. They get shut down in round number 1. They wait a long time to bring it back out, but they do see success. And you don't want to have to retake the A site, squaring up Big Door, and Joe Deceives blooded instantly.
Yeah, gone completely. And Neptune there on the free as the flanks there takes care of CleanX. So a huge advantage now for Surge. Nearly unstoppable, but wait, Insight finds one on the outside. And now the fight brought to Neptune. Fast plant. He's got teammates to help him out here. He doesn't know how close Beans is, though. Beans with a freebie. Can he get 2 out of this life? Sure can. Dances away, but Vancouver Surge, when you needed them the most. They take the hard point and they take the Surge.
Yeah, and just looking at the map set at the start, Vault Hardpoint is not one that has been kind to Toronto Ultra this year. And I know Vancouver Surge, they might have been losing to Atlanta FaZe, but they were certainly battling on that map, and Neptune continued to drop bombs. So I saw that, and I was like, I think you might have Surge going early up in the series. And even the Protocol S&D, Surge is looking like this might be their bread and butter as well. So early start, fully capitalizing on the advantages that you might have had in the pick and bans, and Neptune continues to fry. Double-digit kills, 4 bomb plants as well, but ultimately the story of that game, almost certainly the first bloods. That is 8 there from Surge, only 2 there for Toronto, and 0-4 again. Every effort he had at the start of these rounds was absolutely perfect.
Hey, man, there you go. Just shy of 9 minutes there. That Protocol Search and Destroy. GG's there for Surge 2 back-to-back. And a Protocol control chance. I mean, who knows these days? Who knows? Surge, though, real hot indeed. Desk, how we feeling?
No, Chad, Neptune is not Jimbo. He truly is Neptune, and he's really good at this game. The kid continues to impress, and I'm kind of sad we're not on the Neptune wagon anymore.
Yeah, we should have picked Surge. Damn it. We messed up.
Joe Deceives playing pretty well. Beans, I need more of you in the second half. Let's take a look at what went down in our Search and Destroy. It looked pretty good for Vancouver. You jump out to a lead 4-2. They finished strong, Allie.
Yeah, for the side of Toronto Ultra, I think they just started banging out A just a little bit too late. I mean, they had 2 attack rounds back-to-back that worked out really well when they just hit a forward stack over to that A site. The issue is it just happened way too late in the game, and Surge starts kind of giving them some of their own medicine, and you saw in that last round, like, Toronto Ultra read it. It's just the timing did not work out. Neptune gets that early first blood. You're already a man up. You get the bomb down, and for Toronto Ultra, their retakes have been the only thing that kept them in these games, and unfortunately wasn't able to pull it out this time.
Yeah, I mean, early in the season on Protocol, Toronto Ultra, what they used to do really well was, like, you heard Chance talking about their B push. It was always excellent. But at times, like, Kleenex would get through, and then they would abandon all wrap and then get down low and get the bomb down at A and just kind of win from there. Just not able to do it versus Surge, because Surge continuously finding those first bloods. 0-4 just behind enemy lines, making impact plays, early engagements. Like, it just puts a thwart in what you're trying to do if you're the Toronto Ultra, and now you're sitting down 0-2. Beans has not performed through 2 maps. I get he had 6 by the end of it, but he really was not active throughout majority of that entire game, too. He really needs to step it up for these guys. Because Kleenex is having a series.
Right. I think we're in store for another 3-0, though, Ant.
You think so?
I mean,
it's probably
we'll see. Let's go back and review some of the respawn footage in our drawing conclusions.
Yeah, let's talk about this map number 1 here. This is awesome, man. This P2 here out of the Vancouver Surge. Toronto had a big opportunity. They're obviously coming in for a break, but let's jump into the mini map, and we're going to talk about the main man 0-4 here. So he's pushed up. Basically, what they're trying to do is you have everybody kind of watching a different lane here. You got Neptune. He's trying to play for anybody who's trying to sneak through mid. You got Nasty in the back. He's going to pick up the pinch here, and then you got 0-4 who's applying pressure. They want them to all spawn here and just kind of funnel in, right? They want them to funnel in where they can just keep cycling them and finding kills. But if you volley it right, you can make some crazy plays and flip the spawn. So we're going to play a little bit. We'll get back to the mini-map here in a moment. But Nasty finds a big kill on Kleenex in the back, so that alleviates the pressure. As soon as Neptune finds a kill on Joe Deceives, he knows that the other 2 players are going to be hitting front through the palm trees. So 0-4 finds 2 big kills. Now that's 4 dead. So what are we going to do here? We're going to send Neptune straight up through the hall. We know they're spawning here, and they're going to be trying to get close to the hill immediately. So Neptune's going to fly through, try to find a kill. When he dies, 0-4 jumps up, cleans up those kills, right? Jumps back out, goes underground, and then reflanks. And the timing on all this is he flips the spawn, right? They abandon the back spawn. He flips the spawn, and he pushes all the players on Toronto to spawn in the back, and that's just like perfect spawn volleying. Exactly what you want to do, applying pressure at the right time. Like, Neptune's life was valuable there just to give 0-4 an advantage. He goes up there, finds that trade to alleviate the instant pressure from the front, and he knows he's going to have time before Toronto has all their players ready to break. And then he comes in for a huge flank here, puts them in the back. With 25 seconds left on this hill, you're going to find a majority of the time anyway. Now you have the preferred side for next. Just a huge swing moment in the game where it was 160 to 160.
Great breakdown.
Thank you.
Allie?
I was just going to say, in the green room, we were so hype about that. We were like, 0-4, it's about to get good timing. He's about to get really good timing. It was an amazing play right inside of 0-4. And that was a 20-point game. There's 20 seconds left in that hill. Quick math.
I think it's going to be a 3-0. Why? Well, if you watch Toronto in control against Optic, you saw a pretty clean win. But historically, they have struggled with one side of it. Allie, do you have the numbers for me? What's going to happen in this game 3?
They're middle of the pack. They're middle of the pack. They don't hate that the fact that we're loading in a protocol. They are 3-2 on it. It's not their strongest compared to Vault, but I just don't see any life out of Toronto Ultra right now. I think this might be a 3-0.
I mean, well, since the map's changed, since we moved the B zone, Toronto's 0-2 on protocol. This used to be one of their dominant maps, right? So they're going up against Vancouver, who have loved this map in pretty much all modes. It's probably a 3-0.
Beans, I'm putting the whole world's eyes on you right now. You are my player to watch. Game 3, Toronto's reverse sweep begins now, Miles.
Does it?
Maybe.
Take the lead, Beans.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does. But a very typical performance right now out of Neptune and the Surge boys. They're looking strong, Chance. They're looking very strong indeed. And again, 0-2 since the B zone change doesn't bode fantastically for Ultra. But let's find out, mate. Let's get involved.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Death set it up pretty well in terms of, I think not even just Beans, but inside as well. Like the ARs are going to have to pick things up because Neptune and 04 playing super well off of each other, but like CleanX and Joe Deceives have been there for the battle. So I think the ARs need to step it up, but it is minor. Got a lot left or a lot of Call of Duty left to be played. Winner of this, Miles, they play LA Thieves.
Hey, good luck, have fun. They're waiting in the finals right now for a best of 7. Good news though, lads, you have managed to secure yourself at the very least some CDL points, unlike everybody else in the league, and $20,000 for our winning team as well. Thieves waiting in the wins, and we're surely enjoying the show as we get things rolling here in map number 3, Surge versus Ultra, boys and girls. As 04, just make sure that the climate is absolutely perfect for the lads to perform at optimal performance. As Neptune, Chance, wherever he is in the world right now, clearly enjoying himself.
I think Indiana.
Maybe.
Like, I don't even know if that's a state you've ever like heard of necessarily.
Oh no, I have. I know. I didn't know that they didn't have cameras though. But hey, man, that's you learn something new every game.
They're more focused on other things. They like racing, so you know.
Yeah.
Less time for the cameras, I suppose. But no, going to be a fun battle. And I think the most impressive thing about Neptune, in my mind, has been his grind. He's legit like top 10, top 15 on the ranked leaderboards. I watch this dude play 8s like every single night. It seems like he's been involved. And we have players in the league that are just open about like, I haven't even played this game in a month and a half. And it's like, you're on a pro team. You should do that now. The Neptune has been a menace in making a name for himself. He's been so much fun to watch.
There'll be a Vault FFA anyone tweet shortly after this tournament ends.
True.
Nice job on the first kill. 3 down immediately. But always time we go. And nice dance in there. Dodging Beans. Perfect nade in the window. You nailed it, dude. It's all happening. All right, maybe the nade wasn't perfect, but the gunny is absolutely fantastic. And the A zone capture is on.
No, the nade was perfect. He actually, meanwhile, 04 fell off the map. That's embarrassing. Happens, though. The nade was perfect. Misses the window because his teammate already got the kill, so he lands it just above the door for anyone to run out of grannies. We get tagged up by it. So Neptune can literally do no wrong in my eyes. I will make up every narrative for him. As 04 also having a really good series. Can't let that slip past us. The SMG, new life for the squad in a very comfortable A zone gonna fall. I mean, that is virtually uncontested.
Yeah, you did let a couple of Ultra players slip past you, and now you have a slight battle in spawns. CleanX now on the fast push. Has to wait this one out because, yeah, look at the arrows of Surge. They know, lads. Whoa, they're all here. There's a firing squad. Joe's pushing up as well. Nasty, what a peak that was. 04 gets out as well. So last man up is going to be Beans. He takes one player with him. And now aggression on the other side of the map. 04, pole to pole. He goes straight over to B and finds a kill.
He at least gets caught, and Beans up top on the flip side from Ultra is still putting in some serious work. You're looking for the trades, and, well, Neptune has got him. Already 6 kills. Him and 04, 12 combined with a minute and a half left to play. Make no mistake, this could very well end in a TDM fashion. Ultra are falling very quickly, and they do not have a lot of map pressure.
10 lives left as well, and here we go. Neps a 1E. Good job, CleanX there again. On the back. Abuza picks him up, so he makes that side of the map safe and sound. Now for Spawn, Ultra, get out and get into the fight ASAP, lads. Get to that front line and do not let Surge get in the zone.
Oh, there's the trades you're looking for. That is number 7. Ultra, though, on top of the feed and squaring up on that heady. Not easy, but hey, you set up CleanX for the trade, and the most advanced player for Surge is going to get back down. Ultra, though, have to be careful. 6 lives remaining.
Yeah, it's been very costly for Surge the last few moments. 6-9. With 45 on the clock, you are trying to play this very patient. Oh my God. Take it or leave it. It's happened. Advantage is starting to swell right now for Surge. Angles covered. Neptune finds another. 3 now in this life. As he gets his boys ever so close. 0-4 though, still unable to get into the fight. Joe finds a big 2. Last 3 left here for Ultra.
I mean, Neptune's just a gamer. Like, talk about a player that just like in game, you can tell wants it more. And yeah, I mean, the rest of Surge is absolutely delivering off the back of it. Picked them apart in round number 1. I don't know if there's necessary, like Ultra had a good first 2, maybe 2.5 hills of the hard point and had that advantage. I think literally since then, Vancouver Surge has, like, they took over the driver's seat and just never gave it back. This has been like just overwhelming gameplay. Beans actually had a pretty solid round, got the best play, got 8 kills, but when one player on Ultra stepped it up, it was another weak link in the chain. I think Joe Deceives maybe on the receiving end, but I'm just seeing Neptune win ridiculous gunfights. Like, it seems like there's nothing he could do.
Yeah, I think it was a Standy tweet this morning, like, hey, we stripped the barrel from the SMG and the ARs are still getting worked. So, I mean, with this point, is it 1 attachment? Like, what do we do? It's just disgusting.
Jackal is OP. Always.
I love that. I do love me some Jackal. 11 and 7 for Nep here. We're going to keep running at that stat line as it is very impressive. Across the top of the map, we fly. And it's going to be 3 dead right off the rip now. An aggressive attack here from Vancouver Surge. The strongest defense is good offense, and right now it is offensive in their spawn.
Yeah, and speaking of flying, that is nasty with a Jackal, an expected slower style AR player getting in your face. So another thing that a lot of the pro teams and pro players have had to make the adjustment. Any different situation in this game, you might want 4 SMGs, 4 ARs, it all depends. Everyone has to be able to flex. And in the meantime, though, Ultra at least have a single body on the A zone and maybe more. Neptune, though, on the flank. Look at that route. And they just fear him. His presence forces them off the A zone.
Back over to 04. The trips he goes now. Perfect position to cut these players out. And again, no ARs at the moment for Ultra, able to get in position to help. They are on the point, trying to capture it. Well, you get a single segment at A. Good news. Bad news, you lose a whole lot of map presence, and 04 still doing laps.
Thank God he took the zip line. He would have died from that fall damage.
And this is another classic moment we see here. Yeah, Neptune picking up that piece immediately. So there's always 2 members of Surge together. They are always running in tandem. You might get one, but you rarely get both.
Oh my.
And that is huge. In and out, 04. The spectral assassin here on Protocol. He's very difficult to deal with. 15-7, 6 spree as Abuza clears the zone.
Oh, dude, GG going next. Dude, Ultra, who might have the best comms in the league, cannot keep track of any of these players. 04 just hit every available lane at various times. Untrackable, undeniable in the different places anyone on Ultra sets foot on A, they get killed from a different spot. This is straight up suffocating gameplay. I mean, talk about the rhythm the Surge currently have.
1.2 on A. Not over yet.
What?
Soon to be. Over to B. Soon to be. Neptune. E and Nasty drive forward. And Vancouver Surge, a dominant defense. Match point.
LA Thieves over there watching this, just shooting bots, getting more, maybe scrimming somebody, because we know who they're going to be playing.
Yep. That's the way this one has gone, folks. 04. Perfect Protocol gameplay, really. This was the knife. I mean, Beans is in the right place. Oh, man. He was so ready for it as well. Oh, God, we're feeling good about that. Well, Ultra, it's now or never, boys. Last chance to turn this all around.
Such a quality, cheeky smile there from 04. An interesting career he has already had, and this is only the sophomore season. Nasty, though, ended the round on a 4 spree, so he's going to start this one off with a hot hand. Couple trades rolling through. Great tags as well. Those are not easy shots, but he made it look easy.
Nasty. Oh, wow, still alive. He's managed to escape with his life. That is unbelievable. And now he's a problem for somebody else to deal with. Single life advantage right now for Surge, and they are looking to push that even further. Oof.
I just feel like that's not a good sign if 0-4 is on the pinch and both Insight and Beans are like sort of posted up in their spawn just waiting for it. It works out though, 3 down in the feed, so you're able to get the kills, but that's just sort of the pressure being delivered. But this is spawn trap time. This is where you get some momentum to go your way.
And you coming up there, not only with the stuns and nades, but you've got presence. You've got a couple more players to deal with. The Boozer finds one. This is going to be huge from CleanX if he can get anything, but he cannot. Inside there, you've jumped into the wrong part of town, and Neptune has got you dead to rights. Beans trying to keep the front line as solid as possible right now for Ultra, and he's doing the best he can. Great shots there in a Nep, and the snap on a Nasty, but not enough. They've already managed to escape. They've already managed to set up, and they're already on A.
Hey, they're only down 4 lives as well, so that was the ultimate spawn trap blender. Ultra had 3 players there for the trap, and it took them all of 15 seconds to get out of it. So very efficient work. Only a single tick of progress over towards A though, but Insight again, that's a look at how difficult it is to track these players that you are just tweaking out in your own spawn, chasing Ghost, because he's been behind you the entire time, and 0-4 is going to be behind you once again. And if 0-4 is not the problem, Abuza is. 3 in the feed, A zone secured, B zone assuredly gonna follow.
Oh, it's on its way. Here comes Abuza. Oh, the Nasty. Again, instant tandem pushes right now from Surge. Net follows suit. Couple of kills now, and 0-4 and Neptune. They might have been able to break the back of the Ultra reinforcements, and that's a 5, and that's a big turn. On to time, 3-man stack. These are the final moments of Ultra in Miner 2. Here we go, boys. 1 wave, 1 break is all you're getting. Second segment, set of kills, and you might have just survived. Oh no, 0-4 still in play.
I don't know if you survived anything. This is going to be a 10v6. Every kill matters, though, and Beans with the pistol outperforms Abuza, but the trades are instant, and the pressure is still here, and it is Neptune. It is his time to shine. 24 kills in 3 rounds. I mean, this series was, I mean, look, Toronto battle, but all things considered, Surge just walked all over him.
Yeah, Vancouver Surge. 3-0, and if not for the round when Search and Destroy, the things got a little closer. An absolutely devastating performance. The kings of your coast-to-coast Canadian clash, unquestionably Vancouver Surge. And as far as the stat line goes, as one-sided as a Surge fan would like it to be.
I just feel like all these teams are taking different turns of experiencing this brand new Surge as well. Like the faces after are just like that was crazy, guys. That was overwhelming. Like I haven't seen gameplay like this from this like squad of players. The Surge are making things look good. And again, shout out to the grind. Insight dipping from the lobby. Joe deceives, salty as well. Maybe they got DC'd, not sure, but if they left and made Easy Mac's life any more difficult than it needs to be, shame on them.
Shame.
Also,
shame.
4 offensive kills and 3 offensive kills is nuts.
Yep, that is not great. Protocol comes to an end. One of the fastest Protocol search and destroys we've seen, and a 753 game of control. Vancouver Surge wanted it more. No red cards in sight this series, and no red card maps either. Well played, everybody. Well, that is that. Vancouver Surge, LA Thieves, at your grand final here in Miner 2. Who saw this coming? Surge fans did, that's it. Probably.
100%, yeah. I don't know.
Ali
Certainly
did.
Not 2 of those members on the desk.
Ali's gonna win again.
Bro. I agree with what Chance said. I think it extends to us, bro. Everybody's just taking turns, just getting punched in the face by Surge, bro. These guys are unbelievable.
It's our turn today.
I'm gonna give you Rambo Ray. It's not me though.
6 in a row with Neptune in the lineup.
It's gracious.
If you have TJ Haley in your top 10, where's Neptune?
I mean, he's unreal. I don't know where to put him. Like, this guy's just literally diffing everybody.
Let's take a look at the footage, and in the meantime, Joe and Jamie, I will introduce you to Easy Mac in person in Texas. You can apologize to his face.
You will bow, you will apologize, and you will hopefully be better at hardcore.
And let's track their end score here, just to make Easy Mac's life a little bit easier, because this was a one-sided affair. Over 20 kills for Neptune, over 20 kills for 0-4. The front line showcasing they can also run an Ames when needed from 0-4.
Yeah, these guys are, I mean, they just play with so much aggression in the respawn. I mean, it's similar to what we watched with Thieves. We saw them on the Hacienda versus Carolina. It's like when they do get that pick, they just funnel in and they're able to trap you when they need to, right? It's so tough if you don't have the proper coordination and communication to find these guys. Like 04 legitimately was lost for like over a minute of time.
Yeah.
And they're trying to find him the whole time. They can't.
Bam.
Right? And then by the time you do, he just wins a big one, and you're staggered once again. It is so tough to deal with. Vancouver Surge, they got to figure it out. Shout out to this team. Shout out to the coaching staff. They've been putting in that work.
Absolutely crushing. Vancouver Surge take down another one of our big four, and I think it's now time to admit it. Vancouver Surge are the third best team in the league.
Yeah.
Third, they might be pushing top two.
Wait, who they better than?
Who's your top?
Oh, you got them over Atlanta?
Yeah. You're putting them over Atlanta, the major one and minor one.
I'm not doing that.
I have to.
Allie doesn't know how power rankings work. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got.
Let's take a look at my lead. How about that?
I'm not putting them above
Okay.
Atlanta. If they come in here and they smoke LA Thieves, then maybe, but they
I
got
don't think they're gonna smoke them.
She still hates
But I
FaZe
think-
for some reason, guys. I don't get it. Let's
FaZe
take a
is
look
so
at her
good.
stuff play the
Wait
game.
a minute.
Seattle Surge, Neptune, hard point. It was close until this man took over. He showcased his skills across all the respawns, including the Search and Destroy. Best player to come up from Challengers in 2025.
100%. I mean, it's just been unreal. All we can do is sit here and talk about Neptune, and now he's literally just been like the saving grace of this Vancouver Surge team, who went from middle of the pack, 20-point, 50-point hard points, just unable to get over the line, to beating Atlanta FaZe, our Major 1 winners, and beating them not only once, but twice, and now making it all the way to our Minor 2's grand finals. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Ridiculous. A 1.3 for Neptune in that one. He dropped 73 kills across the 3 games. Nameless, can he keep it up, though? Because up next, he is taking on LA Thieves and Hydra with a 1.4 something in stage 2.
Yeah, this is the toughest matchup you could possibly have right now.
Yeah.
The LA Thieves are the best respawn team in the world. They've put in so much work in their Search and Destroy. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away with, quite possibly he's getting away with versus Toronto, but hey, man, anything's possible at this point. Like Chance said, everybody's getting punched in the face by this Surge team. There's no telling.
Well, Hydra and Scrap be next. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one match to go. It's your minor final, LA Thieves. Can Dan Ghosty bring gold to LA once again? We find out next.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Different spot. Try for a different spot. Oh, no! Laugh it up, Chuckleberry Finn! I bet you're having a great time!
We're playing the bomb. Oh my god.
God, ball, come on, give it to me.
Bomb is armed.
No, if he gets
behind you.
That will be the game. Just get into P2. Get the final second. 250 to 110. Are you kidding? And you got the Bulldog already out his chair. You know when he's in that mode, he uses
easily gets it done with the SMG, but his AR was simply uncontested.
You heard some words, Scrap and Drazah now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out.
If I leave, do you guys leave as well? Do you remember me from DMT?
No, I don't think so. Oh, if you're leader though, I don't know. Oh, I just got clotheslined by the jumper. No!
Jump, jump, jump! Get it, get it, get it, get it.
I'll be honest, that didn't cross my mind. I was trying to send it in, boys.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it. It's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mio, how has he done that?
In honor of our Father's Day, we're going to have a friendly competition amongst the dads on this show. How many dad jokes can we fit in? Well, I have the opportunity to go first. So, Allie, let's take the lead right now. Why can't bikes stand up on their own?
Why?
Because they're too tired. Got her! All right, let's keep this moving, Nameless, because we got a lot to talk about starting here with the standings.
The 2025 LA Thieves Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Vancouver Surge, the dark horse of Stage 2, have now made it to the finals of Minor 1. They did it by taking down the top team in the game. Now they got to get through the second best. LA Thieves, though, looking on fire. Let's start with our blue team, Allie. What have you seen from the Surge lately?
From the Surge lately, I've just seen dominance across all game modes. I was a little bit worried about the control. That's probably going to be their main focus when it comes to the series versus the LA Thieves, because they're pretty head-to-head in every category except they're top 5 in control right now, where LA Thieves is the best control team in the game. And having not a very strong map pool when it comes to that control might hurt Vancouver Surge when it comes to this best of 7.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of excited to see. You mentioned the best of 7. I mean, we play like a lot of maps in this, obviously, right? And for, you know, the Vancouver Surge map pool, we haven't seen too much in Search and Destroy, 6-2 in S&D, but 4 of those 6 wins have been on Protocol, right?
Yeah.
So going to get tested there. We'll see how good of a Search team they truly are. But yeah, man, you see the roster card come up. Each individual player, Chris, has stepped it up, man. They're confident.
I'll tell you what, I look at this and I think of 4 players who are hungry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they have so much more to play for with $20,000 on the line. That's huge money for a guy who just came up from Challengers.
Yeah.
And it's just a piece of the prize heading up to our Major 2. Now, let's talk a little bit about the opposition here, because this is one of the highest paid salaries in the league. The stars are all over this lineup. In fact, they pulled the best from around the league. What have you seen from Thieves in this tournament alone, though?
Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable. Just continuously improving and setting the bar higher and higher when it comes to respawn. And like strategically as well. Like the way that they play with each other, like take their time and all execute a push simultaneously. You see it in the control. Like they were the best control team coming in. Like they got better at control throughout this split.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, Al, last time they were 1 round shy in Search and Destroy becoming our Major 1 champions. Have they leveled up since then?
Absolutely, they've leveled up since then. Search and Destroy was not their strong suit heading into Major 1 at all. And even at the start of the Major 2 qualifiers, it seemed like they still had a couple of slip-ups. So for LA Thieves, you can tell that the work they've been putting in, especially in their attack and Search and Destroy, has paid in dividends. We just saw it versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. It was around 11, but it was the LA Thieves coming back from a 5-2 deficit off of the back of an attack round. So you can tell the work has been paying off.
Yeah, and another big story is like we're getting the final form of Hydra. Like he's slowly getting there. We talked to him in his interview. The guy went from like a 0.8 in Surge, 1.4. He's been unbelievable taking over that game mode. So for Thieves, this is what you wanted. If you're a Thieves fan, Nadeshot is feeling good at home right now.
I wanted to know, though, you look at this star-studded lineup. Which piece would you be hurting most if you were missing out in a match? Because you look at teams like LAG, you have 3/4 of a world championship team. They didn't find success without Hydra. Yeah. So is he still that key player to take out if you're the opposition?
Yeah, he's the guy, man. Like if you could shut down Hydra, you're just going to have so much space in the map. But Envoy's been on point, too. It's tough. It is a star-studded roster who can pick up for any flag any player has. But I would still say Hydra is that guy.
What's the counter, Alley Cat? What's the other option?
Actually, I have a weird angle on this just because Hydra wasn't at this form during Major 1 and they still went all the way to a grand final versus Atlanta FaZe. So I almost want to say it's actually Scrap instead, because Hydra dropping the numbers he is right now is obviously helpful. It's going to push them past that mark, but they were finding success even with him playing average across the league. So I think the key player might be Scrap instead to shut down.
It's early for the MVP talk, but I like to get it started here as we lead into Major 2. Let's take a look at our Minor 2 bracket, though. LA Thieves, you gotta buy through round 1. You dismantled Cloud9 in a 4-game series, a clean 3-0 over Slasher, including a very nice comeback in Search and Destroy. Now you take on Surge, who just 3-0'd Ultra. They 3-2'd FaZe after taking out Breach in the opening round.
Yeah, I mean, this bracket's been awesome. Today, we've just got back-to-back 3-0s. I thought we were going to see some great Call of Duty today. All these teams have been performing. Carolina has been on the uptrend, Ultra as well. But, hey, these teams separating themselves, man. And like you said, Chris, I'm firmly putting Surge in that top 3. LA Thieves, Atlanta, and Surge. They all look unreal. We're going to need a battle right here.
Best of 7 here for the minor final. I wanted to ask, Davis, would you rather be LA Thieves, who can think about your maps and mode bans before you get into this match, or do you want to be Vancouver coming right off of a 3-0?
I'm trying to be Vancouver. I want to come off a match. You know, I think losers bracket runs are always the best because just game after game after game, everything's going right for you. And for LA Thieves, obviously you had to sit back, but they're at the comfort of their facility. They just watched it. They're chilling. We're going to get a banger regardless.
We still need a few more moments before the players are ready for this match. So, Ali, let's talk MVPs. If you are looking at the league numbers, how far off is Neptune from being the best?
Not that far off at all. It's weird because when you talk about the conversation Vancouver Surge, when you look at the numbers, you lean a little bit towards Nasty just because of the KDs he's been throwing up. But when you talk about overall impact, Neptune has to be the lead of that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, and Nasty, like you said, numbers-wise, though, he's been incredible, right? Like, since bringing in Neptune, he's just been allowed to play his game.
Yeah.
You think to his team last year, when he had Kremp and Joe Deceive just playing aggressive, that's when we saw the best Nasty that we've ever seen, right? Just kind of like a guy who, when he has the pressure, he can slay with the best of them. And so far, in the big matches, like the 2 versus Atlanta, he was the guy who kind of took over, right? So he's one to look out for in this series. Obviously, going up against LA Thieves, they got a lot of firepower.
And how meaningful is this matchup for Vancouver, well, not only are you playing for the 20 grand, you're also playing for an additional 10 points if you win. You're guaranteed 20. You would get 30 if you take a win here. And that last match victory over Toronto bumps them over Optic and Miami up into our 6th place instead of 8.
I mean, just what a climb from the side of Vancouver Surge. They've only lost 2 of their last 10 matches. It's just been such a change. Like, I can't believe the addition of Neptune has made such an overhaul of this roster, because it was constantly like, okay, you have players with brains that are going to make the right play, but you're missing a lot of engagements. And it's not only Neptune now that's upping his engagements, it's the entire team.
They jump Rocker if they win. They go from 8 to top 5.
And I feel like Rocker had such a good season too, right? Like, it's been solid every shape of the way through. Some good wins, but dang, man, you have a good minor, you get that additional 30 points, puts you in a good spot.
High comp.
If the coaches have it locked in, I would love to see the maps and modes, because is LA Thieves testing the map pool at all? Are you preparing yourselves for Major 2? Do you try anything new out here, or are you just trying to lock in 4 straight wins?
Well, I mean, for Thieves, like, in terms of hardpoint, they have 50% or higher win rate on every single map, right? So, like, not much testing needs to be done. They're pretty much good everywhere. The Search and Destroy, though, there are some maps that they do need to work on. They need Protocol, Skyline, or Vault to be a good Search and Destroy map for them. And that's why I think this best of 7 is so huge for them, because there's more Search and Destroys, right? And that's where they got exposed versus having a phase in the final. So we're going to see a map that they don't typically love to play in Search and Destroy here as they come up right now. The Game 7 Skyline. We just saw what happened at the major finals. Once again, it's Game 7 here.
Ali, let's walk through the bans first before we dive into the individual numbers. Do you like the decisions made by Rambo Ray for Vancouver, and of course Shane and crew for LA?
From the side of Vancouver, they just must have some very big confidence on the side of Vault, because for LA Thieves, they don't love that Vault here early on in this series. They're hoping to get to that red card maybe in that Hacienda. But for the side of Vancouver Surge, I love seeing it. 4-4, they're 50-50 on Vault, they're 50-50 on the S&D as well, and they're comfortable on just about all the control maps.
Yeah, I mean, Protocol is the best map for this Vancouver Surge team on basically every mode, and you see Shane and boys, they look at it and said, yo, just get that cheese. Just get that map out of here, bro. They're probably listen, no Protocol cheese today. They just watched 04 lost for like a good minute.
Yeah, they were like, we're not doing that.
Not dealing with that. So I like it. And in the Search and Destroys, looking at this one, you know, for Thieves, Vault hasn't been great for them, and neither has Skyline. So we'll learn a lot about their Search game when we get to those maps if we do go Game 7.
Search and Destroy is what we looked for LA Thieves. Did they improve in their one weakness? Will Surge be able to continue to exploit the weaknesses in our top teams? So far, Chance nailed it. They're smacking everybody. Hydra and Scrap, though, they're not normally on the receiving end of those slaps.
No, definitely not. I mean, those two guys are absolutely incredible. I mean, Scrap has one of the straightest shots we've ever seen in the history of Call of Duty, wins impossible gunfights. You got Hydra, who's just so good at applying pressure, and you got Envoy, one of the greatest nuisance players, whose senders sit down.
I would see him in Search and Destroy.
Now you have a better chance. Listen, if you're Vancouver Surge, you got a shot, okay?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think this series will maybe go the distance, if anything, especially everything kind of rode on the fact of how Vancouver Surge was going to play versus Toronto. That Vault hardpoint got me a little bit worried just because they came out incredibly slow, but maybe that's what they needed, is they needed to come from that longer grueler of playing match after match after match to warm themselves up, because these are two very strong hardpoint teams.
9-1 in their last 10 versus 8-2. Vancouver Surge, I did not realize. I apologize, and now I appreciate your game ones. Will they be able to start off with the lead? You took a look at the map name list. Talk to me about Vancouver. Who is going to be the star player knowing our maps and modes?
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of vaults. So I think 04, we just saw him have a huge performance on that vault, make a massive play on the P2 to flip him out. Like, he's just on point today, man. Through and through. I think 04 is the guy to watch. Obviously, we're going to say Neptune because he's been a massive difference maker. But when 04 is playing at that level, that's when they're just going to thrash teams and upset some of our God squads. So
for the ADHD folks out there like myself, Alley Cat, who drops most kills in Game 1? Keep me focused.
Hydra, 100%. Hydra's going to go rogue, absolutely. I mean, we're alluding on what, Hacienda map number 1? I'm going to stick with Hydra.
And final question, who loses this match?
Who loses this match? I'm finally going to break some hearts. I'm sorry, Surge. I believed in you. But in this final, I think LA Thieves is going to be the stronger team.
She's going LA Thieves. I kind of want to pick Vancouver. They haven't lost with Neptune.
I don't know. It could go either way.
$20,000 is enough for me to put my faith in 04 and Neptune. The youngsters get it done in an upset.
I got LA Thieves. They're going to win this one, man. I mean, they've been here before. They want to get retribution. They want to get that dub. They're about to win this winner.
Minor 2, Grand Final, LA Thieves versus Vancouver starts now.
Some disgusting stuff from Neptune in the 1 versus 2.
Major one, it wasn't even close. I didn't really feel like any teams were close to us.
Huge work out of LA Thieves. That will shut it down. 0-4, my God. Full demon mode.
Absolutely smokes him.
Every fight. Are you kidding, man? Every fight.
A true David and Goliath grand final as the Thieves, the super team, built to be here, have dominated every step of the way, but Vancouver and King Neptune have risen from the depths and are looking like they may just not be stoppable, flat out. I'm Ship, that's Study. We've got Minor 2 grand finals. Jake, give me the breakdown in your mind looking at this best of 7 series.
Oh, this is going to be a banger, man. To start us off, we're instantly jumping into an absolute banger on that Hasi hard point. For the LA Thieves, we saw them versus Cloud9. They beat the hell out of them. Almost beat them by 150 points. And on the opposite side for Surge, they got a couple reps on it. They had a 1 loss. They had 1 W, but both have been tight. It's just when you talk about these two teams and the form that they're currently in right now, the entire year so far, LA have been basically the best hardpoint team, the best control team, the best respawn team. But ever since this Vancouver Surge roster has started off Major 2 qualifiers with the addition of Neptune, they have been lights out. Their teamwork is unbelievable. Might be unmatched compared to anyone else because they don't really have those players who have the most unbelievable raw talent. It's just they have the teamwork, and the teamwork, the way that they are setting up their SMGs, it has been on point, and hopefully they can continue that in this grand finals. But the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is just the SMG battle, man. The way that 0-4 and Neptune are playing ever since you add Neptune to the lineup, they have just been lights out. And then you're going up against the likes of Hydra and Envoy, have been turning it around ever since Major 2 qualifiers, more consistent in Search and Destroy. This is just going to be an absolute battle. I cannot wait for this one to start, Alan.
I think the thing that's really curious about this series is, yes, you are dealing with a team that's built to be here, built to win championships, where on the other side, this Vancouver team has got to be still pinching themselves in a certain way. But I think if you're LA, you don't just look on the other side of the table here and say, nah, these guys are nobodies. This is the only team out there that's been able to beat a FaZe squad twice in the period of 3 weeks. They've also went through a red hot Cloud9 team, a Mixie Boston squad, and they just beat the brakes off Toronto. So if you're LA, you got to be teeing up like you're playing in Atlanta on the other side. I mean, flat out, because they have not been in a spot where they have been in a grand finals and played maybe their expected opponent. You got to remember all the way back when we were looking at Minor 1, it was an unexpected finals with Carolina kind of making a heroic run versus Atlanta, and now it's Vancouver doing the same thing as we look back over the bracket. The biggest thing is that map 5 winner, winning 2 search and destroys in my mind for Vancouver against Atlanta yesterday.
Yeah, that was massive, man, and they found that victory on that map 5 skyline where it was just an absolute battle. But I think, honestly, early into this series, Vancouver needs to be able to answer the call because Hasi, you're going up against the best hardpoint team in the game. That one's always going to be a tough one. Your teamwork, your rotations need to be on point. But for that map number 2, Involve, Search, and Destroy, they have yet to play that as a roster. We've been seeing them making plays. You heard the Des touch on it. 6-2 so far on this stage, but a majority of that being protocol. So I know you said LAT. All right, they don't want to make sure that they get caught off with this series. And you can already tell the map bans, like every single protocol is out of this one. So they are not going to come in here lightly. They know that these guys are shooters and they have to be prepared.
Nasty has been awakened by this SMG duo that's been running rampant in front of him. A 1.25 in the hard point this stage. He has been unbelievable and is definitely a candidate for MVP pending Vancouver could do the unthinkable. But it's Minor 2. It's the grand finals. We've got the Los Angeles Thieves taking on the Vancouver Surge. A Hacienda hard point to kick us off. Let's get it on.
Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a show for the ages. Non-stop progression out of the SMGs and the ARs definitely are going to be beaming. But already into the P1, you can see the Thieves dominating those hallway controls. Already find 4 dead, instantly flip the spawns, and now they're soaking up time.
An absolute perfect break off for LA. Neptune working on this side of the map, but unexpectedly does not really get prepped up for Envoy. Scrap also dealing with a little bit of a pinch. 0-4 trying to clean up the mess upstairs while also trying to keep his focus down towards the hard point. Pinch from Neptune will clear things out. 13 seconds of time for the Thieves, but they also still have the favorite side of the map.
Oh, but one player does spawn out. You already have a route being developed on the side of Nasty. Going to push his way right through the front door of P2. But he is in a very crucial position now. The stun is able to connect, still able to find the kill. You have the numbers to potentially win these trade fights. Neptune here needs a double.
Long range shots towards Scrap, backs him down. 0-4 should be able to get the freebie. Yep, follows up nicely, but chasing shadows are the Thieves coming right around the backside of the driveway. They're able to at least block the spawns for now. Neptune trying to get to work, and the kills come through perfectly just as 0-4 is about to spawn, so he'll spawn in. Nasty cleans up the front, and Vancouver have the hold.
That's a massive double right there to Neptune to secure the back spawns for his team, and then Nasty able to win the gunfights through the front. Now you can hold this potentially for a full 60, but you can already see the kill feed for the Thieves and all of the space that they're taking. They find 2 kills. A couple players from Vancouver are going to spawn all the way towards well, but now you have the numbers. You're simply just going to get pinched on out. Clean break right there from LA.
Absolutely the case. Also, Scrap making sure any follow-up is paused. He's on a little bit of a chase as well over through Secret. Pistol out, has 0-4 in front of him, and just guesses the wrong corner, but still able to get the pistol whip through. Scrap time going to be good for LA. They'll still be down overall on the scoreboard, and these kills on elimination will keep things mixy as we head defenses.
Yeah, you already at least spawned 1 player out for Surge, but now with your teammates falling at the same time, they're going to get closer spawns over towards well. So Vancouver are going to be the team here early. Only Ghosty here to contest them. Wins the one-on-one gunfight. His teammates applying pressure from the back end. That's already 2 dead. Now you can hold it down because you know where the spawns are coming in for Vancouver.
Yeah, great timing up top for Envoy to win over Patio. But Abuza in and out of the map, able to at least contest and get the rest of Vancouver in. Yeah, same thing for Neptune. He gets a double. Envoy trying to follow up on the damage that had been dealt, but it leads into a 1v1, which Ghosty's able to win, and that'll keep LA in from the front.
And you already have a pinch on the horizon. Here comes Hydra, already in a position to set up these kills over towards 10. Ghosty just has to get the comm okay. They're overwhelming here. You got to come try to help. Finds a freebie onto Nasty. And that might potentially lead to the final 15 seconds in favor of the Thieves. You already have a player off the rotation in Ghosty, but he's not going to stay alive. He's surrounded by Surge. They should put themselves in a position to win the rotation over towards New. And you know, if you're the team early on here at P4, you usually walk away with a majority of this time.
Trophy systems also placed. That'll be fresh as LA try to set up their break attempt coming from the office side of the map. Nades and stuns up towards the hallway. Nasty recognizing that he has to hold this position and just finds himself tucked into a corner, but no, Hydra able to find the elimination. Now you've got the entry. Hydra trying to slide through. Ghosty denied entry. Scrap's able to find a couple on the lineup, but he's the last one standing and can no longer challenge.
Yeah, he wants to keep this map control. Hopefully the teammate's able to get closer into the fight before I start to send it on in. But here come the reinforcements for Vancouver. 2 for 2 trade underneath 0-4. Ghosty with the SMG. Is able to win that one-on-one. Leads to the Thieves finding a break potentially for the final 25. And it seems that off your mini-map, Vancouver are going to just chalk this one up or only contest from mid.
Yep. Just a couple of players trying to give one last slide in, and it will not be successful to break for the initial time of the scrap time. But the final 7 seconds will come through as Vancouver just forced the issue. Neptune also on rotation to P1, almost takes down 2. Ghosty there for the response in the trade. A 5-point game. Dead tied is essentially what we're looking at, and this has been everything as advertised. An absolute battle between these 2 squads as LA find 3.
Okay, now the adjustments need to come in for LA though, because they dominated this P1 last go around. They just could not chain it over towards P2. So basically it's dead tie game. Vancouver not with the preferred spawns when all the gunfights through the map. Now they're soaking up the time. Now they can get aggressive with these kills. Look at what it's doing to the Thieves players. 3 players already spawned out. If you're Hydra, you gotta slow it down.
Oh, Nabuza just picking them apart as they try to enter over through patio side. Nasty, good read through Spiral, cleans up the back, and this has been a fantastic P1 for Vancouver. Also still holding on rotation to New. Abuza still throwing his consideration, though, over the top of P1, and actually Thieves are going to run through Fire Hallway and make a little bit of a mess here on rotation, but Vancouver's holding decently and still spawning good.
Yeah, Thieves needed to be a little bit more aggressive with those kills. When you allow 0-4 to at least respond with 1, he secures the back spawns for his team, and now they can completely run away with this setup. 2 for 1 split. You do have one player from Vancouver who spawns out towards the front. Nasty's gonna have his hands full, but on 5 in a row, the guy is not missing bullets. Make it number 6, and he's still gunning down.
And he's got help from Neptune. What a read from Vancouver. An incredible start towards P1. They get about 30 seconds or so, and now you've got a clean rotation to P2. Vancouver looking good, trying to blow the lead. Wide open on this game as we head to a surge. Listen in.
Okay, Zig and well. Zig and well. Take it down. I spawn deep. Nice. Buy time. Yeah, we spawn deep.
Back after that.
Zig.
I'm deep, bro.
He's challenging.
Nice. I'll be on the back. Zig. 1 HP. I can twice again.
That's fine. Leave that time. We don't need it. He pushed out front. He apes rock quick.
Are you
I'm
pitching him.
Okay, fine.
Stop open.
Okay, I'll watch my top lane. Okay, go first.
Listen.
He didn't get plat to me.
Close. He ran close.
I'll watch my connector, bro. One's gonna flank, bro. Yeah, take your time, bro.
One's gonna be well. I spawn well.
That's what I'm bro.
Yo, 10 on.
Okay. Nothing flank lane, bro.
Let's do 10.
Top lane, taking 3 times. That's
your plat, right?
Yeah, 1 plat.
We need to get office, guys.
Yeah, I'll spawn on them. I'm gonna flank. I'll spawn lead to leg. Low fire. I'm gonna flank fire. Give me a sec. Wait.
Office power.
Nice. That's one.
I'm pitching connector.
I spawn connector.
Spawn on the back then. On the back, little right side corner and 1 team, bro. On your right, Baron.
In the chat.
I'm watching secret. I'm going to secret.
Weak, plus it.
Take your time. I'm going to for you, bro.
Top plat. He's gonna come in.
I got naded.
I'm gonna nade, bro.
Some light again.
1 HP. I'm on his top left. Nice. Go new fast. Go top
I
left.
am.
Looking for on the row.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first one.
Open.
I watch my top mid. Can't see shit, bro.
Yeah, slow down. Yeah, spawn here.
Okay.
Absolute battleground over P3. Thieves now in position at P4 as we swap to an LA. Listen in.
Only one their side. 2 mid.
One shot on mid quick. He's gonna be top R open.
Everyone's Nate's in the time. No trophy. No trophy. Nate it. Look at outer heading for a week. Nate at a time. I got Nate as well. Outer dead. I have outer heading. Outer heading nasty. That's outer heading over. Laying down outer. Their side actually. Laying down outer. Laying down outer. One shot that side. Oh good. I spawn well. One spawn P2. We all spawn well. They're spawning boat. One P2. Yep.
Pitching their open.
On top waterfall. Nothing low fire. We're getting plat. You wanna hit this or no?
Nothing open. Yeah, I'm down to hit.
Hold. I'm gonna finish fire. Are gonna be on the They're gonna be in open. Both. And then 1 P2. Nice.
We're getting open. Then you're by yourself.
Yeah, one more ult on me. One shot 04. One shot. Yo, it's both on ult. There's 2. Not death, but 04 plus 1. Okay, 2 more ult. Yeah, 2 more ult.
One secret.
2 connectors, 1 secret.
Secret weak.
Secret back up to you. Nice. I'm down their top close. They're flipping out. Wait on time. It's mid-top time, boys. Mid-top time. It's that time, dead. Nice. Probably open. He's going open. Top door closed, right? He's going bring it close. He's running window. In the hall, dead.
Once they're open, we're closing.
I get open with you.
And we.
Yo, connector. Yo, low fire, connector, and one probably you. And that side open. That side open, nasty. That's 1 P2. Wrap him back to fire.
Nothing closed.
We're gonna break B left. Yeah, I left. One was open. Open that.
I'm banging time.
I have a left fire. Nothing left. Like their side.
Their side then.
Nice.
Missy one. Yeah.
It's top close. Secret. Nice. I'm going to pick up front. Pick up well. You pick up well. No, big thing here. You. We 60 this. We
you fire.
You. Yeah, 2 on top. They get it done. Yeah, I'm gonna go get lobby. Yeah, I'll go get lobby.
60-point game. LA desperately need to hang on to the P2 side of the map just as the hard point opens. They're finding the kills they need to lock down spawns, Jay.
And this is where, if you are Vancouver, take your time. Do not rush this. Do not tunnel your way through the front door or side door. Saw just develop on some of these long routes. Now you're going to have Nasty working deep towards fences. 04 trying to hit a water route, but it's instantly going to get sniffed out by Hydra. Is the nade gonna connect? No, it's not. Abuza from the back end. Neptune from the back end. They find 2. Now this is where you set up the pitch of your 04.
Oh, what a play from Envoy. Shuts down the choke, but still around the back. It's Nasty and 04, able to flip spawns and get in for a little bit of time. Thieves set up very quickly from the front, but Neptune and Abuza find themselves a double. Now it's just reading where the last 2 members are, and they know it's all coming through Zig. Abuza right there with it, and how about the full wipe? Surge, 13 seconds of scrap time looking good for them, and they've put this game maybe out of reach.
Yeah, this is game deciding time right here. The fact that Vancouver on their first attempt on the break take their sweet time and make it count. all of a sudden find themselves up by 70 points. Only need 19 kills going their way. Already having players contesting from top. Black, but Hydra with that double shuts them down.
Do they know Abuza is playing in through office? No, they do not. He finds one, takes his attention back into the hard point, and finds himself a second. The Surge can try to approach from the front, but the Thieves, able to hold on to high ground, will allow them to quickly get back into position. They have to receive this next hit, though, from essentially behind the hard point, and 04's on the pinch while the rest of the Surge are hitting from the front.
And this is exactly what 04 just does. He just beats a nuisance behind enemy lines, also finds another kill, opens up the front lane for his team, and then eventually comes back into the play and is able to find the break. Spawns flip for the Thieves over towards well. You gotta sprint forward, you gotta get in.
They're in for the contest, at least for now. Wallbang, though, out is Envoy. The next hit. This has to be in these last two members, and they will both fall simultaneously. If you thought they might be fake, they are absolutely for real. The Surge looking clean here in map number 1. Just need to rotate over to P4 for one more second. Nasty gonna be the first one here. Does he predict the right corner? Sure does. Cleans up the kill, and it's Vancouver that strikes first in the best of 7 finals.
Oh my God, Vancouver, just the way that they play hard point. It's like that there's 10 of them on the map at once. There's non-stop aggression, there's non-stop pressure, and there's so many players that you have to account for because one time they're here and the next 5 seconds they're in a complete different position, just causing mayhem in those respawns. But the turning point in this game was just how dominant Vancouver were at P2. We're talking about initially to start the game, Thieves rotated early. But then you just can't find a trade onto Nasty. Neptune finds a double to secure the back spawn. Second go around, Vancouver rotated early. They held it for about 35 to 40 seconds before Thieves can even attempt the break. But then in that final attempt there, where the Thieves needed that to have the response back into this game, to make it a barn burner, to close out this map number 1, just Vancouver, no. All right, we're up 60. There's no need to rush. There's no need to panic here. Someone take a long route. And you saw that even though 04 got sniffed out over towards water, not giving up his life for free allows that play to develop the way that it did. Your teammates win a gunfight towards the back. 04 eventually flies it from the front door and finds 2. And they were able to hold down that hill for basically a majority of like 120 seconds between the 3. That is just unbelievably played right there of the Surge. I was expecting Thieves to have better setups in those situations, especially when they're not getting non-stop action through the front door or side door, but they were just getting picked apart. Vancouver was simply not losing gunfights. They take map number 1.
There's just no bad challenges, it felt like, from Vancouver throughout the map. Even when they were in bad spots, you know, yes, a couple of moments that you have to take really unadvantageous fights, but they're not just running in one by one at any moment in time. Everyone is always there in a position to help, get trades, and make life difficult on the Thieves, just not allowing them to snowball at moments. Because there were a couple of times, I think especially early in that P2 or that second rotation to Hills, where it looked like Thieves were just playing a better macro game, getting themselves over to P3 both times first, winning a couple of key eliminations on rotation, but it's still moments where 04 is the last one alive, doesn't give up his life, doesn't force any gunfights. How can I use this position to help my team when they come off spawn? It leads to that break around P3 that we saw. I mean, there's so many individual moments where it is just so synergistic, and these guys are absolutely well-oiled and playing phenomenally.
And you can just tell, looking at the game flow, like it was basically a back and forth game until we got to the second half of it. When you go from P3 to P4, where the score is 132 to 177, you're thinking, okay, if you're the Thieves, we just found the 2 initial kills. The last 2 players are 04 and Neptune. They pop 4 in a 2v4 scenario and are able to successfully hold down that remaining jump time to grow that 60-point lead. Then all you need to do is take your sweet time off the rotations, find your picks, win your one-on-one gunfights, and that was truly the difference maker, because you're expecting the playmakers on the opposing side for LA in Hydra and Envoy to be hitting those long routes, try to win those one-on-one gunfights. They just weren't having as much success as 04 and Neptune doing it. You even saw it at that ending P3 with 04 taking a deep route, wins a one-on-one, blocks the spawn, comes back into the play, wins another 2, and then reads the play that also spawns in the back. They just seemingly understand everything about the game right now. Rambo Ray is doing a fantastic job over there.
It's chef's kiss. But now we have to take the conversation into this triple-decker of Vol, starting with the Search and Destroy, of course, for map number 2. I think the thing that's been really impressive about Vancouver is their speed, their tempo has obviously helped them a ton in respawn. But their playbook looks deep when it comes to what they want to do on Search and Destroy. Vault is not exactly the most dimensional map. It's pretty much, you know what you're going to get. A couple of fluctuations in how you break off, both offensively and defensively. Maybe how you set up your post plant, whether you're trying to play for contest or retake defensively. But largely everything circles around what happens at A. How do you see a more one-dimensional map possibly favoring a Thieves squad? Or maybe it just continues to be Vancouver just surprising everybody and finding a way to take this search as well.
Well, we watched Thieves recently in one of their matchup versus Cloud9 walk away with this with pretty much ease. Like, they were finding a lot of success with their early bomb plants. Post plants were basically flawless, and then their retakes, like, they just gathered information, realized, okay, they planted it, no one in towards the side, let me just stick the defuse. They're very quick under the decision making so far in Major 2 qualifiers in their search and destroy. But the only thing that scares me now, if you are Vancouver, who have been phenomenal in their S&D so far in this stage, they just simply have not played Vault yet. And the reason why I say that is because a map like Vault, like you said, is very one-dimensional. You usually just want to bombard your way into A to play for those opening kills, where they usually find a lot of success in that first blood column. But usually when you're watching 04 and Neptune, they like to let these rounds develop. They like to read setups, find openings. 04 found 4 first bloods in his previous series versus Toronto by just sneaking his way through. On a map like Vault, you really don't have a lot of opportunities like that. You just usually got to win your initial gunfights right off the rip, and you're going to stand a pretty good chance at walking away victorious. But it's just like, you can never be prepared for what Vancouver are going to throw at you. Even though they have yet to play the map, I still expect them to have a good understanding of how they want to walk away successful here.
Yeah, it's interesting because the map selection, this is actually Vancouver's choice. And it is, I know, again, the curiosity part is the fact that they haven't played it yet. So there's got to be something in the mix where you talk about the SMGs are the ones that are really kind of dominating. However, I say that, and the KD leaders going for both these two squads throughout the search have largely been off of these guys. Now, to be fair, Nasty, because they played so much Protocol, has rocked into a third SMG a handful of times, but still, he has been unbelievable. And I think mostly when you look at his opening duel win percentage, he's getting involved in a multitude of ways, and he's finding a lot of success.
Hey, that helps, man, especially when you got two SMGs who are not afraid of any of the situations they get put into. Just have Nasty watching over, like you said, switching between that AR and SMG, depending on the pace that they want to set. But this is what LA Thieves are looking forward to in this best of 7, improving in their search and destroy. You know that is what cost them at Major 1. Potentially have 3 in this series. But this is where you need to have a bounce back, because the way that Vancouver played, and at least in that respawn, they can take you down in all of them.
Absolutely the case. Also, just based on how this stage has gone, not only has Nasty found success in the opening duels, the entire team has. They are currently the #1 team in stage 2 at being able to secure first bloods. Now, their conversion percentage hasn't been particularly great, but they are finding a lot of success getting early numbers. How does that transition into the conversation about Vault, a map they have yet to play? Nades over the top for the defense did land, but this is going to be about trying to contest deep through Vault stairs here for Vancouver. A couple of nades will push them off from being able to get a plant, but LA is going to rewrap the map.
And that already is playing the mind gazers of Thieves. They had a lot of success getting that bomb down instantly versus Cloud9, but the early contestant now makes it to where Thieves have to make those mid-round adjustments, and currently they trapped themselves in towards mid.
And Vancouver have some really good awareness surrounding this. Nasty in a little bit of trouble, tries to back away, but there's nowhere to go. On the cross, Abuza's able to at least find one on the trade. This is not a play that involves the bomb for LA. So they still could wrap back, but 04 is in position, and he may catch Scrap right as he tries to slide through. Oh, just trying to bait him into it, and yep, 04 finds a kill before Neptune will drop the follow-up from LA. Also stuck at the front door. Hydra trying to slide in, finds the first, but can't turn for the second. 04 still alive and kicking. A couple extra shots come through. The pistol out, but the follow-up is there. Vancouver take the opener.
It's beautifully played. Beautifully played. Even though LA found that first blood, it was an instant response there for Abuza. And then if you're LA, you know that, all right, Abuza's in that angle. There's most likely going to be someone in towards R. We probably can't get this bomb down towards B. As they send 2 players to wrap their way back over towards Pool. Scrap was trying to pinch on the opposite side of Vault. But the double stack setup from Neptune and 04 simply shuts it down. So they're able to secure the first round.
It's just so wild that this Vancouver team is looking this locked in, not making like new team mistakes when it comes to moments like that, where Your defense is getting pushed around a little bit, and you still receive the second hit so darn well. First blood comes through, but immediately traded. Early 3v3. But Vancouver have gotten through the A site, and they're going to get a B plant here, Jay.
This is perfect. Like, you gain all the info. There's non-stop pressure over towards pool, so let's just get the hell up out of there and go plant it over towards B. Thankfully, Scrap is able to find one on the exit. Numbers in favor of LA, but both players from Vancouver are simply spread.
Oh, yeah. 04 is going to get caught. He needed to get at least one. So now Abuza is going to trust that he has an angle over the top of the bomb. Scrap is the one trying to play through street side with him. A couple of tags have already come through. There's the nade over the top. Able to at least get some extra damage onto Scrap. The headshot's good, but oh, Ghosty, long range. Just able to lock down Abuza before he hit the deck for cover. And that'll allow a successful retake for LA.
Yeah, you got to believe Abuza's going to go to Abuza's house to try to clutch up on one of these rounds. Almost make something out of nothing. The nade good enough to have Scrap weak. The wall bank's good enough for the second kill, but just a third player. You didn't account for not enough ammo in your gun to try to play your life. Great shots, great timing out of OC. Drop on out.
Yep. Well placed nade. Helps out not just for one, but also the damage onto Envoy. And yeah, if he hits the deck right there and resets that battle, there's a very real possibility that he just locks down that position and finds himself a 1v3 by way of essentially firing range. But not the case. LA now on to the next offensive attempt. Same route here from Hydra. Here's the nades bounce, stays safe from it, and will just get to work immediately going for a plant. Ghosty in trouble, pushed off from the backside of P2, and Vancouver may think about trying to get an early contest, but may have missed their window for it.
Yeah, Scrap whips out an SMG. Him and Hydra are going to be that duo inside the site. Nash is just going to use the tax to try to open up the lane over towards pool. He realized no one's here, but Envoy strikes for the first.
Yeah, and Envoy will tuck himself into a corner. Another shoulder comes through. Neptune cannot able to follow up on it, but Abuza does clear him out eventually. So good isolation, but this took a lot of time. Nasty clears out the backside of P2. Scrap now will be known that he has an SMG in play. He actually found that kill a little bit deeper away from the site. Neptune right on in. Hydra finds the first. Snaps over for the second. Beautiful finesse from the French phenom, and LA get two in a row.
Yeah, well played right there out of LA. You get the bomb down instantly. That's what you were trying to do in round number one. Vancouver trying to contest their way through pool, but just initially showing presence on that side slows them down on that retake. And Envoy strikes for the first blow, but then Hydra, the closer, on site, lays down right behind it and is able to cast a double to secure the round.
Clean stuff from LA. Putting the pressure on Vancouver, not allowing them to just finesse around the outsides of the map. Neptune with the bomb. Yet to secure an elimination. Actually just drops it. And once again, Vancouver have eyes over towards B Street. Nasty's going to see one on the cross. That's good information, though. There's a player around the back in the form of Scrap, who does find first blood. 04 also held at mid-map. Not a good opener here for Vancouver. They're a bit stuck, but Neptune has created space to possibly keep moving over towards B.
Yeah, big kill by Neptune to even up the numbers. Still somewhat know that LA Thieves at least showed presence over towards pool, so you're going to take your time on this repositioning out of Abuza. But both the SMGs going to work in.
Clean. Scrap will get caught inside the A site. Ghosty the entire time was responsible for B, so this LA defense has been thin over the top of the A site. Hydra lucky to be alive, just on 13 points of health. Ghosty up and over. Nice movement from Abuza, who gets the pistol out. Hydra finds one on the other side of the map, though. This will be a 1v3 for him. He's trying to chase down Abuza. Oh, and they miss each other. Two ships passing in the night. So now Hydra has to take his attention into the site itself, where Abuza has joined 04. The initial slide through makes it messy, and the follow-up is right there. Good help from Abuza. Vancouver respond.
Yeah, great response right there out of Vancouver, because I thought initially once that first flood goes down and Nasty gets isolated, you have no pool control. You're most likely thinking if they have pool, they're probably in that A site. But they catch the timing onto Scrap on the drop down. They're able to put themselves in a position to secure the round, but Abuza with the movement. You saw how difficult it was watching it from Ghosty's POV. A little bit more simple on the side of Abuza, but big kill, secures the round there. Tie game.
LA has had the same break off towards A just about every single round. And it'll be the same once again. Scrap the one to get in first. Hydra follows up with the bomb, and they're immediately going to go for the plant once again. No contest again for Vancouver. This time there's a trophy system for the Thieves post plant.
Yeah, stuns and nades are not going to be effective in towards this site. We got to try to isolate onto a player, and they might have just drawn the perfect guy. Ghosty's just going to try to back on out. Nade is able to connect to slow him down. You have a little bit of assistance here, but Nasty gets the better of Envoy.
Well, the thing about it is Ghosty's still playing on the outside of the back of really this P2 spawn area, but the problem is he's so far outside the picture that it really falls onto what Scrap can do in and around the point. Tries to come back to the bomb, not going to be able to. Now it's just down to Ghosty, and they know he is forever away, and there's just not an angle for him to play through pool. This is going to take maybe too long. Ghosty on the way in. Does he get here to challenge in time? No, he doesn't. Kill comes through regardless. Vancouver take the edge.
And I love the way that Vancouver are playing this. Usually when you're the team on defense, you know, all right, they're most likely going to plant the bomb, man. We got to try to contest it. We got to get in there. But they are just working the outskirts of these site, isolating these players on the outside, and then eventually forcing them to change their post-plant setup and finding the advantages on their end. It all starts with the first blood that Nasty's able to secure, because then you see what it does to that LA setup. Someone's got to back out. You got to put yourself in a position to watch the outside of pool. You already knew that Ghosty was all the way in the depths of your spawn. So they know we found first blood. We have the numbers in sight. We're good. Simple as that. Vancouver secure the round.
Back and forth we go. This time something a little bit more orthodox from Vancouver as they just dive into the A site, but Neptune taking an extra step forward, seeing if he can catch any Thieves defenders just by trying to poke through the hole in the floor. Doesn't see anything. Back over towards B Street. Neptune on the hunt. They've got damage onto one. Does he pick the right corner? He does. Envoy will drop for first blood, but the trade is there, and Scrap has found an isolated kill onto 04 as well.
Yeah, that was a big kill onto 04 because he was the bomb carrier. He was trying to get that bomb down at B for free. Now into 3v2, instant 2v2 with the Booza finding that kill, but the pressure's still going to be on him.
Oh, and he's got shots to Scrap and a follow-up. Oh, Hydra! Just able to catch Shubuza before he was likely able to double up. So now to the 1v1. 35 seconds on the clock, and Nasty's going to track backwards towards the bomb.
Yeah, if you allow this bomb to go down at B, this is going to be a very difficult retake if you are Hydra. Nasty clears a little bit of space, but just going to plant it on the outskirts. Multiple different angles he can watch it from.
Hydra quick to make his way through connector and immediately onto the B side. He knows that this is going to be likely a play over towards Art. He's just going to hop it. What a call from Hydra. Nasty's thinking he's going to go hunting. Does he get there and see him underneath the van? Oh, not quite. Hydra just sticks it, secures the defuse. Nasty can't quite get into position to find the cheeky angle.
And there's so many spots you can watch the bomb site from, Alan. He just decided to not play any of them. He just was playing the timing, knowing that you're going up against Hydra. He's most likely going to be looking for the kill. But a couple times now, Hydra said, all right, Scoot trying to locate where they are. I'm just going to stick defuse, and it works out.
Back to Old Faithful here for LA. This time, Hydra's trying to play up at Palms. 04 catches him. Ghosty was the one who was supposed to be helping on the balcony play, but there's just too many Surge defenders. Now he's worried about the flank. And the Thieves are stuck. They are stuck in the mud right now.
Yeah, you can't plant the bomb. Unless you're going to take the risk, and Envoy's going to do it.
Wow.
Now that Scrap has your other angle covered. Bomb is going to get planted. Vancouver in the 4v3 looking for the retake.
Oh, Neptune's going to inch up towards P2 as Ghosty's seen him. Doesn't seem to have. The isolation is good. Numbers in favor of Surge. The clock, though, starting to tick in this 4v2. Abuza shut down initially by Scrap, but the trade is there. Just down to one, and Envoy could only find the first. And Vancouver continue to bully this Thieves offense around the outskirts of the map.
Yep, they found another first blood. Instantly slow down their play call. Because you're thinking, all right, we got all 4 players up. The bomb isn't going to go down. We can catch a timing. But this time, just the perfect blind counter. That's 2 defenses now where they played through B Street. 2 defenses now where they played through Pool. That one with the first blood allows them to obviously have the man advantage. Read the post-plant setup, isolate onto the player in the back. And then just win the trades in towards the point. So now Vancouver have a slight edge.
Yeah, this is a big round right here for the Thieves. As things are starting to trend in favor of Vancouver. Another quick action. Wow, Scrap. Quick to pull the gun off Neptune, try to follow up, but there are a lot of Thieves defenders here, and he's going to be overwhelmed. First 2 eliminations plus the bomb carrier have already fallen. Abuza taking away a lot of space at B Street, but cannot find a kill, and he has to back away.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy round to try to find success in. Ghosty's going to get the better of Nasty. Now Abuza left in the 1v4. Bomb all the way in their spawn, and you still got Hydra roaming around in the RC car. There's just not going to be a really big chance that he takes this one.
Yeah. Booza just looking for something over the middle of the map, and, well, he finds it, but it's 2 players sliding at him. Easy finish. A flawless round for LA. Exactly what they need. We get locked back in at 4 apiece.
Yeah, back and forth. And this search and destroy. 0-4 tries to make another play. But Scrap with another first blood shuts him down. Neptune tries to make up for it. He gets taken care of. First 10 seconds right there. Decides the round, and LA Thieves are able to tie the game, but they need to have a response here for this attacking now, because they usually love to get that bomb instantly down, have a 4v4. But the way that Vancouver are playing it is that even if you get the bomb down, we know there's players on the outskirts. We're just going to isolate for that first kill.
It's going to be a battle at the top hallways. Both teams and trophy systems in place. Oh, but the nades are just too much. A little bounce pass into Ghosty's face from the frag from 0-4. Doesn't stop Envoy from planning, but the RC behind the play. Finds a second elimination. Another 4v2. Retake moving its way quickly into A. Envoy's trying to wrap around the back with Scrap. Abuza melted, but you have to check for the bomb. Nasty watching the angle. They almost line up. Scrap has done his job. And now it's on to Envoy to find the final 2. 0-4's seen him. Another shoulder comes through. Nade will land, but Envoy's been pushed back. Initial hop for the defuse started, but then got pulled back. Envoy. Here he makes his move, trying to come back forward. Does he kill off enough time? No, he doesn't. Neptune secures the kill and the defuse. Vancouver's going to be on map point.
Oh, Neptune. What a heads up play, because it got me a little bit nervous when he instantly decides to hop off of that bomb, but you would rather have both players with their guns up ready for the gunfight than one player not. But just the perfect timing here. I don't know if 0-4 is able to have him a little bit weak. He had to have, because Neptune hit it with 3 to 4 bullets. You almost allow a 2v4 clutch to get away from you. But the time simply was not on Envoy's side, especially when 0-4 was able to gain the info. As we take a look at the RC car, Hydra usually has phenomenal movement, but could not get away from the explosive vehicle. Game point, Surge.
I love the idea of it. Flood nades through the top hallway, RC behind it. Works out beautifully. Neptune cleanly into A. Nades from the Thieves. Don't let them really hit at all because they're running it down middle. Nasty gets caught. Abuz is now the next one in trouble. Trying to find an angle to see if he can catch someone on the cross. But LA has held their ground for now. 0-4 sticking for the plant, but Envoy's found a second 4v2.
Yeah, Neptune tries to make up for it in the one-on-one. Unfortunately, does fall. Now in the 4v2, make it a 1v4. Abuza snap good enough for the first, but just too many players from the Thieves still alive. And they are able to force the round 11 with the aggression right through bottom mid. They know that Vancouver haven't really been a team so far on this map. They just instantly put that bomb down. They are waiting for these rounds to slowly develop, but that time just the pace changing way too much to handle. Nasty gets caught off guard. Abuza left out to dry over towards pool. And LA Thieves, adjustments, now force around 11.
How about it? Around 11, map 2. It's been a lot of defense, Jay. It's been a lot of retakes. Neither team has really cared much about the bomb being allowed to get planted. But these post plants have been absolutely foiled. It's going to be Vancouver on the round 11 offense.
This is where you might just have to catch him off guard. Instantly try to go for this bomb plant.
Whoa. 3-man stack here for the Thieves up top. Does Abuza get a read on it? Oh, he sure does. Backs away. Can he keep his life? The hunt is on. Abuza down to 5 HP. The burst through the doors. Hydra finds the first blood, but look how quick Vancouver are. They're trying to get over to B. Can they be allowed to plant this? Losing gold, they gain art, and they're going to go for the 3v4 post plant at B.
And this is the biggest gunfight of the map right here. 0-4 versus Envoy. Envoy's able to get the better of him, and Envoy lines up a double. 1v4 for Neptune, finds the first.
Second up top. Oh, the shots are decent, but cannot find the kill. And in a map that was heavily decided by who gets defense, LA find themselves on the better side of the map. And it's just a mad dash through the middle that they catch out Abuza, and from there on out, there just wasn't an option for Vancouver on the map.
A pace change up in those final 2 rounds for LA. Just set the tone. They know that Vancouver have been working towards this A type, but they take their sweet time. They send it right through the middle. 3 players are able to gain info onto Abuza, and even though Abuza had manners, closes the door behind him, Hydra knows I'm still gonna go flying and get this kill for the first blood. He was only able to find one in an entire round 11 search to destroy, but the biggest one came at the biggest moment. You find that first kill, you put yourself in the man advantage, and then even though the bomb gets down at B, with Envoy hitting such a long route to wrap back over towards Art, and just catch that timing on an 04, that solidifies the round because he was going to be their safety net. We know 04 is always going to put himself in position to make plays. But once you take care of him, Envoy also finds a second, and that is a GG on the round. LA responding to search and destroy, a much needed one to tie the series up.
All defense for the most part there in map number 2, a round 11 thriller. We head back to the dash before we set up the rest of this best of 7.
What a tempo change, as you two mentioned. LA Thieves steal the search and destroy after it looked like Vancouver might go up 2-0 in this best of 7. Can we start, though, with Envoy? Because everyone's going to credit Hydra. Great play in that final round. He gets the first blood.
Yeah.
Envoy drops 1,800 damage. He only goes +1. 1,800 damage with 2 first bloods. The man was insane in search.
He's just always involved, man. I mean, you can always count on Envoy to make huge plays. And, you know, that was an unusual S&D, though, guys. Like, so many defenses were being won. I mean, early on, you saw Surge kind of, like, wanting to push all the way over towards ammo, converge on them. And then when you get that bomb down, we're just going to pinch you out and make huge plays down low bottom vault. Well, LA Thieves started to mirror that at the end, and they ended up running away with it.
It reminds me of the question I got asked yesterday was, in round 11, would you rather be on the attack or defense? Well, in this situation, you'd want to be on the defense. Unfortunately for Vancouver Surge, they do pull the attack in that round 11, and not to knock them, they're a good attack team, but when it came to this map, it was just the way it was playing out. The retakes from the side of Vancouver Surge were so good in the early half to this game. It's just the aggression from LA Thieves, and obviously that 1v1 Hydra versus Nasty, that Ninja Diffuse is going to sit with them for a while.
And I thought this was Vancouver's game after round 9, and then this happens.
Yeah, I mean, right here, like, if 04 is able to get this kill, they potentially win. I actually love the pivot that Surge made, right? Like, you lose a player, like, okay, we're going to instantly go B and just get the bomb down. They get it down. They actually get to the building safe.
Yeah.
It's just 04 ends up getting killed by Envoy there, as the player you highlighted, making a huge play, taking his time, knowing that if he wraps all the way around here, if he catches this kill, they'll win this round.
Ali, in Madrid, we went to a Game 7, round 11. This one shaping up to be a good one with 2 more doses of Vault coming up. What are your expectations? Will we see one team go up 3-1?
Absolutely. I mean, we're gonna have to see a team go up 3-1. But for me, like, I'm so impressed by the Surge in that map number 1 hardpoint. Like, there is no reason we shouldn't go 7 after their performance.
And what do you got for me from the Respawns?
Yeah, let's talk about this hardpoint. I mean, nobody would have predicted it to be 1-1 and LA Thieves winning SD and then Surge winning the HP, right? But we're going to talk about how Surge is actually this good at hardpoint. They have a ton of rules, Rambo Ray implementing these things, and they're abiding by them, okay? So we're going to be on board here with Nasty. He's in scrap time right now, and this is a simple play, right? We're going to do a pinch and push. So he's going to pinch, and then they're going to push, right? But it goes bad, right? The players up here, they lose this trade battle, and the only player remaining from this fight is Abuza, okay? So you have to pivot. What are we going to do? When all the players spawn back here with Nasty as he's setting up the pinch, right? You have one player that is dead on the side of LA Thieves. That is Hydra. And before the hill pops, we have to identify where he's at and find that kill before we decide to push over towards the hill. So you're gonna see how everybody reacts here. It's beautiful. So Abuza slows down, we lost the fight. All the players spawn on top of Nasty on the bottom side of your mini map. And then right here, they know the old time was still going, so Hydra got this bad spawn out over here. What are we gonna do? You see everybody actively looking for him. You're gonna see Abuza try to go over here to try to get, or figure out where he's at. And you're gonna see Neptune come up and actually find that kill before we decide to challenge this time on the hill. Just awesome played by them. You can see they have these rules that they're abiding by, and an instant reaction to the spawn out to give yourself an advantage before we push over.
It's kind of the opposite of what we saw in the last series, where it was 04 constantly slipping behind.
Yeah.
Surge isn't letting anybody pass them.
It's wonderful to see. And then even right here, Thieves get another chance at a big break here. And you see Neptune dies. He gets a little bit aggressive, calculated risk, but Surge are still able to just respond instantly. And when it does get mixy, you got guys like 04 and Neptune who can come back and win some big ones.
I I would love to like sit in for a full hardpoint and listen to Vancouver's comms because they've got to have some of the best comms in the league. That was a great breakdown.
They just took down Toronto, who we said had some of the best comms in the league for years. Now we find out, is Vancouver the best team in the league? They have to win 3 more games before LA does. We have 2 more doses of Vault, Red Card, Search and Destroy, Hacienda, Control, and Skyline if we get to that Game 7. Nameless, they won't see us until the end of Game 6, so what's your prediction?
I still got LA Thieves, man, but I will say, like, the more and more we keep watching the Surge team up against the top squads, they are so clean. And, like, even in that, what we just watched in Drawn Conclusions, like, they're on point. It's possible that they might just run away with this.
LA Thieves in?
I'm still sticking Thieves, but y'all bullied me thinking that they might be a little bit better than Atlanta right now. I'm just saying.
It's crazy to say. We haven't seen these guys.
This team is serious.
Allie,
We just have to see them on land.
On local area network.
I have played on local area network. Thank you very much.
Probably
That's
getting
why I got my job. What? All right.
Well, listen, we'll see them on land. I think that they're going to be very good, but I have to see it translate to land play every single time.
If you want to see these two fight live, we'll be on YouTube later. For now, though, we have to send it over to Shift and Study for Call of Duty.
Unbelievable.
Let's just leave the comments about Allie getting slammed on land.
It's not even true.
Don't worry, I was slamming Wheeler. All right,
you have one chip.
Thank you, Jay.
Guys, Jay has one chip.
You suck, Wheeler. You suck, bro. You suck.
Wow.
All good, man.
That's cold, man. That's cold.
It's kind of embarrassing.
Get them out of here. Let's get over to the business end of this. We've got Vault Control. Here's the storyline. It may just be as simple as this. LA in Stage 2 haven't lost the control yet. Doesn't matter what map it's on. They're looking like they very well may just be masters at the mode. So let's use that as kind of our pinch point here. What do you look for Vancouver to try to stop that spree, steal away map number 3 here?
It's going to be very difficult because even though LA haven't really played Vault so far in this qualifier, they're still one of the top teams on it. The best team on attacking side, 3rd overall on defense on the side of Vancouver. The thing that they tend to struggle with a little bit is going to be attacks where you're simply just getting outslayed in certain scenarios. We cannot have that. You can make up for it in the segments, but there's certain situations where you're allowing SMGs to get lost in your base and you simply are not keeping track of them. That wasn't the answer, or at least the call in map number 1. They kept up in the slaying, but on Control where you had to start to check all these corners, make sure you're predicting right, winning some insane one-on-one gunfights, even maintain map control. That's what Vancouver need to focus on. Where Hydra is gone, where Envoy is gone, because you saw in that last series, they have times where they just don't die for like 2-3 minutes at a time.
Indeed the case. The thing about this LA squad is that it's a full picture, but there are individuals that have absolutely stood out. And I think you look at just what you've gotten out of Envoy and Hydra. Again, we've talked a lot about Hydra waking into what we know he can do and getting into his potential, and raising the ceiling of this team has put them into a spot where they look untouchable. And that has not just existed because Hydra's playing well. It's also allowed Envoy to kind of focus on his role a little bit more, and he's also stepped up in a major way. Both the SMGs, I think, have really been the key factor for this LA team being as dominant as they have been to this point.
Yeah, they just have a perfect understanding of the game. Okay, we killed 3 people. Let me go put myself in a position to at least catch 2. Make it easier for my teammates coming off the respawn, and still not really allow Vancouver or anybody who that they play to dominate that map control. If you can see on the side of LA, currently on a 6-game win streak in Control. Without question, the best respawn team in the game so far, 5-0 this stage. But you just never know. You just never know when you're going up against this Surge roster.
Yeah, and it does feel like in this series, the controls very well may be the difference maker here. I kind of felt like the same thing when we talked about Vancouver playing up against Atlanta. The S&Ds were going to be the question mark. They were able to win both of them. That's going to be, I think, the key in this best of 7 for Vancouver. Can you hang with LA on their best mode? We're about to find out, as Neptune has already gotten to work, making his way to the high ground by way of the diving board, and it's going to be just full focus towards the hallways, which Ghosty picks up on the pinch and forces Vancouver to try to dive on into the first point, which is A, and they get stuffed.
And that's a perfect start right there from LA, because if you're Vancouver, you're expecting at least 1 or 2 players to go over towards Sapcat. LA Thieves say, screw that, let's just send everybody through the middle of the map. So they waste a lot of time trying to locate what that setup was looking like, and that leads to Thieves now we're just running away with it in the kill feed. Envoy in your base on 3-0. Yeah, you got to turn around and take care of him.
Yeah, we got to get these trades very, very quickly if you're Vancouver. Nasty's trying to open up the map a touch, but they can't get on spawn. Not cleanly, at least. Oh, my gosh. If Scrap wins that one, holy cow. Hold me. I'm scared. Envoy on 5 in a row. We heard him in the interview after they played their first series. He's just pushing out spawns, finding kills. Pushing out spawns, finding kills.
That's just all he needs to do. There's only 22 seconds left. You don't even have a single segment if you are Surge. Hydra here trying to contest. He is going to fall, though, and that leads to 3 dead. So it should guarantee at least the first segment here for Vancouver. Scrap able to at least find one to alleviate the pressure a little bit. Now he's not going to slow down. He instantly plays through the big door. At least Ghosty does. And that sets up his teammates to just fly in and potentially find the rest of them.
Clock continues to tick for now. Hydra comes back to the gunfight. Locks down onto 04. Second tick is secured, though. Hydra working on the pinch. Not hit by that Semtex. Coming off spawn, though, 04 keeps safe the pinch in from the front. Envoy is shut down. Scrap gets pushed back, and we get an extra 60 seconds to work with if you're Vancouver.
Yeah, but this is a scary moment. Thankfully, Scrap is able to win that one-on-one. Because all the map control was currently in favor of Vancouver, but you're starting off the fights. Now your teammate's going to fill the lanes. Now you only have a minute to work with if you are Vancouver. Just going to slow down around this mid-map area, hoping that the players off the respawns to find a little bit of success you can set up on that pinch.
Abuza stepping up, has a player right around the corner, finds the kill, but it comes at the cost of a couple of friends around the backside of the streets. And with Envoy playing over towards gold, he's going to force the rest of Vancouver to spawn behind B2, which is not where you want to be. 12v5, only one more respawn going to be available, and that's going to go to Abuza. Neptune will not see the rest of this round. And this is just, I think, too much to overcome if you're Vancouver. So likely just the 3 ticks of progress unless something goes massively awry.
Yeah, Envoy's just doing whatever the hell he wants in Abuza's home. Like, yeah, Abuza's going to have something to say about that. At least hopefully he wants to. Because Envoy was the dictator on this round. Potentially going to end it on 5 in a row, but nasty good shots all the way across the map to at least take care of him. That's only going to be 3 segments here on the first attack for Vancouver. We said it before the map, they needed to be able to keep slaying. It's just hard to keep track of players who are just changing positions in your base, finding kill after kill.
Yeah, you lose the break off like that if you're Vancouver, and the round is almost over at that point. I mean, it's just too many lives get thrown away just trying to get out of spawn. That's what LA is going to do to you, though. Clean break off leads to spawn kills, leads to time off the clock, and from there, it just kind of snowballs out of control. Salvaging 3 ticks of progress, though, not terrible. And now it just kind of calls upon you to, again, step up, essentially return to sender. Do what you can to do the exact same thing to LA.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. But LA, you could even see it on the defensive side. They know how to finesse with their lives, how to be annoying when they need to, how to put themselves in position to make it easier for their teammates. Only need 3 segments to make up for here. Obviously, the break off and every single control is going to be a big part. This time, they're just going to play it a little bit more spread.
Trophies on both sides. Neptune gets the opener. Nasty following up. Hydra trying to work along the back. Neptune's read this, though. A dance with the van, and Neptune just wiggles his way around the gunfight. But Ghosty gets through B Street. Pinch on the way from Nasty. That will stop the rest of the Thieves from being able to get over to the zone and help Ghosty out, and he will eventually be dealt with. Hydra trying to take his place in through square here, and he actually will find 2, so that'll open up space here off spawn for Thieves to just take the overextension back around the point.
Yeah, and Hydra already puts himself in position towards back guard. Yeah, 04, you're not going to be ready for that. And if you had a player coming up the respawn alongside him, does Neptune decide to play for it? So you have LA already slowing the progression there at A. But players from Vancouver roaming in their base as well. You take care of Hydra. All your focus now through the front.
Nasty trying to chase down an elimination in front of him. Will find it. Ghosty still finessing in front of the A zone as Neptune starts to clear off some of the progress, and with the follow-up also coming through from Nasty, that will lead to an absolutely flawless start to this defense. 24 seconds remaining here. LA dealing with some resistance coming out of spawn, but they take care of Nasty. It's just trying to get the Abuzas on 6 in a row. Neptune also in place to try to help out, but Hydra's cleared the front. Abuza doesn't need a main weapon. He's just going to go to the pistol.
Did he just run out of ammo or something? He had to have, because he definitely would have reloaded at this point. But he is on 7 in a row. Can he find number 8? No, he cannot, and that leads to a clean 4 dead for LA. It was a late round heroics for Vancouver to secure 3. The same thing could be said here for the Thieves. Down by 4 lives, an extra minute added.
This next break for the Thieves is going to be a massive one. Abuza kicks us off for an opener down B Street. 04 also finds Ghosty over towards the extension behind Pool. And now he's getting to work, just getting lost. Hydra, topside diving board. Again, a little shake between both. Ghosty there for the assistance. That's 3 down. You've also got Envoy pushing through. Scrap makes safe to play through gold. You can get on here if you're Thieves. Neptune does what he needs to clear out Envoy, but here's the stack. First tick on the way.
Yeah, they have trophies down, so let's just play for at least the first segment before we decide to hop on off. You are about to get bombarded by players from the Surge. 0-4 of Booza, able to combine for 2, but Envoy with the response.
1v1.
Makes it a 1v1.
Scrap trying to take the challenge, finds a Booza for free. Up top, Nasty, good damage. Secondary trophy. Oh, doesn't get down. The Semtex was there first. Blows up the trophy, but the second tick of progress is on the way. You've got 0-4 working on the long route, but you gotta clear him off now. Here comes the recontest. Hydra for the opener. Nasty now trying to get into position. Hydra still in a position with Scrap to contest. Can they find the kills they need? Just down to Neptune. 1v1 with Hydra. Wind comes through for Hydra. Is anyone else gonna be able to touch this in time? Hydra saves the day and secures the zone for LA.
Oh my, what a round there of control. Non-stop pressure through the front end. Trades galore. But in the final moment, Hydra just needed to win. First off, a 1v1 gunfight. Regen a little bit, another 1v1 gunfight. But that is a round right there that's going to be beating you up if you are Vancouver. Because Hydra was the deciding factor, a 2v5. You just got Ghostly watching over, putting down peppered shots. It's a 1v4, but the 2 players coming off the respawn are not in the play. And thankfully, you still got Hydra there, who knew both players were weak, goes for the challenge, and secures the attacking round for LA to go up 2-0.
What a play. What a play. Trophies down again. Vancouver, solid break off this time. They go 2 for 1. First take already being worked on as really everyone just flooded right through mid. Now the push through will be enough for 0-4 to secure a trade. Nasty in trouble. Envoy able to put some pressure on the spawn, but again, immediately countered by Abuza, who's getting to work now trying to line him up, and Abuza finds 2. That'll be enough now for the second tick to get worked on. His help is on the way.
Yeah, adjustments on the break for Vancouver. Screw Cat. Let's just take bottom mid so we have more time to work with once we get these segments. But Abuza with 3. Allow that second segment to be guaranteed. Now Nasty, is he going to try to play his life? He's only able to take down 1. 0-4 in a power position. Just want to hold this until the teammates come off the respawn.
Yeah, well done. Third tick will be fully depleted, though, by the LA defense. 0-4 getting to work on the route. Hydra, just stays concealed on the statue. Almost able to come back to it as 0-4, but not to be. Nasty Semtex also does not make it in towards the zone, but he's on the hunt. Abuza working with him. Envoy still behind this play. Can Nasty find the double? Envoy still floating, but the double stack is in. Vancouver looking like they're going to get the extra 60, and with that elimination, well, I was going to say they should, but Nasty pushes forward, and LA will clear the floor and start depleting the progress.
Envoy is just doing whatever the hell he wants right now, Alan. I was staring at the mini-map, watching Envoy go from cat to flanking big doors. Now all of a sudden, he's at Abuza's crib. On 5 in a row. 30 seconds to go. Vancouver need 1 more segment here at A to extend time. But if you are LA, just make it more difficult. Play your corners.
Ghosty, a nice response to 0-4. Knows he's got more players around the outside of the zone. Neptune and Nasty win the day for now. Scrap getting to work, trying to take on this 1v2, but no, not going to happen. Extra 60 seconds will be tallied.
Yeah, 10v10 now. Envoy almost makes another play there. And now time getting extended. The game is going to slow down a little bit, or is it? Because Nasty with the dive finds that first kill onto Hydra. Envoy knows there's at least 2 involved. We got to get out.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble, but knows that Abuza's playing the backside of B Street. A couple opening tags are there. Envoy is just, simply put, finessing. 29 and 15. 9 plays 7. Envoy not done. Little heat check off the spawn trap. Scrap following up. Shut down. Maybe a chance here, but again, Surge are down to their final 5 lives.
And they're all still stuck in their base. You have to try to develop on some of these routes. Set up a couple team shots. Open up with that first kill. They already gained info onto Envoy. It's going to be a one-on-one, but you're just going to get out of it. If you are Nasty, now Hydra's in your back line.
Every gunfight has to be calculated here if you're Vancouver. And they're winning a couple of big ones. 5v5 now. Hydra off the pinch. Opening shots are decent. Backs up, but trades are there. You're going to get a stack here for Vancouver. It's a 4v2. Neptune putting some pressure on the cross. 0-4, the one responsible for anyone who comes outside of Art. Second tick is locked. In LA, they may just want to run forward here. See if they can try to find a way to stop this. And they may just be able to get this to 1v1. Nasty versus Envoy. Both players off the regen. Nasty being danced with. The contest is in. Envoy secures the Because of course he does. A Goliath map for Dylan Hannon secures a control for LA.
And that's a 2v5 right there for Vancouver. You know, the last two players are coming off the respawn. We got to take a little bit more space there, Alan. It's as simple as that. You know these guys are going to be towards the backside of R. Maybe if we get towards the side of R, we have a crossfire set up. But last two players from LA just fly on in and clutch up in the kills. Ghosty starts it off. Envoy effective on the trade. Envoy was able to find 2 before turning into a 1-on-1. But then to close out the round, he's been doing what he's done the entire map, and that's just lead it in finesse. Almost 4K damage, 23 non-traded kills. That guy just did it all there for LA.
In 3 rounds, Jay. 3 rounds. He finds almost 4K damage. 33 and 17. Oh my goodness. What a masterclass from Envoy. And those are the 3 closest rounds of control we possibly could have gotten. Everything coming down to no respawns remaining, but LA just a touch of class better. And it comes from Dylan Envoy.
Dude, like, this looking a little bit more as his stats. He had 26 kills on the attacking side. The closest one to him was Scrap with 12. That is unbelievable. We're talking about a team who just walked away with obviously only 1 attacking round, but just the impactful plays that he is able to make is insane. Finesse, give me a 2-piece. All right, my teammates are here, knowing the timings of the players coming off the respawn to set up the repinch. He was just way too much to handle there on that control. And now if you're the Thieves, I know you fell short in that opening hard point, but all momentum is now heavily on your side.
Jay, that was 2 different 2v5 situations.
Yeah.
That also needs to be mentioned, but there is something about just, you gotta just live in the glory that is Dylan Envoy in this final 1v1. Has the SMG, gets up close, and just completely outworks Nasty. What a read. And the fact of the matter is he had to slide forward to contest in the first place. It was that close to being converted just on capture. But wow, Hydra's sitting there like, are these guys serious? Scrap's over just boosting his boy. And it's a 3-0 for LA to take the edge in the series. 1 more vault though to come.
Yeah, Hydra's sitting there like, are you serious? Because I want to have some fun, but that's what a super team sort of looks like with this LA roster. Everyone can take over when they need to. It's just everybody had to enjoy the Envoy show there on that control, man, because he's literally just did it all. But that vault hardpoint next up is going to be a banger as well.
I know production's smiling year to year because we show both SMGs dominating control, and what do? They dominate in control. Unreal stuff. Wow, we've got ourselves a hell of a grand final to this point. But that's not just all we've got going on right now, because things aren't just getting cooked up in temperature with what we have going on in the CDL. If you love COD, which if you're watching, I know you do, you need to be joining us on Wednesdays and Thursdays for Challengers Elite. We're in the midst of stage 2. There's 1 more round of round robin gameplay, and then we've got playoffs this week on youtube.com/COD Challengers. And currently, I know for a fact that Rafi is sitting there, if he's watching, with a big smile on his face, because Amit Brooklyn and Amit are topping the groups. Amit Brooklyn in particular, filling the gaps left by Lunars and Neptune have been great, Jay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if 2 players get called into the CDL. We're going to be able to fill those gaps to still be one of the top dogs. Because you got players like Neptune. It might have been the saving grace for this Surge lineup. So far, I've yet to lose with him. He's been an impactful player, and then Lunar's still just trying to figure it out there on the LAG side. But if you want to obviously be one of those players called up, you got to go through the gauntlet of challengers. Elite Stage 2 is what we're currently on. Both OMID's teams frying, Team War, even with some vets like Adam Assault World Champion, turning it around. And we honestly are going to have a really tight finish to this one, Alan, because a couple of teams are just way too tight.
On the other side for EU, the top half of the groups are also fully loaded. I've been told that Benjamin Bance has found the curious case of Benjamin Button. He has become 18 years old again. He has been frying in EU. 4-0 our Team Notorious, 4-0 our Katana Gaming. They're looking like the clear-cut favorites. They have been great over in Europe, where again, we're going to start to see these teams showing up on LAN, be options. I think for the European space, they know for a fact that those major performances are going to be key towards possibly getting another look to get picked up. You've also got a couple of players players like Hixie and Super, that REU that are now playing in North America, trying to up their chances to get back to the league. There are some superstars out there, friends. So make sure you're joining us actually specifically, on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Bryson Ton, of course, doing the EU work. Jay and I doing the NA work. YouTube.com/COD Challengers. Sub now. Do the ring the bell thing. Show up. Be there. Let's have some fun.
Please. Yeah, because if you love Call of Duty, you need to be there, man. Like, Challengers, it's a whole different level of gameplay. It's not really compared to see how aggressive they play, but so far, this is the minor bracket. Here at Minor 2, it's been a gauntlet. Obviously, if you're Surge, you start all the way from round 1. You get the better of Boston. You take down Atlanta FaZe in 2 Surge and Destroys and clutch up in a game number 5. And then you steamroll your way through Ultra to get to this position. And then Thieves, realistically, it's been easy work. Easy work for LA.
Yep, I mean, they've been dominating everybody. And let's be honest, that was a red-hot Cloud9 team that they really opened up the doors on. Same situation versus Carolina earlier today. They have been in the driving seat. For Vancouver, though, it's been kind of like, I don't even know. It's just been, obviously, Neptune, but the fact that you've got players like Abuza, players like Nasty that are awakening into this new form, really enlightening. I think in particular Abuza has really enjoyed watching his SMGs run around because it's allowing him to focus on particular lanes, and when he can get his aim going and he shoots straight, tell me that, he has been dominant. And that included map 1 where he found himself a 1.4 on that Hacienda hardpoint, and they're going to need that again as we look at Vault for this map 4.
Yeah, he was arguably our Rookie of the Year last season. Him and Gwyn were basically tied in that category, but Gwyn just sneaks it out by a little bit. And for Abuza, he's always been a guy that uses things to fuel his fire. And obviously, when you're scoring up against LA, you gotta be on your best. Showed it in map number 1, like you said, with the SMGs, just setting a tone, pushing out lanes, makes it easier for him to set up with that AR. But now on a map like Vault, where we watched both teams play it today in their series previous, it was simply the answer from P3 to P4, which was the deciding factor. Who's going to walk away with that? We'll walk away with this W.
Let's lock back in here, friends. It has been a thriller series to this point. If you missed the Vault control, don't let that 3-0 tell you it's not worth watching, because wow, you would be wrong. 2 different 2v5s for LA. Give them the narrow edge in a couple of those rounds, and now they've got themselves in the advantage as we move into Vault Hardpoint. Thieves, a hard team to keep track of. They are one of the best when it comes to rotating across every single map. That's going to have to be a key focus here for Vancouver. First blood is good. The follow-up is also perfect. Scrap the only one left, and it's a full wipe for Vancouver. Oh, okay, here we go.
Perfect wipe there from Vancouver. You know, I already conceded. Neptune is the only player that falls. Instantly, I'm going to block those spawns so nothing gets scary. We can put all of our focus still towards the front end. Because LA are now trying to work their way back on in. You read the player on the repinch. If you are Neptune, you know you have those spawns guaranteed, but 0-4 might have timed that wrong.
May have, and I don't know if Vancouver have recognized the mistake that has been made. Abuza starting to sniff it out. Yep, and now they'll realize it. So Vancouver will hold on to the hard point, see if they can soak up as much time as humanly possible. Nice win there from Nasty. Gives them a chance to actually push forward with numbers to kind of correct their mistakes. Scrap out in the open is able to find 2. Abuza traded, and 0-4 will also drop. So now it's just down to, ooh, how about this? Nasty's actually going to spawn right on Abuza's right hip, and now Thieves are in a little bit of trouble as they get pinched out.
Yeah, the new hill instantly pops at the right time for Nasty to spawn right next to his teammates, and they make it count. A clean 4 dead. Abuza pushing out towards the back. At least sets up Neptune there for the trade. Now all your bases are covered. This is where 0-4 can start to be the aggressor and even draw the attention for the Thieves players. Look, they're not hitting the hill. We got to take care of it first.
Oh, but they do get Hydra around the back. He's able to find one inside the hard point. Abuza the last one standing, and he's just not in a position to finesse his life. Quick spawn for 0-4. He's trying to get around the back, but Scrap reads it perfectly. Nasty the next one up. His shoulder's been seen, and Scrap's good for 3 in a row before falling.
2-2 so far on the split. Abuza trying to find a different angle of approach from the front, but Ghosty with the switcheroo. Able to find that kill. Even though Vancouver are going to walk away with the majority of that junk time to close that one out. LA Thieves now in the driver's seat with the rotation from P3 to P4, but Nasty finding a double is going to make this not as clean as you want it.
Now 0-4 comes around the backside as well. Envoy good read, shuts down the play from at least the extension. But Vancouver, once again, able to find themselves on into the time. These guys are so good at getting in the OBJ. Whether it's 15 seconds of scrap, a 50-50 hard point that stays mixy, doesn't seem to make much of a difference. 0-4 now trying to push through mid. Shut down. Nasty picking up in his spot, though, on 4 in a row. Pistols out. Not quite able to get the read as Hydra finds the kill, but 0-4 gets blessed. What kind of deity-sanctioned activities have the Surge done? Because the COD gods are smiling upon the Surge with some of these spawns.
Yeah, they're dying at the wrong times, man. Or getting too aggressive in certain situations, even with Hydra's knowing that my teammate spawned over towards gold, that is going to be pressed towards the back. He wasn't expecting to. So it allows Vancouver to still put themselves in a position to soak up a lot of that P3 time, but only one player in a position to contest for the rotation. Nasty is going to drop, and LA Thieves now need this response to get back into this game.
Yeah, this is a picture-perfect setup right now. They've got a little bit of a bump on both extensions part of the map. Scrap middle, trouble with Neptune. Hold on a second. Hydra kind of has to pick up the pieces here over through bottom art, and Nasty's already taken them down to essentially one bullet. Easy follow-up for Abuza. Now the hit, starting to develop from multiple points of ingress, but LA still spawned close. Ghosty with the big first, Scrap following up. Just down to can they take care of Abuza? And yes, they can. Woo! Perfect from the Thieves, and that's going to lead to the first 30 seconds going their way.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. Even with players falling, you're filling the gaps properly. They still have these crossfires set up. Basically going to be a tie game at the end of this P4 hard point unless Vancouver want to give it one last shot. Wallbang's not going to be able to connect, but Abuza the only one here to potentially take them off. You have the numbers to potentially trap them in towards the back, and that might be the play call right here if you're Surge. Push towards O. We have the spawns for new. Let's make sure we have uncontested time here at P1.
Yeah, if it's more than 5 seconds, Surge are likely going to try to hit it. This is what it feels like. The setup around P1 starts to foil just a touch, though. Nasty trying to get in for the time. Abuza gets stunned, pinched around the back. LA extending through the top hallways. 0-4 in trouble. He's just trying to survive as much as he possibly can. Gets a bit of a read on the up and over. Finds one. Does he get a read on the second? Oh, 0-4, absolutely. Still more in front of him as well as Neptune tries to clear out the hard point, but 0-4 drops, leaving Neptune by himself.
And out here, LA, you want to find these kills, but you also want to make sure you secure the spawns for that new hard point. Scrap was a big one-on-one versus Nasty. He loses that. You spawn all the way across the map. Now you have the numbers to reinforce your way back on in. So 20 seconds here at P1. Trays, though, better in favor of Surge. That's 3 for 1. Getting aggressive with the kills is even better. Now spawns flip. Vancouver have turned this game on its head.
Critical throughout. Again, one of those 50-50 hard points. Abuza now on 3 in a row, 17 and 12, set in tempo. Envoy not able to keep his momentum from the previous map, 5 in 15. Just cannot get any of these rotational wins. Ghosty caught a little off guard. Scrapped able to win the spawns though for the Thieves. Where does Vancouver pop up here? They will be spawning over towards the hallways. Nasty holding from the front, and he's done well. Does he get more than just the 2? Doesn't need to. Abuza's there for help. It's a 2v4 moment that Vancouver still hang on to time.
Yup, they're holding it from the front. You're trapping LA towards the back. Envoy tries to open up with the first kill on the backside. That allows his teammates now to funnel their way on in. You just got to take care of Nasty in the point. Everyone around him has already been taken care of. Small's now flipping LA. Now have an opportunity to trap them towards the backside for the final 20.
Yeah, 0-4 getting to work on rotation. Big win by Scrap. On the old time, though. Again, Vancouver not going to give up on any of this Scrap. Are going to get another 12 seconds here. LA will hold the advantage as they rotate over to P3. Some space to work with, though, through the top side of the hallway. Look at 0-4 and Neptune. They're already pushed through. Hydra's going to be maybe a little bit overwhelmed here. He's the only player inside the hard point. Neptune is moving his way through mid, just winning impossible gunfights. Envoy, though, from the Overwatch, able to support with a little bit of damage, but Vancouver cleared the point, and now they're working on Art.
Yeah, they already have a lot of space. So if you are the Thieves players trapped in towards Art, gotta make these kills count. Everyone that you don't fall, you're gonna spawn all the way across the map, but Envoy strikes for the first. Now you just gotta put someone in the objective, and thankfully Scrap responds with the double, but look what it does to the spawns. Thankfully the car bomb is able to take down 0-4, but it still doesn't matter. Vancouver now have Art.
Oh, nice shots from Nasty coming off spawn. Hydra pushing through P3, able to get over towards the vault stairs. LA looking good for the back 20 seconds here on the third hill, but Vancouver have themselves set up, ready to go for the 4th hard point. A rare moment of quiet. Haunts the halls of Art as 0-4 shut down by Hydra, but the follow-up is good. Vancouver are going to get the setup for 4 that they want.
Oh, Vancouver get all this time here. It's basically a GG on the map. You need to find a break. You need to find it quick. Ghosty opens up the first kill on the overextension. Envoy right through the front. You can take a little bit of space away from them, but you need to find your kills on the way on in.
They're gonna be able to hit the front doors. Nasty caught with the nade out. 04 has to hang, and 04 finds 2. Not gonna get the third. Neptune, the last one to spawn close. Pops the door. Knows he's got a Thieves member right around. He's not going to force the issue. This is something that Neptune would not have done a year or two ago. The pause, the discipline, maybe gives Vancouver a chance, but as everyone drops from the front, Neptune tries to force it and eventually falls. LA in a position to try to lock the back 20.
Oh, this is big time right here if you are LA. You make the second break attempt count. Just needs to try to wiggle your way on out now. It's only going to be down by 10 points as we go to the third set of hard points. Hydra trying to work something on the pinch. Instantly going to get read by Nasty. 04 knows we still got them trapped towards that old HP. Yeah. So now they are 100% going to have time uncontested here at P1.
Yeah, great awareness for Vancouver finding the exit kills, but look at the entryway here. LA just trying to force it in from the front again. Trades back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. Ghosty, good shots. Does he get the 1v1 versus Neptune? Travis up and over. Dan, no, shut down. Neptune gets 2. Scrap quick off the respawn. No, doesn't double up, but Hydra's right there to follow through as we continue to go back and forth.
Yeah, trade. Another situation. This time Hydra's able to line up a double. That leads to 3 dead. And this is where you usually want to get aggressive with the kills, but they decided to not play those timings that potentially are not going to go their way. Let's soak up time. Basically tie the game up and play for the second wave, and then we start to approach the back spawns for new. 2 kills go their way, but it's a 2-2 split, making a 3-2 split. Vancouver is still going to hold.
LA still spawn over towards the P2 side of the map, though. This is a critical moment in this game. Just about 20 points that separate. LA trying to hold on to spawns while still battling for the hard point. Big 1v1 here. Neptune caught on the slide, and on the other side, Scrap finds 04, and all of a sudden LA can bump the hard point, spawn Vancouver on the other side of the map, and Hydra may be able to reduce the hit, but he gets caught at square. Now Vancouver setting up a pitch of their own.
Oh, and Nasty, he was only able to line up 1, but now he knows that they have the numbers to attack through the front door, but Ghosty lines up a double. Last play to account for is going to be Neptune. The trophy at least good enough to keep Ghosty alive. But you know Neptune is never going to let go of that left stick. He's always going to go forward. Only able to take down 1. The teammates are here, though.
Huge 1v1 from Hydra. Spawn is still good for Envoy, trying to reinforce. Vancouver from the front. Neptune, the first one, shut down. Follow up from Abuza. Not going to be good enough. Scrap long range.
Shots.
Good shots on the 04. 10 seconds of scrap time. Go to LA. Vancouver backing up over to Art.
You get that. Now, if you are LA, take your time. Try to find an opening kill. Abuza strikes for the first. You already have 04 whipping out the AR for this P3. So they can stabilize here and just not allow LA to win here. They want to control our force to that new hard point.
Clean feed for LA. Nasty Neptune. Got it. Hydra says not today, Neptune. Envoy trying to follow up as the space has been created. Stunned is Nasty. Trying to play off the chair. Woo! How about that from Nasty? But the follow-up is too quick as LA spawned close. Shots from Scrap at range are also going to soften up the setup for Vancouver. 218 plays 202, and it's a nearly clean cliff hit again for LA.
Oh, and they're just setting so many layers right now to make it difficult for Vancouver. They know that they cannot win it at P3. So you're already going to send 2 players off the rotation. And this has to work now because Hydra on the other side finds 2. Everybody else is watching the overextension. LA Thieves have it locked down. They have the spawns for new. They can close out the game.
And they could do it with a breath. Hydra still saying no way. Scrap gets kill number 40 as he finally gets felled. 04, a big double. Wait a second. Dude's able to find one around the back. Vancouver, miraculously, with just really 2 players alive, break the setup of LA, and now they're in a position to essentially do the exact same thing to LA as Nasty pushes forward.
They can win here, man. They can win here, so you have to make a couple wave of kills. And this map 4 is going to be yours. Wow. Neptune lines up a double with the AR. Nasty spawns on in. Give me number 4. Clean 4 dead. 1 wave, and this map is yours.
Nasty holding down the angle. Neptune following up as he's found an AR to play with. 237. A late lead swap. Off the cross, Abuza shuts down more Thieves members. Nasty still staying safe by the trophy. 04 shuts it down inside the hard point. Last 5 seconds. The Thieves can't get out of pool. And Vancouver somehow, some way, sneak their way into P4 and steal away the map.
And we said it before the match started, Alan, that P3 to P4 chain was going to be the deciding factor. It was LA to dominate the first 2 go-arounds. But when Vancouver needed it, when they needed a final break attempt, they clutch up on some gunfights over at that old HP. 04 specifically is able to find 2. You already had Neptune put himself in a position to slip behind enemy lines, and they break it with 52 seconds remaining at P4, which allows them to win this map and tie the series up. We are going blow for blow. Playmakers are going back and forth. Even though Scrap drops 40 with 5k damage, it's still not good enough for what Surge have in the game plan. Unbelievable hard point, but Surge tied the series.
I'm telling you, Jay, there's not been a story like this in the history of the CDL. We're not dealing with 3 great players that have been built to be a super team and they just need to find a 4th that's a spark plug. These are 4 players that really throughout the entirety of the year have been largely discounted. The Surge were barely even fighting for a top 8 position. Neptune comes in and elevates the gameplay of every single player on this squad. And the thing about it is, it's not just a honeymoon period. They are making resilient adaptations that you would expect from some of the league's most veteran players that have not lost spots on top teams. This is flat out nameless mind-blowing right now. We've got a 2-2 game. We're off vault, and now all of a sudden things can reset a touch because we've got red card coming up.
Yeah, the red card search and destroy is going to be a burner because we know LA Thieves love themselves some red card, but so do Vancouver. So this is going to be a banger of a map. Number what? I don't even know where we're on. This is the first time we do this.
Doesn't matter.
Map 5? All right, map 5.
Make it a best of 15. I don't care. I'm here for this matchup. This has been unbelievable. We're going to head to a break, though. We got to catch our breath because, wow, we may need it. Red card search coming up next, friends. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Guys, hold the line! Oh God, there's still a second. They're on the other side. There's no respawns remaining. Oh no! It's all falling apart!
Yeah, there's still time left.
Oh, if they get the minute extension, it's done. Oh. 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 It's done.
Well, you said it was the law.
It is the law. No, this is literally, it's literally the law of control, though. It is, man. It doesn't matter how.
Watch it, I have the cross. Crossing, Joe dead. Nice! 65! So you have 60 for the out, Joe! Joe! What are you doing, Joe?
That's a dog.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the map set. And you get into the Karachi SD just so.
Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, did I? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, no, this is broken because I'm dead at my line. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
I mean,
I smoke him. Where is he?
The 2025 LA Thieves team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it meow next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I imagine many team packs will be purchased after this Grand Finals, whether you're a Thieves fan or if you're recently a Vancouver fan. With this change with Neptune, you can rep it. We've got a 2-2 series, though, here in this best of 7. A little sneak away on P4 for the vault gets us out of our triple decker of it and now into something brand new. Red card, search, and destroy. And again, it was just a back and forth affair when we did play our first vault search, so I don't know what to expect here, Jay.
This was going to be a banger, man. So far throughout this stage, we have the #1 team in First Bloods going up against the #2 team in First Bloods. Both great in their post-plant scenarios, and both have playmakers who love to make plays in search and destroy. I think this is a very important map, though, right here for if you are Vancouver, because that map #6, which is going to be Hacienda Control, they have yet to play it as a team. We know LA Thieves love that map, so this is a search and destroy they need to have a response for. And when you take a look at the numbers of map #2, both dropping double digits. Abuza sitting at 12 and 8, Envoy at 10 and 9. We're both able to find success in that First Blood only twice. Like, there are some impactful players definitely in S&D.
At a map like Red Card, you assume that Envoy will try to, again, be one of the initiators. On the flip side of things, though, for Vancouver, this has been a map that it's hard to tell because they played it a ton with the old roster. They only played it once so far with this new iteration. That was in their first week of Major 2 quals where they played Atlanta. They did beat them in 10, but how many reps have they been able to actually get? Because based on what we've seen for Vancouver and what they do on Protocol, they love the quick action. We saw it kind of the same situation on Vault. As these rounds start to get extended and elongated, how does Vancouver handle the mind games that can come with that, especially as we start dealing with things like 2v2s, 1v2s, 3v2s, the lower number situations?
That's a big thing, man. Because right now, so far in this stage, Thieves, whenever they find that First Blood, 100% conversion rate. You need to make sure you're set up in positions to try to retake, because LA, on their attacking side, so far flawless.
Yeah.
They're going to slow this one down, show a little bit of presence over towards B, gain info onto Neptune, and absolutely send it.
Love it. Damage tallied. Envoy pops the doors. Defensive Neptune still hanging around, but Envoy's able to collapse. Nasty looking for an angle. Can't see anything. Did he see any of these players cross? That's the critical information that they need, because Hydra's watching a close angle and Scrap's watching his back.
And you have Ghosty all the way out display. Just watching the deep pinch and the Abuza, knowing that there's no trophies to work with, opens up with the frag and they just bombard their way into the site. Ghosty's not even close.
Stop it. That is immaculate. That is immaculate from Vancouver. I mean, picture perfect. The nade clears out the easiest spot you could possibly contest, but to do your diligence and just peek push the door and check from behind the bar, that little bit of information as Hydra pops up is everything.
Yeah, realistically in that round, if you are LA, you found the First Blood successful in the bomb plant. No one ready to contest you. You probably just want to put yourself in better positions instead of stacking in towards the site with no trophies, but some bad COD timing right there from Hydra. Fortunately, you got to check both sides of the street there. And Vancouver in the man disadvantage, able to clutch on up with ease.
That's unbelievable for a 3v4 post-plant retake. Now it's Vancouver's turn. Neptune. Yep. Gonna have a little bit of a square off on the other side with Hydra over through Ticket. And you know he wants to try to challenge this. Semtex goes through, backs away as Hydra gave him a workout. 0-4 also trying to extend over towards the owner's box. The bomb has not indicated what side Vancouver wants to hit yet.
Yep. He's just trying to open up a lane here for 0-4. That door being popped, though. Gonna force some stuns to be invested, and Envoy might predict the perfect corner.
Doesn't get his one, though. Scrap not in a position to immediately follow up. Tries to toss the close nade and is able to take advantage of a low health pull onto Neptune. Hydra chasing him down. Oh, no! Ghosty's nade! takes him out of commission, and now 04 is out of there. The bomb the whole time was never part of this play, so it gets planted at A, and Thieves are like, wait, what?
Yeah, this is going to take a lot of time to try to break down their setup. Thankfully, Ghosty in a position to at least take down Nasty. And now 34 seconds. You know, most likely someone's going to be sitting towards the top side of this window, and I don't know if he heard that, but Ghosty finds that kill.
04, though, wins his one. Has both weapons to work with now, and he sees him off the top rope, but off through the door! Oh, mercy me! 04 gets a little bit of information through the top of the windows. Scrap falls, breaks the camera, but 04 still secures the snap and the 1v1 win.
And that was such a beautifully played round right there from Vancouver, man. It's as simple as that. You find the first blood onto Envoy. You instantly are putting all your SMGs and aggressive angles in towards that B site, but the entire time, the bomb's at A. Like, let's just get it down. We know all the action is going on the opposing end, and then even though Ghosty was able to instantly turn it into a 2v2, 04 just covering so much ground with his playmaking ability. He's able to find an ace on the round to go up 2-0.
4-0 start for 04. Stun lands onto Envoy, backside ticket. Neptune gets to work in towards the interior of the booth. And then immediately backs away, as they have not seen any action through mid. A rewrap to try to get the defense established behind the A point is currently what's underway for Surge, and LA is taking a lot of ground away from them.
And Envoy great position to potentially contest towards the back end, at least able to win the trump fights is LA. Now in the 3v2, bomb gonna get planted. Vancouver are at least in a position to watch the exits.
Yeah, you've got Nasty trying to move first. Oh, and Hydra catches him, trying to check underneath the banister. Abuza through arches, clean for the first for what would have to be a 1v3. Has a little bit of space to get the regen. Nade's not going to land onto him. But the crossfire setup around this post plant is going to be so hard for him to break down. And it's the only play he really has to make. Try to clear out the middle of the map, but this is going to take too much time.
Yeah, it's going to take too much time, and especially if you don't find that first kill. As LA change it up right there with the pacing. Super aggressive over towards stage. He's able to win the trade fights effectively to put them in the numbers advantage, get the bomb down. Put Abuza in a 1v3. Just not enough time for him to work with to find both and secure the defuse.
Yeah.
LA put one on the board.
Great tempo from LA, taking away all of that space that was essentially voluntarily given to them and making good use of it. That opening exchange around the backside of the hot dog stand also tilts the way of the Thieves to allow that numbers advantage in a post plant. Great response. Can they find a way to do it on the defense as Vancouver looking with a little bit more intent this time as the bomb is making its way with Neptune kind of again up in towards ticket. It's another little 1v1 battle. This time it's Envoy on the other side of the doors though.
Right now, LA, they just take so much space away to basically shut down that rewrap play that they did in a previous attack. Having a lot of pressure over towards Hedge. But now everything gets a little quiet. You get a little bit nervous. Back up in your setup, and 04 catches Scrap.
Yeah, I was about to say Neptune has been allowed to stay alive inside a ticket. Hydra trying to re-clear it. Has also dropped now a 4v2. And you can take the time if you want to let Abuza hit a route. Instead, Neptune pops the glass, pops the door, and then allows 04 to just isolate onto Envoy. Last one up is Ghosty. No way, no how. Vancouver dominant through the middle of the map.
And this is just one of those maps where Vancouver can play it patient, play the mind games aspect, force LA Thieves to think that they're going one way, and then completely hit them with the adjustment. As just the patience right there forces LA to think, okay, they're not coming here. Like, we have a lot of space over towards B. Let's start to back up a little bit. They might be attacking through that mid map because there was no one watching over that angle. But as soon as you make that decision to back on up, Vancouver right in your face to find those kills. A very, very clean round. Well adjustment. And that one to go up 3-1.
Yep. And you got to keep in mind, when we get back to the Vancouver offense, Neptune has continually wanted to play inside of ticket, and now it's happening on defense with 04 as well. Very dictative is this strat for Vancouver as they will push around the back here, but it's being read. Scrap has seen one, but he has not, I think, gotten the read onto 04. This should be a free first blood, and it is. Trade, though, is good. That's an unbelievable follow-up from Envoy.
Yeah, it's a good read right there to Envoy because Neptune, your job is just to keep Scrap there so 04 can find that first blood. But the setup was perfect to find a trade. Now bomb goes down at a 3v3.
Yeah, this is Vancouver on both sides of the bomb, putting a lot of preference through mid and over to the B side of the map. And LA is finding a lot of success getting control of A and finding themselves a very stable post plan. Oh, nice shots from Abuza. Stun locks him into place. Neptune trying to push forward. Caught. Has to hit the gunfight, which Hydra wins. And now Abuza able to win his first. Now for the 1v1. 18 seconds. Hydra playing off the forklift. Does he catch him on that mini cross? Yeah, now he has. Shots are perfect at range. Hydra secures another 1v1 in LA. Take another free A site into the victory lane.
The fact that Envoy reads that play, like from 0-4 working his way all the way behind SPs to find that trade, that's basically what secures the round there, because they isolated onto Scrap. They get that first blood to get on out, then you cannot work that A objective as fast as you did. But finding that trade, you spot Neptune cross back to his base. Instantly work the bomb plan, and then Envoy into 3v3, gets aggressive up through the archway, finds that kill, and his teammate keeps him alive. Able to secure the round there as Hydra in the one-on-one. Down 3-2. Back to the defensive side they go, where they just need to get a read on it and basically hold their setups. Because every time they try to wrap back, Vancouver make them pay for it.
Yeah, aggressive nades though this time from LA, and they are pushing through all of that. Hydra has already taken away the entirety of the staircases, and now he's getting to work on the quick route behind B. Glass breaking. Nasty not able to lock him down. Hydra looking for more. Tags are good. And that will put an immediate pause to Vancouver. They know they have to deal with this play around the back before they can even try to commit anywhere.
And you basically have him trapped, so Hydra's going to put himself in the ideal situation.
Perfect.
Ideal position to potentially catch a couple for free, because you need to clear out Hydra. And a good shoulder, good enough for the kill. That is unbelievable teamwork right there to Surge. 3v3.
But now Scrap's in position, or is he? Oh, 4 from across the map with the Jackal. Turns this now from a 3v4 to a 3v2 the other direction. Envoy stuck in a corner. He's down to 25 HP, able to get away for a moment, but tries to throw a nade, and now Ghosty's down and out. He can't go anywhere. That is unbelievable from Vancouver.
That is 2 3v4 clutches that are simply not supposed to happen. LA, you do everything right in the beginning. You take head control, you invest all those sacks to back them down and force them into the reposition with a first blood. But the fact that they know round is not going to be possible unless we take care of Hydra on the pinch. They double shoulder towards the backside of the garage, take care of that kill, and then when Scrap tries to make up for it, everyone's still holding strong on their positions, on their angles, and they're able to locate him as well. You don't expect this level of teamwork out of a team that was only formed almost a month ago.
Yeah.
But they are just on point in that aspect.
But again, LA have been really good on their offense, especially over here towards A, because Vancouver are spending so many members resourcefully in the middle of the map. And look at, I mean, Hydra knows this. He's like, if you're not going to play anyone on the backside of A, I'm just going to run and take this space over. It's been a guarantee in every single offense so far for LA, and it looks like it very well may be once again.
Yep, numbers advantage again. Bomb going down at A again. Loser not able to spot anyone on the exit. You have information though onto Hydra. Is Abu's just gonna hold his angle? One's gonna walk right in front of him. Not able to find the kill though, and that's gonna be the round for LA.
It's too free, and LA are gonna keep hitting it.
Oh yeah,
flat out. I mean, it's been every single offense, just straight through onto A, quick plant. You're getting a post plant that scales as deep as arches in every single one of them as well. And I understand that Vancouver's trying to really enforce and dominate the middle of the map, but LA are saying that's fine. We'll just keep planting A if you're gonna keep doing that.
That's exactly what it is. All right, you can take ticket, no problem. You're not breaking doors, or at least contesting over towards hedge. The only one that we have to worry for is Abuza, who likes to sit towards that top window, but when we backing down from that position, we already know that you're going to be playing real slow in the back of your spawn. So Thieves, able to stop the bleeding. Very crucial round on the cards here. Down 3-4. Both teams are now just going to slow it down.
Yeah, this is the first time we'll see Vancouver really not invest much in towards the middle of the map. Instead, they're trying to see if they can catch LA pushing through the A side of the map again, and now they're going to get to work playing more orthodoxically over the top of hedges. A late nade, though, does connect on to Neptune, so awareness will be here for LA.
But no one budged yet. Same way they started this round instead of same way they are looking on the mini-map. You know Vancouver love to go back and forth. Nasty strikes for the first blood, though. This might force a rotation out of a couple players, at least change the setup on the side of the Thieves.
Yeah.
But look at what the bomb carrier is doing. He's going over towards B.
Yeah, they're going to use 04 as a pivot point. They'll know that if there is going to be some sort of an execute in towards B, it has to be into your normal defensive positions. This is not new where Envoy is playing. Nasty, nade up and over. Envoy's not tagged by that. Here come the rest of the Surge. Ghosty able to support up top. Envoy now pops up. Has to be called upon, but Nasty finds the one with the timing. Ghosty, nice shot. Able to find himself a second. And how about that for Ghosty? Now it's down to the 1v2 for Neptune, trying to chase up off the reload. That's going to get caught. 1v1. Hydra versus Neptune, no time to plant. Hydra will run away and stay alive just long enough.
Oh
and
my
you can
God.
see it, Neptune's right there like, darn it, that was right on top of him.
He almost had him, man. He almost had him. If you turn that clock from 7 seconds to about 9, Neptune is able to walk away with that W. I thought that round was going to get away from LA once Envoy gets that bad timing, but Ghosty was able to line up 3. In that round, single-handedly shuts down the push in towards the B site. Tie game.
Is there, oh, here we go. I was going to say, is there going to be an adjustment for Vancouver's defense to deal with A? And yes, there will be. They're going to get aggressive behind this. And oh, no, LA are recognizing it. They have not seen these nades yet on these A approaches, and they're saying we're out of here. And they're immediately going to try to force it to Nasty's direction. A trophy down. Nasty finds his first. Scrap not able to lock him down on the angle. Nasty, I think, is still fresh. He puts himself into a corner. The quick defensive rotation back. Do they know that Scrap is in the site, though?
You know that Nasty's in the site. Finally, they have the awareness that Scrap is in there. He's able to find one, but everyone else now falls. Ghosty left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2.
Abuza over the top. Clean shots. Wow. What an absolute heroic island play from Nasty.
Yep.
Because LA get the immediate read. They 2-2 split off the breakoff. They see nades for the first time ever thrown backside A stairs and say, just go B, just go B. Overwhelm whoever's there. They call it perfectly. Surge are hitting with 3 members up into hedges, but Nasty holds his ground, deals with one, stays alive long enough to get his trade. And Vancouver just primed and ready on that rotation, take the advantage again.
Yeah, that's just Nasty being nasty, man. He was also seen immediately when they heard all those nades getting invested over through that A site. He's able to finesse, get one, and then just force LA Thieves to hit the pause button. Now at game point is Vancouver. Slow and steady wins the race. You want to try to change setup on the side of Thieves.
RC is out. LA have put themselves largely into ticket for the first time defensively. Scrap is watching along. Cross, Nasty in trouble, but keeps his life. Ghosty's also in a spot where he's just watching to see if there's going to be a late push. He's already in the RC, just kidding. But regardless, this is a lot of pressure on the B zone, especially as 04 can counter. That's exactly what's going on.
He's going to try to clear up this B side, but currently don't have anyone in towards ticket. There's 2 players from the Thieves in that angle, and they both get taken care of. Now in the 4v2, Scraps one shot, 1v3.
Ghosty, he can line up a couple. Second shots aren't necessarily there. Over the top, though. Ghosty, can he get out? Can he reset? He's down to 2 HP. And how about the chase down? Vancouver counter out Ghosty's RC with one of their own. LA gets caught in the middle of the map trying to punish. And Vancouver take away map 5 and now have an edge in this grand finals.
Yeah, man, and there's a bunch of rounds there that you're going to be beating yourself up with if you are the Thieves. You're allowed 2 3v4 clutches to get away. You started off the map with one, but then in this final round, you do not budge on your setup. But Vancouver had all the information needed. You invested the RZ car, clear out that B site, realize, okay, there's no stuns or nades over towards stage, so they have to be playing around that mid-map. The slide, good enough for the bait and switch. They find both kills, immediately find the kill onto Scrap, and then even though Ghosty makes it a 1v1, he's absolutely one shot. They went back and forth in the battle of the first fuzz, but Vancouver with the game plan, with the mid-round adjustments, just way too much to handle there for the Thieves. They take the advantage in the series.
And what a series it is. So many moments that COD timing comes into play. It even starts on this first replay. Hydra was in a spot to shut down that play that Vancouver was trying to make, but pops up to try to help Scrap, gets caught as he does so. And initially, it's Vancouver dominating the middle of the map. That looked like it was going to be their linchpin for success, but LA get a solid read. really abused the A site on offense. Both teams make adjustments late, but it really just comes down to the chess game between how both teams are playing the RCs at the end. Vancouver backing off, allowing Ghosty to take away some space, where LA are stacked in the middle of the map, trying to punish 0-4 inside the tablet. Doesn't work out. And Ghosty's heroics don't fully come through, and maybe there's a little bit of luck there for Vancouver because Abuza, who was trying to plant, gets down as Ghosty was about to line him up.
Yep, gets down, has his teammate watch over him, knows that his teammate is definitely going to put some shots into him. And then with full HP, is able to secure the one-on-one. Go up 3-2 in this series. And all the questions about if Vancouver are going to be prepared on maps they don't really play, they have just been putting in insane amount of practice on the back end. Rambo Ray has these guys ready. And even though we haven't seen them play Hacienda Control so far as a unit, I'm expecting them to be going toe-to-toe here with LA.
Again, it's one of those modes where there is a distinct advantage for the team that is quote-unquote favored by the seeding, by how they've played to this point in the year. LA is the best control team that we have in the CDL. This is one of those things, though, that Vancouver, you look at and say, no reps. Do you just throw caution to the wind and just say, let's just keep playing it how we would play like a hard point? Let's just work off each other, work off the SMGs. If we find space, let's take it. Because let's be honest, when they played this map on Hacienda for the hard point, those same ideas that we credited them for, 0-4 staying alive behind enemy lines, Neptune following up and taking his place when he drops, those things can still be utilized as a way to find the same advantages on control. The question is, will they still trust that against an LA team that is looking really damn good on this map mode combo?
Yeah, you saw what they did in map number 3. Like, it just came down to, can we find Envoy? Can we find a trade? Because he was in our spawn just doing whatever the hell he wanted. Gotta make sure that you're able to shut down these SMGs, man, because Envoy and Hydra, they tend to get lost on a map like Hacienda, where you want to make sure your SMGs are dominating from top office, from top secret, from top plat. You lose track of those guys one time and they can make your life a living hell. But now LA potentially facing the defeat here in Minor 2. Need this map to at least force the game number 7. You're going to be feeling really confident on this one because they're the best team at it.
Well, let's take a look back at the journey. And what a journey it's been, especially if you're a fan of the Vancouver Surge. A Boston team that's very hard to predict. They handle pretty darn nicely. The second time they've played Atlanta this split, they deal with them by taking away both search and destroys, and in electric fashion, might I add, as well. And then just earlier today, the Battle for the Great White North, Part 3, Vancouver finally able to get themselves on the scoreboard with a swift 3-0 of Toronto. Where on the other side, LA has been all gas, no brakes. Started off maybe a little slow versus a hot Cloud9 squad, but then after that, it was 3 straight dominant map wins. Against Carolina earlier today, nothing but comfort from start to finish. But now they find a brand new opponent on the other side of the table, and they find themselves down for the first time really in this stage.
Yeah, I don't think they were coming into this series thinking, okay, we're the best hardpoint team in the game. We're going to lose both of them in the best of 7. Definitely is catching them off guard. But now backs against the wall on a Hacienda Control. You just got to do what you did earlier versus Carolina, and that's just get lost. Stabilize the map when you need to. Allow your SMGs to dictate the pace of the game. But you also got to be able to handle the playmaking ability of 0-4 and Neptune.
Yeah.
Because those guys just continue to surprise the world.
It's just one of those things. The thing that I feel is so important to note on for LA, there is no such thing on offense on any control map that is unwinnable. They find ways to get into the zone and make life a living hell. But they will be starting on the defense first, so it's on to Vancouver to set the tone and raise the bar to a level of expectation that may be able to kind of best this LA opening. And how about the break off? 3 for nothing. Hydra able to find 1 to keep the A zone safe, but who cares? Vancouver's got a 3-man stack on B.
Yeah, that's cool, Hydra. You could get that kill all the way at open with 3 stacking over towards B. The 2 segments are going to be guaranteed. We have a lot of map control to go with it, but they decide not to stack. That gives a good opportunity for Thieves to just fly on in, control majority of top plat, go 3 for 1 in the trades. And now, Nasty, your job is to just make their lives off the respawn a living hell.
Yep, LA flying and frying. Nasty takes position behind the desk at office, trying to find Scrap, and eventually tallies him. Okay, Shots are good. Now he can keep the clock at a pause, 48 seconds, but he needs help because here's Envoy once again doing what he does best in control, manipulating spawns and finding players off of it, or is he? Neptune finds the quick 1v1. 04 off 2 in a row, leaves Hydra as the last one standing as Nasty secures the second tick.
Yeah, we got to get over towards B because this should already be guaranteed to take care of Hydra. You know, everybody else is coming off the respawn. Now Neptune trying to set up a pitch from top plant. Does not find any success, and Envoy makes him pay for it as he's able to line up a double. Third segment does not get locked. Now you only got 40 seconds to work the OE.
LA is just so damn clutch. Right with a whisker left, they get back on contest, and now it's fully depleted again. 30 seconds on the clock. Small life lead for Vancouver. Hydra, Hello. Able to find the snap. Ghosty there to secure the trade, but off spawn, 04 is able to get to 10 and now retrack back in towards fences onto the B zone. Through the wall, Ghosty finding a lot of damage. Can the nades come through in time to get him off the point? Hydra there for the contest. Up and around. Neptune able to help. Neptune for 2. Neptune looking for 3, but Scrap and Envoy clear the zone again. Last attempt. As Nasty and Abuza are working together. 1v1 to possibly get the zone for Nasty, but LA is going to wait for help. Nasty back down, and he will be dealt with. 17 seconds.
Gotta go. If you are Surge, you gotta try to pause the game clock. Obviously, you don't want to do it at A, and Thieves are finding every single kill in the feed. Last player farthest pushed up is Abuza. He gets taken care of and would look to be a great start to this round here for Vancouver with a second left. You gotta hop the point. Yeah, you stand no chance. Not stacking that B point gave Thieves opportunities to still contest it, and they only allowed 2 segments to get away from them.
They're so quick to get into position to retake or at least contest the zone. 2 different times that third tick of progress was a moment away from being secured. But it doesn't happen. It's the same thing we saw in Vault. And now all of a sudden you tilt it to the offensive side where LA continued to find ways to be heroes. We saw it earlier in their first matchup today. We saw it earlier in this matchup on Vault. Will it continue as they jump into their first offense here in Hacienda?
Thankfully, they're the team on the second offense because they have trophy systems to make it a little bit easier to approach this B point. Drew early on are fighting for that top secret control, but you can see Vancouver have every single player ready for this B push.
Yep, they sure do. 04 gets control. Top Halls also helps out on the point. Hydra able to find the trade, but it comes at the cost of most of this offensive hit. Slips right underneath the patio stairs, and then from behind catches Abuza mid-nade and almost follows up onto another. Nasty and Neptune getting to work on the contest, and a long slide from Neptune takes Ghosty off the point. First tick not secured.
And that was 3 dead. Now you know all of the Thief players are already going to be out there base. Already showing presence towards top office with them finding an opening double. Now if you are 04, just make sure we value our life here. Try to catch some timing. Unfortunately, timing doesn't go his way. Ghosty gets the better of him. Now Thieves have a lot of map control to pause the game clock.
Neptune able to get some control back though, with a win up top at office. As he jumps the window though, he falls into the waiting arms of Scrap. Ooh, Nasty almost breaks the ankles of Scrap. But 1 tick done, a second nearly fully completed. Abuza up and over, able to keep his life, and now he's gotten a read off spawn, and Abuza lines him up and knocks him down. 22 plays 17, 36 seconds on the clock for LA to work for.
And Abuza's just gonna create a layer. Even though he dies, he knows that they're still trapped in the base. That clock is still ticking on down. Thieves, though, give themselves another opportunity. They find a 3-for-2 trade. Just got to eliminate Nasty, who's still in your spawn. Big gunfight win versus Envoy. Don't know if they're going to be able to touch that B point, but that one-on-one allows Scrap to get out.
Yep, 04 is in position, but Scrap wins that 1v1 as well. Backtracking, he finds his way onto the B point to stop the clock at 8.9. Nasty through connector. Trying to get here. He's going to try to stop the reinforcements. You already mentioned the tick of progress is locked. Abuza gets back into the zone. Waits patiently to line up the kill, but now all of a sudden the pressure's over towards A. This is what LA does. They keep you on your toes constantly. Win from Hydra. Allows now all of a sudden
Wait a minute.
to have to try to play forward. 4.4 on the clock. 04. Does he go for this? He's going to try to, but there's a 3-man stack, and LA is going to come out the better for it. An extra 60's added. 8 plays 12, though.
And they already have Envoy contesting from top plat. Can he get anything done? He at least sets up his teammate Ghosty with the comms onto Nasty. The double stack is good. Scrap finds a gunfight through the middle of the map. Second segment locked. You gotta go if you're Vancouver.
And 04's been red. Stun comes through, trying to push the issue. Envoy not able to match him, but it's just 04. And they're not going to get there. How do they keep doing this? I don't know. I cannot fathom. Down to minimal seconds, lost on lives, doesn't make a difference. LA continue to find ways to get on the OBJ and win out these offensive rounds.
It's just unreal how much objective focus they have in control. You're thinking they're most likely going to put themselves in position to always play kills, but putting that game clock at a pause. You have Scrap initially started off with a 2-piece at B. You force him in that defensive setup from Surge to obviously contest him on that end. But once he falls, you know those close spawns are coming in for Thieves over towards Rock. You play all the exit kills. You just value your life in the crucial moments. Secure the attack around all 6 segments as well. Currently up by 4, but that might not matter.
It might not. 3-1 split for the breakoff here for Vancouver. Again, a lot of focus up towards that top hallway. And with Neptune finding the first, Nasty can get on the point. SMG in hand with the trophy system. Shots from the top side at Patio. Neptune for the first. Slides over and would have found the second, but a straight aid from Scrap takes Ghosty out of the picture before he could do so. Now the battle towards 10. Hydra for the first. Slips away. Abuza trying to chase him down. Hydra has finessed, and Hydra will create enough time for trades to come through, and that stops the offense for now, but 0-4 once again back on the high ground and jumps into the B zone.
Right back on the B point. Second segment still halfway done. Just need your teammates to eventually get into the play. Now you have a double stack. Second segment guaranteed. You have Abuza trying to set up a pinch towards top plat while his teammates are winning gunfight on the point, but he is going to get taken down by Hydra. Envoy flies on in. 3 dead. They just always have a moment.
It's never chalked, ever, with this LA team in control. Another nice double, though, from Nasty. But the clock continues to tick until finally Nasty makes his way over towards the B zone. Envoy trying to cut off the reinforcements from the archway. Has a read up and over the wall. And the follow-up from Hydra again stops the third tick. They can't keep getting away with this. It's unbelievable how quick they are to pounce on the zone.
And now there's only 40 seconds left. If you are Vancouver, you need to make this push count. We need to get some segments. We need to try to extend the game clock. So you hop on towards A. You know where the pressure's coming in. Envoy opens up with the first. You got Hydra on the pinch, knowing that someone's going to touch it. Give me 5 in a row. Now let me play some spawn. There's only 35 seconds to go.
Do you think some frustration starting to set in a little bit for Vancouver?
Hell yeah.
Can we just complete one of these goddamn zones? This is not happening. Nasty, another double up top. But still, you've got players for the Thieves to stop them from getting out.
Oh, man.
Boy, for 3 in a row. It's absolute perfection. Unbelievable. 12 seconds. Last attempt for Vancouver.
Gotta go. You gotta get over towards B. You gotta find an opening kill. Abuza is only able to find one. Don't know if they're gonna have enough time to even touch the B point, but now the numbers are not on your side.
Sheesh. It's fun to watch, friends. I mean, legitimately. I mean, that's just got to be so frustrating for Vancouver. You're right there so many times. It happened on Vault. You had 2 different 5v2s. Didn't win them there. You're slivers away from completing the B zone a multitude of times. Never happens. You've got 4v2s. Doesn't matter. It's unbelievable. This may be the best control we may have ever seen in the CDL right now. We're still young into the season comparatively to how far we still have to go. This LA team is looking disgusting. Hydra goes 21-12, 16 non-traded.
Look at the difference right there in the scoreboard, Alan. All the way to the right. You see that defensive kills column? Yeah, you got Hydra with 15. You got Envoy with 17. The SMGs on the other side, 6 and 7. That means that they never found themselves in situations to where we can play spawners with how effective Thieves are in their trade scenarios. Every single time you're thinking, all right, we got 2. We should be straight. We should stack this point. But you don't read the flanks and so many different routes that Hydra and Envoy were able to hit. Even Ghosty had a couple moments where he was able to hit those deep routes to find a couple of clutch kills, but LA Thieves are the best team in control for a reason. They have a flawless 6-0 round count in this best of 7. And there's no better way for this series to end, man, than a Game 7 absolute bang out on Skyline S&D.
But I think maybe a cold chill just ran through the spines of Thieves fans because it's another Skyline to determine it. Of course, if you're a super fan or just even a casual fan, you remember what happened in Madrid. We'll see if that happens again as we head back to the desk to give us our thoughts.
What did happen in Madrid, Alley Cat?
A very painful round, Game 7, round 11 loss for the LA Thieves.
Tough decision they made there, to say the least. And we're going back there.
Listen, they're trying to get rid of the trauma. They're trying to,
Well, I mean, this was planned. It all comes down to this.
Yeah.
They need to get a repeat performance.
They need to
Game
get past
7.
this to move forward.
I think Hydra would win the 1v3 this time around. Let's take a look at our game most recently played. LA Thieves will force us to a Game 7. Why? Because they are winning in Search and Destroy as well as Controls occasionally. So, Ant, talk me through the wins here. It's a clean 3-0 despite very close rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Thieves are just so clean at Control. Best Control team in the world. We knew that that would be one of their edges coming into this series. And we get to this Hacienda, and it's like, okay, they're within striking distance if you're Vancouver Surge. The problem is, Thieves just played this versus Carolina, and they just know how to spawn traps so well, getting up close and just like cycling and just pressuring you, right? So for Surge, just a lot to deal with. But now, if you're Surge, like Search and Destroy, you've been solid at. You're going to a Skyline, a map that LA Thieves have not loved.
Yeah, it was hallway control for me from the side of LA Thieves. They understand how important this top side of the map is. And this was just, it felt like Surge had kind of lost a little bit of their momentum heading into these respawns. I mean, it's hard, dude. Especially when Hydra is shooting like that, 21-12 to end this map number 6. I mean, for LA Thieves, you cannot knock their respawn right now. But the Search and Destroy is literally everything. It literally wins championships.
LA Thieves winning both controls, but it was Vancouver Surge winning the hard points. Two very close wins in hard points versus blowouts in control. As you take a look, it was 3-0, 3-0. Your searches, though, we had an LA Thieves round 11 win. We had a round 10 win for Vancouver Surge, and that's what is coming up next, Game 7. Allie, this is nutty.
This is insane. I mean, if you're at LA Thieves too, you're just going back to that vault and you are just kicking yourself in the foot over and over again because of that P4. Because we wouldn't even be in this situation. We wouldn't even have to go back to the traumaticness of a Skyline S&D, but they did it themselves.
But it all comes down to Search and clutches, and in the control, we saw some 1v1s. Can we take a look at some of these big plays?
Yeah, I mean,
can Nasty win it this time around against Hydra?
I mean, it's just an insane map. I mean, we're talking about how good these guys have been in control, and we get to the control, and we see just a massive performance out of Envoy on that ball. I mean, the guy absolutely went off, wins a huge 1v1 to close it out at the end too. And you know, prior to the last red card Search and Destroy, where he goes 3-10, I had him as like the MVP of the series, right? Because he just makes so many huge impact plays. But yeah, in the middle chunk of this series, all those vaults going into the red card, insane maps that came down to the wire.
And of course, we had the hard point games. If you missed it earlier, here's what you missed. Very tight scores. Vancouver Surge, a 13-point differential in the most recent map played. Let's take a look at who was frying for the boys in blue.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest, you guys still mad at me of thinking that Vancouver Surge might be better than FaZe right now?
Yeah, mad at you.
We're already to a Game 7 in the same situation we were with the Major. I mean, Vancouver Surge, their hard point, dude, the fundamentals are just so difficult to get past.
This is so tough for Thieves. I mean, they did the hard part. They had killed everybody. They had flipped spawns. They had battled back. And Ghosty dies just a second too early, man. Like, and he spawns all the way out. And in that situation, Surge just capitalized on it. They just bully through the back. They end up breaking in. And there's just not enough time for you to get a good cohesive push if you're LA Thieves. Surge take that map in convincing fashion at the end.
Are we blessed?
We're blessed.
I feel like this is a blessed year of Call of Duty. Game 7s, round 11s. We've already seen one in the first search, a round 10 in the second search. A third one is just a few moments away. Before we jump into this matchup, though, Nameless, give me the crystal ball outlook. Vancouver Surge, end of the year. Where are they?
End of the year. I mean,
because this is the final line. I'm saying they ain't switching up the roster.
We got to see them on land, but I will say I think they commit to this roster because we've seen what the potential is. I mean, they could win a championship if they're playing like this. I mean, you look at it, nobody was predicting Surge to come in and win both the hard points in the way that they did, and then also contend in these Search and Destroys. It's 1-1 right now. We're going into a Game 7. Thieves haven't been great on Skyline, but the same can be said about Surge. You've seen it so many times where, like, 0-4, it's not his best map. He doesn't love it,
not their
right?
best.
So
I will say
it could get interesting.
They tend to close out the final search and destroys in series very well. They are 5-0, make it 6-0 after their match win earlier today. Allie, hold that thought while you take a look at these highlights from game number 2. This was the round 11 victory, and it all started with Vancouver on red card. Walk me through.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna save it. You gotta come back to me right before we hit into that game 7. But yeah, for Vancouver Surge, this has just been their S&D has just been leagues and bounds above the rest of the league, and I think we really saw that, especially just like the adjustments made from the side of Vancouver Surge when LA Thieves tried to work on that pinch, but like their pushes towards this B site, their whole plan is to wolfpack and push out that player in secret and to get that first pick. And I feel like we haven't seen enough teams prioritize that as a group. We've seen individuals go for it, but not as a team.
They just made awesome adjustments. I mean, you talk about like Hydra liking to get all the way around the garage and make a huge play. Scrap pushing up towards Ticket. They back up, they kill Hydra, and then they're like, wait, we were leaving Ticket open. Scrap can probably be here, right? So they take their time, they kill both of them, and like that's just a massive round. When you're man down to be able to win that in that situation, huge, man. Surge is so prepared, nobody's slipping by.
30 seconds till this game kicks off. Let's take a look at where we're at in this series. 3 for LA, 3 for Vancouver, but it's been a split in search and destroy. This final fight will decide it all, Allie.
Listen, the difference between LA Thieves and Vancouver Surge right now is Vancouver Surge actually won the round 11 in Skyline Search and Destroy versus Atlanta FaZe. That's it, mic drop. That's all I wanted to say.
Skyline is so interesting. We saw the mistakes that LA Thieves made on land versus Atlanta FaZe, and we've seen Vancouver. There's not as much wiggle room for Neptune 04 to get loose. Sorry, guys, I just am so passionate about this.
How about the Vancouver?
You guys go ahead. You guys take it away.
Game started,
You guys take it away.
Come on.
It's a smaller map, man. 04 might not be able to get loose. That's all I'm saying.
Start the game.
Hey, he's got a good point. I think there's very valid ideas that have been shared on both sides, both pros and cons. The biggest thing is there's vulnerabilities, which means that mistakes likely to be made. I think the biggest thing is when you get to a moment like this, the stakes are as high as they possibly could be. Who converts on those potential mistakes that we're about to see? One more time this weekend. Skyline Search and Destroy for our Minor 2 Grand Finals. Thieves, Surge, Jay, who are you feeling?
There's no better words in sports, Alan, than Game 7. I don't really know who I'm feeling in this map because I have no idea. They've been going blow for blow. Even when we step into Search and Destroys, they're ending in round 11s and they were ending in round 10s. Just a couple mistakes that you cannot allow to happen here. But there is some players who stand out in Search and Destroy. They love these kind of situations. So far through this series, Hydra, he's been going crazy. 1.13 KD, but Abuza is right there to match him, plus some. Almost 14,000 damage with a 1.23 KD. These guys are having themselves a phenomenal grand finals here at the Minor.
Absolutely the case. And again, I know there are a lot of Thieves fans that are looking at this and saying, perfect, we love to see it. Let's just shake off the PTSD that we have off that round 11 from Madrid. Don't want to see Hydra in the underground. I think that's probably what Nate's Shot's saying right now. But on the other side of things here, I'm really interested to see how Vancouver are going to adapt on this map to what Thieves throw at them. Because let's be honest, like what we saw from Thieves against Vegas was nothing. Like it wasn't. They were just throwing random stuff to see if they can get away with murder. It felt like they didn't. So, I mean, there's not a lot of inspiration to be built off of that, but Vancouver have played this map quite a bit in this minor, and it's gone the distance just about in every single series. They lost a round 10 to Boston. Of course, they won the round 11 versus Atlanta as you look through their pathway to this point. And if you're just joining us here late, I don't know where the heck you've been, but thanks for showing up. It's been a thrilling grand finals. Don't let those 3-0s in control make you feel like they're not worth watching, because all 6 rounds were tremendously close. LA just built a little bit different when we get down to the wire.
Just a little bit more icy and control. The best control team that we have in the game. But Search and Destroy in the Game 7 is what it's all going to come down to. If you are LA, I feel like every single time I watch them on Skyline, they just play way too slow at sometimes. And when you're going up against this Surge roster who has the confidence, who is not afraid to make those kind of aggressive plays, you have to be able to match that. Because versus Atlanta on the side of Surge, they found a lot of success on their attacking side, where they're opening up with First Bloods, getting that bomb down, playing to their numbers advantage, and holding strong in their post-plant setups. If you are LA trying to at least allow 35, 40 seconds to go down, That's where even Nameless touched on it. 04 doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to make with how small the map is. But you best believe he's going to take some ground away. You got to be prepared for that.
And you're going to see that, I think, most in particular on offense, where, again, Vancouver have been really, throughout this stage, they've been great. They're 7-4 on attacking rounds, but they're only 3-7 on defensive rounds. They're getting caught a lot trying to play for first bloods. They're also allowing the bomb to go down quite often. So there's a level of how do they play for retake, especially if they're not necessarily coming away with first bloods, because the opposite is true for the side of the Thieves. Not necessarily great on offense. They haven't won an offensive round yet on Skyline, but defensively they've been pretty darn solid. So there is a level of trying to figure out kind of what they want to do from the offensive side, and I think that's where they, again, we're trying things versus Vegas. They just couldn't find anything that could work.
Yeah, I think if you're the Thieves, it's all about finding your success on that bomb plant.
Yeah,
because we know, like, since they like to take their time, they don't really put that objective down unless they have the numbers advantage or they have the map control in their way. But sometimes you might just have to take that risk, because if they're not showing presence towards Hay, which they've been doing so far through a lot of this Major 2 qualifiers, is that you give me something, I'm going to use it. I'm not going to push through. I'm not going to completely disregard this position that you're not covering. I'm going to use it to the best of my ability to set our team up with it. You got to make sure you're making those decisions pretty quickly, because the adjustments always come in for the side of Vancouver. Enough from us, though, Alan. Let's get into this Game 7, baby. Let's get it going.
Again, it's a David versus Goliath type of story. Vancouver, very much so, discounted until the pickup of Neptune. They were written off as just being in a honeymoon period, but that conversation has swiftly come to an end. They've taken down Atlanta twice. The next in line would have to be LA. Can they find a way to do it? Or will the super team prevail, find themselves a minor championship win, as it will be Vancouver on offense first, already controlling Kitchen as LA are working for the bedroom side of the map.
Oh, and Neptune, he knew that they were getting aggressive through that middle map area. Strikes for the first blood. Envoy responds with 2. Abuza evens up the numbers. 2v2, a minute to work with. We have flipped the map.
Clean shots from Ghosty. Does he know that there's going to be a quick wrap around the back? Sure does, but Nasty still wins the gunfight. And now you know that Envoy is coming from the other side of the map, and he will be found out. A brilliant scale through the A site, trying to play over towards that back patio. Vancouver catch Envoy out, and even though he finds 2, he just can't get back to the play.
Yeah, and I love the play call right there from Vancouver. Okay, there's no stuns, there's no nades over towards Bar, there's no one showing presence at A. So they're most likely already working behind us. So they take their time. Everyone's guns up. No one's sticking the bomb plant. And then once that first line of contact goes down, with Neptune realizing, okay, there's 2 players over towards bedroom, we find the trades. We get pushed out on the opposite side towards White Plat. And then there's the timing good enough there for Nasty to win the one-on-one. Secures the round there for Surge.
Quick play from the front side of pool here for LA. Gaining entry over towards A. Elected to allow this to happen, though, as Vancouver have voluntarily given this away. They're going to try to play for retake. And look at this setup. You've got Abuza and Nasty playing deep. Both SMGs on top of one another. A little bounce nade goes into Hydra to try to clear out Jim, but they back off of it, and now you've got to go if you're Vancouver.
So got a lot of time to work with, though. And all your attacks in your back pocket. Envoy gains info on at least 1 player deep. One also gets hit by a nade to the front side, but Envoy strikes for the first.
Ghosty up and over, sees the shadow. Envoy able to follow up on the information. Abuza stuck down the middle of the map, and he's got nowhere to go. LA hold the post plant solidly, and again, just being able to get Hydra into Jim first, followed up by Ghosty playing over the top, felt like everything to win middle of the map.
Vancouver played it real safe on their defense. Don't want to make mistakes, especially in a Game 7. But Thieves just using what's given to them. Realize there's no pressure over towards A. Not a single tack gets invested. And we already put Hydra in a position to watch that mid-map area. Let's just get the bomb down, play our post spans. And it works out to perfection to tie the game.
Brilliant round from the Thieves. Vancouver, Abuza already getting a little bit of information on the defense as it has scaled quickly in towards the A side. Envoy already getting over towards Bar, and Vancouver will respect that. Feeling things out over towards the bedroom side of the map, trying to see if they can maybe take a high ground battle from the staircase, but none are being offered. Does that nade land or check onto Hydra? Yeah, it did. He did get stuck by that stun. A follow-up will come through. He'll be hit by that again, and Vancouver are going to say, well, let's just rotate away from it.
You could already see what it does to at least Ghosty on your mini-map. 04 just flies on in with the Omni movement for the first blood. Ghosty there for the response. Now Thieves players all around you.
Yep, Thieves will be revealed on this long pinch. Vancouver will clear things up from the front, but they've lost their bomb carrier. Scrap, nice shots, but can't finish it off for the kill. And he's going to re-wrap back through vent. Bomb has been collected. 04, get into work immediately on the Planet A.
Scrapping a 1v2. Gonna put himself in towards the B site. Yeah, be real quiet when you open up these doors. They're right in front of him.
Oh, and right behind him, he's going to find the first. Free. Now it's just out of the 1v1 with Nasty. Nasty just trying to hold the angle. Scrap up and over again. Doesn't give away any information. 28 seconds on the clock. Nasty on the re-wrap. Does he get the information? Sure does. And no conflict there. Nasty shuts down the potential for the clutch. And we keep it all offense thus far.
And that's another beautifully played round right there out of the Surge. They realize, okay, this early presence over towards this A site, so let's slow it down. Gain the info on the rest of the players. They invest not 1, but 2 stuns onto Hydra before they fully commit their way in towards that A site. Because then at that point, all 4 players, the maximum there could be is 3. We have the numbers. You fly on in, you find the first blood. Even though Ghosty was able to be effective on the trade, you just break down their setup and force the repositionings. It allows Vancouver and Nasty to catch the timing in a one-on-one to take the advantage.
Battle this time again over towards A. Trophy system for Abuza to play safely over towards the patio chairs. A little bit of a repinch coming over through the middle of the map. Envoy had stuck though for the plant, so they lose first blood. Neptune getting traded out. Ghosty stays alive if only just barely, but 04 chases him down. 3v2.
Hydra has to make up for it. Hydra, fortunately, is going to get spotted. Gotta hit the repositioning
Good
now.
first.
Envoy finds the first. 04 effective on the trade. Hydra 1v2. Too many players though on the side of Vancouver still alive. And that is just a complete difference right there on that defensive round. Last time they double stacked through top hallway, played it patient, allowed that bomb down to go for free. But this time Neptune and 04 dropped away through bottom mid, find that first split. Even though the bomb gets planted, just them staying aggressive allows them to find the first blood, find a trade on the Ghosty towards the back end, and keep the numbers in their favor. Vancouver pulling away now.
And Abuza just never lets go of that right side towards the windows around kitchen, just kind of walks through his irons to make sure that LA could not rotate back out, helps those SMGs really commit on that hit through mid, both initially and then again on the retake. 3-1, advantage to Vancouver. Opportunity where Hydra and Envoy are going to play quickly over and up. Ghosty tagged. Nasty backing away. Top bedroom control here for LA. But the bomb gets planted over at A, and Vancouver will just back off and see if they can catch LA trying to rotate through, and they very well may.
And this is where they just gotta stall out time. Find a couple kills. Force LA Thieves to put a lot of focus on you to open up this pinch for 04.
It's a big initial win, though. 04 is not going to hit the pinch. He's going to come back over and find Envoy. Same breath, though. Ghosty will also find Neptune. Back now, over towards the A site. Pressure as Scrap has re-cleared out the site itself. 04's seen him and just backs away. He's trying to play the clock. It's going to have to be a 1v2. Scrap knows he's over here. The grass was broken, and Scrap will find him on the corner. What a play initially opened up by Envoy. Vancouver was trying to set up the passive post plant, but it does not work.
That's what it comes down to. Abuza, unfortunately, was only able to take down one on that pinch, but there were multiple players from the Thieves trying to locate where he was. And I thought all 4 played it beautiful. Like, you even hit the glass for Scrap to turn around, but if Abuza would have been able to at least put himself back into the play and get past the line of sights there from Ghosty, they're able to successfully walk away with that round. But the first blood in favor of Envoy puts them in a man advantage. You get the read, you isolate onto the rest. And then Scrap just realized, okay, 04, you were here? Yeah, you're definitely still in this corner. 3-2 now.
2-2 split off here for LA on this offensive end. Vancouver going quickly with all 4 members trying to contest over towards A, including a deep Semtex. But look at the space that Hydra's already taken. No contact, though, for Vancouver. Has them tracking back to at least hold the line behind Piano. But Hydra has seen one on the cross. Like a little bit of damage is in. 04 trying to slide away. Has kept his life for now. But the follow-up from Envoy is perfect for the first 2. Nasty for 1, but he only gets 1. And it would have to be a 1v3 ace.
Wait a minute. Is he hacking? Like, gets the info on at least the first player. Not able to find the kill, though. Would have gave himself a better chance here clutching up in this round. But now we're holding head glitches. Now we're setting up crossfires. LA Thieves able to tie the game up. And I think that was due to what Hydra was able to get done. You sneak
Absolutely.
your way in towards bottom gym. They don't watch you cross when they're aggressive over towards bar. So just putting out shots, even though he doesn't find the kill, sets up Envoy for a free double. And you instantly get the objective down. And you tie the game up.
Massive bounce back in the last 2 for LA. These search and destroys have been tense every single round. The chess game continues to develop in multiple dimensions. Hydra Envoy again, holding hands that they once more make a play through the middle of the map. Scrap up top, trying to allow them to do this. Nasty trying to back away. He's being chased though, and Envoy will find his 4th straight elimination. Hydra, get a second, unbelievable. And all of a sudden, it's just down to Abuza for what would have to be a 1v4.
Yeah, but this time, any of these players are not going to give him that one-on-one isolation gunfight. He's gonna have 50 seconds to work with. Hydra overextends a little bit. Down to 1v2, a better chance for Abuza.
And he's found himself a Jackal to work with, has Scrap in his sights, but falls back off the gunfight. Ghosty will track over to at least double up with Scrap. A chance for Abuza to possibly collect the bomb. Timing would be everything here. Scrap is currently watching the cross from Hot Tub. But I think Abuza gets across. Yeah, he sure does. Just comes down to can he collect the bomb? Sees Scrap, a couple of shots are in. Abuza's going to stick for the plant. He's going to get a chance to reset this to a 1v2.
Essentially going to get on out. Nothing is going to connect onto him.
Here we go.
Thieves have no idea where he went.
Tags are open, but no. Ghosty re-slides, re-chows, finds the quick kill. And now it's an advantage to the Thieves with 3 in a row.
It's a big round right there. Vancouver need to make some adjustments, man. That's 3 times or 4 times where Thieves just take the map that they're giving. They're realizing not a single player from Vancouver are contesting through top hallway, so they consistently are sending their SMGs through their angles. And if they are finding early success, that is shutting down all of the game plan on the side of Surge. Envoy again strikes for the first blood, but Hydra drops down through the middle to find a double. Sets up Abuza in a 1v4. Turns it into a 1v2, but stands no chance. Thieves, advantage.
Nades over the top here for Thieves, looking to go quickly over towards A. Oh, and they see Abuza backing away. What are they going to do with that information? They're going to go for the plant and then track backwards. They know if Abuza's playing by himself deep, there's likely a pinch on the way. So they're set up to try to deal with this, but 04 is going to cuff this back through mid. Tag down to 1 bullet. Stays alive, if only just barely. Neptune trying to cover him. What a save from Neptune. Now they got to scale forward, pushing out. They get Envoy. Scrap is pushed off his angle. Ghosty watching the mid.
Wait a minute.
Hydra's able to find a kill. And a follow-up from Hydra. It's just down to Nasty. Able to find one. 17 seconds. Ghosty trying to watch for the cross. Oh! Ghosty gets the perfect greed. And LA take a massive advantage here in map 7.
That is 4 rounds in a row, but the last one is the best. A 2v4 clutch there out of Ghosty and Hydra. Both players were on the complete opposite sides of the map. It was all on the individual gunny. Ghosty responds with the first 3v2. Hydra with the perfect angle, 2v2, but then Hydra striking for 2. Turns it into a one-on-one, and Nasty just doesn't have a lot of time to work with. You know you got to find him and secure the defuse, but Ghosty in a perfect position to put his team at game point.
And they have got 2 RCs if they want to play with it. And here we go again. This time, Nasty gets the read. That's the adjustment that you wanted to see, Jay. First blood tallied. LA not going to get away with that high ground shenanigans again. But Neptune, he's going to try to play forward into the elevator shaft, and Envoy makes it an immediate 3v3.
Yeah, that's just not necessary right there out of Mr. Neptune. Now you give them an opportunity to catch the timing on the site. 3v1, all left up to Nasty.
Can he find anything for free? Shots over the top, not gonna happen. Scrap for the win. And the super team built to win championships finally secures it here in Minor 2.
My guy Nadeshot was holding on for dear life in his seat. Another game 7 on the skyline. We watched his team at Major 1 fall short in around 11. You put some practice in on the back end. You start taking advantage of what they are giving you. But the rounds right there from LA just way too clean. Envoy gets 4 bomb plants. He also gets 4 first bloods. Yep, there's no bigger round than that 2v4, man. Vancouver are going to be beating themselves up about it. They're also going to be beating themselves up because they waited so damn long to make the adjustment to actually send someone towards top plat to contest the SMGs. But in that final round, if you're Neptune, we cannot do that, my friend. You know that you have the numbers advantage. Let's just back on up and play the trades with our team. But LA Thieves find him. They catch the time and to work their way back in towards the A side to catch the bomb planter. And they just always kept the numbers in their side and stayed active around the map. Congratulations to LA. They walk away victorious here at Minor 2. And without question, they are the top dog.
Without question, indeed. But wow, for a minor event, can we talk about just the sheer entertainment value of this one? Holy smokes, what a weekend we've had. Everything shakes up in a massive way now, especially with Vancouver establishing themselves as a major threat to the top dogs. We still have other squads like Toronto and Carolina fighting, battling. Optic is trying to figure it out, but still, we've got a very interesting upcoming couple of weeks for the major 2 quals that we still have remaining, but a heck of a best of 7 finishes with LA as your minor 2 champions as we finish off the day back to the desk.
The Optic Stray, that is on me normally, Schiff, taking over my job. All right, we got to talk a little bit about LA Thieves. First of all, go to Twitter. Congratulate LA Thieves on winning a Game 7. You know it means a lot to them, but also shout out to Shift and Study. They crushed that cast, Allie.
Oh, they crushed it. I literally was listening to it in the green room and was like, they're absolutely killing this minor. I'm so happy that they got this matchup because I was hyped the whole way through for a full best of 7.
And you called this one. When you saw Skyline Game 7, you knew if it went the distance, this would be LA Thieves' game. Despite a 3-1 start, the SMGs got shut down, as you predicted.
Yeah, 4-8, 4-9. You know, I just had watched them in the matchup versus Boston, and I saw, like, you can't get as slippery as you can on some of the other maps. We've seen them make huge impact plays, and on this one, Thieves had learned their lesson after that final, like, just kind of playing together, and when you get kills, you have to back up, play with your team, and you saw that get the best of Neptune in a couple of rounds at the very end. Like, even the round 0-4 waits the entire time on their retake, right? Takes his time, they strike, they get the first kill, Neptune finds it. He ends up sprinting towards Umbrella, trying to kill Hydra. Hydra repositions up top, finds a kill, and then gets another. It is just so punishing. There's so many different angles that you can challenge from, and it's just hard to get lost, man. They're going to be able to track you down. It's a tough map for them. They desperately need to work on.
Allie, I was getting cocky in the green room. My team was up 3-1 before 5 straight rounds for LA Thieves. Was it just Envoy? What was the difference in the second half?
No, I mean, it was really that Ghosty and Scrap 2v2 for me. I think that was a really huge round to kind of put themselves back into the game because that was the start of their run to win 4 straight, right? And so on the flip side of that as well, LA Thieves slowly started playing for those picks, and that's where Vancouver Surge started to slip up because, like Ann said, there is a reason LA Thieves banned Protocol.
That's unacceptable, right? Right there, what you just saw is extremely unacceptable, right? The Neptune just sprinting through. Things that you'll learn as time goes on. He's an incredible player. It's just tough. And in all of those clips we just saw, the highlights of LA Thieves, it is always Hydra striking first and then Envoy following it up. Hydra making somebody weak, Envoy finding 2 kills. They just bounce off each other so damn well.
Just one team remains, LA Thieves, the finalist, after taking out the other 11. We're joined now by a man who's quite familiar with winning tournaments. He goes by the name of Scrap. He's doing it in the LA Thieves jersey this time around. Scrap, how's it feel to win a Game 7?
Oh, come on. Game 7 is one thing. Skyline Game 7 is another thing. Come on now. We're back. We're back. We've conquered it.
Oh my God, that was literally my follow-up question. Like, did you guys know Skyline was gonna end up as that game number 7? Were you expecting it? Like,
I actually had no idea. I mean, we don't really pay attention to the vetoes as players. It's kind of just a coach's thing, and then we just spawn up. Honestly, we just play the game. So here in the Skyline last map, we were like, hey, we get to conquer this again.
Here we go.
Scrap, talk to me about this series, man. You guys in these finals just had these gruelers going all the way to 7. When it gets to the middle and it's kind of a back and forth, how do you guys like get your heads on straight to be like, okay, we got to lock in, we got to close this out? Was there a difference in this series versus the major final?
Yeah, of course. I would say the biggest difference, I mean, we just dirty Neslo'd them. We just won 2 controls, 2 S&Ds, and I think as, like, you know, as a fan, people think, like, we're just only a really good HP team and a respawn team. But I'm really happy that we got to show our S&D practice and just show that we're actually really good at every game mode.
You were 9-1 coming into the hardpoints in the grand finals. Your opponent 8-2. Are you and Vancouver the two best hardpoint teams? Is FaZe up there with you? Who else can compete with you guys on that level?
Yeah, obviously you could say FaZe. I don't know. Right now it doesn't really feel like everyone's got a really good grasp at all in the game. I don't feel like any team right now is insane. I mean, I'm going to say my team's insane because I just feel like that always. But yeah, I don't know. Probably them. They're probably definitely up there. They're probably the first team that beat us in an HP in a minute. So I'll give props to them.
Yeah, and you know, for Surge, like, people wouldn't be quick to throw them in the conversation with you guys and Atlanta FaZe. Going up against them, what's it like? What do they do really well that was giving you guys troubles?
Yeah, I think the pressure on the map. They have such a two fast subs. They have Neptune, obviously, that's running around, getting in your face, and then they kind of have like a rat sub in 0-4 that, you know, is kind of pinching, taking routes, shooting you in the back and stuff like that. So I think they have a pretty good dynamic like on the map. But yeah, they're looking good. Hopefully they can do it at lane.
Scrap, with this win, you guys bank another 30 points. You also score $20,000. How much of that money is going to your car repairs?
Yeah.
Car repairs? All right, well, I'll be honest. My car's totaled, so I will not have my M3 anymore. Maybe Pokemon packs. I've been trying to get some Pokemon packs.
Were you drifting, bro?
No, I actually wasn't. I can't lie.
No, we're talking insurances. This is legal stuff.
I'm sorry, bro.
I'm telling you, I was not drifting. No 30, no nothing.
R.I.P.
30, I'll be in the hospital.
Give the kid
Glad you're okay. Glad you're okay.
Stay healthy. Scrap, congrats on the win, man. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
I love that kid. He is awesome. LA Thieves, another Game 7 grand final, this time coming out on top. Nameless, I feel like we are in store for a fantastic year of Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen from here on out?
I mean, it's tough to predict, right? Surge looks so good, and this is their first stage together. They're only going to improve going forward. And you look at some of these other teams like Toronto, started to figure themselves out a little bit, and Carolina are always going to be in the mix.
Allie, we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game. It's the final one from the Minor 2 tournament, and this one, it's the control clutches.
God, this was unreal out of Hydra. I remember hearing the production room when he got that final kill just going in an uproar. It was like, kills that you should never get. I mean, just unreal scenes from the side of LA Thieves.
Yeah, and also Control, I mean, it's been their bread and butter all year long, and we get down to this 1v1 here. It's Envoy wins a massive one. Like I said, in terms of huge, big moments when you need a kill to come in, he was the guy for me throughout this series. Just unreal.
LA Thieves, your Minor 2 tournament champions. They will take home the $20,000, the 30 points, and of course are excited for their rematch against Surge. That's their first fight back. When we come back, though, you got to look out for this guy, Nameless. We asked for an MVP. Nasty was my MVP for Vancouver. Who did you pick for LA Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always show up on the stat sheet. For me, if I was picking an MVP, it would be Envoy. I mean, he went crazy on that vault, 33 kills to give them the 2-1 lead. The kid's an absolute monster. I think he's one of the main reasons they're so good at Control. We get to the Hacienda. He's just so good at cycling his life in the lobby. You're never going to find him extremely frustrating to play against. And then when we get to a Game 7, just him being able to adjust from what they were doing against FaZe in that grand final, playing off of Hydra more, making Hydra's life easier, and then finding those follow-up kills. He drops 12 kills in that Game 7 and 4 first bloods to close out the series. The kid is a special talent. He's a world champion, and one of the main reasons they're going to find success.
And it goes back to that Vault S&D for me, time and time again. That round 11, Envoy gets 2 of them. Gets 2 in that round 11, and then he has almost 2k damage to close out that map. That is a search and destroy that you did not expect LA Thieves to win in any capacity.
And the craziest thing about Envoy as a player is just his ability to bounce back. He has the most tenacity of somebody I've ever seen. I mean, you're talking Game 4, the guy comes in, goes 21-36. The Game 5, he ends up going 3-10. Bounces back immediately to close out the next 2 maps. Like, he's just a special player, man. Even when he's having a rough map, he has the ability in a good Call of Duty system to take over.
And shout out to Momboy. I went against your son. You are now up 2-0 against me in predictions. You know, he's always got the family support, and they will be on the road to watch their son in action at Major 2. Reminder, next week the qualifiers continue. He's definitely going to be a star to watch next week.
100%, man. This whole team, unbelievable. Everybody's making massive plays, and Envoy, for sure, one we want to look out for.
Allie, I love these editions of the Minor. It gives us a quick glimpse of where these teams are at in the big picture. But we go back to the qualifier as we dial in on next week. We've got 2 match days.
No, that can't be serious. Our first match is LA Thieves and Surge again next week. Surge Surge might be able to get their immediate revenge.
Surge climbing up the leaderboard. They started the day in 8th. They will end it in 5th place. How far will they climb next week? Stay tuned to find out. Thank you all for watching Miner 2. We'll catch you next Friday.
Tempo, 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Never jab on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Get the cash from the poor, 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad man, polygon. Going fast on the phone, going quarter-mile marathon. Jimmy in the Jimmy, high wide, sipping Kimmy. Got a brand new mark, roll cage in the Mimi. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on a river, deep, someone on my hip. Maybe on the A3, no rim, all switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Full of garbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Put the crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baby, you ain't ever seen nothing like this.